I've built the business off from the start, starting from in my bedroom to getting a smaller office now into quite a big unit that we have now, and it's just grown and evolved over the years, and we're lucky to be in this position today.
Do you actually make people want to buy?
A great looking website as well, a good homepage, something that's going to engage the customer. Maybe on their first visit, they might not necessarily purchase anything, but if you end up having a good marketing strategy in place to collect emails, you'll send them on the journey that we've got set up for them, and they might not buy until the fourth or fifth time, but at least we have a thing in place where we can make it the best chance possible.
But I think, is it just like you have to keep that momentum to, I guess, be successful on social, would you say?
Yeah, consistency is key, because obviously the more consistent you are, the more views you're going to get, the more followers you'll end up getting.
Cool. Hello, my friends. I hope you're well. Hope you had a great day, evening, or night. Today we're with Ben talking about how to actually run an e-com store, what role social media plays, but also what's missing specifically in marketing. Hello, Ben.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm very well, very hot at the moment.
It's not the best day to do this, but here we go. We're here on a Saturday, working. So good on us, I guess. For people who don't know you, what do you do? What are you known for? What are we like? What is the kind of infrastructure and like the business model?
So I have an e-commerce store, and I have been doing that for the last 6 years. Specifically, I sell pre-loved terrace wear fashion. So looking at brands such as Stone Island and CP Company. You can't go to the football without seeing these brands anymore. And that's just where I've built the business off from the start, starting from in my bedroom to getting a smaller office now into quite a big unit that we have now. And it's just grown and evolved over the years, and we're lucky to be in this position today.
Do you think you're quite I guess I was going to say like a new way of looking at this kind of business? Because I think traditionally you would have like a clothing store, right? Like the TK Maxx's of the world equivalent, right? What made you want to, and was it always the plan to have a website rather than, and do it through, online sales rather than necessarily, right, we're going to have a 2,000 square foot or £2,000 a month, whatever it ends up being, like retail location to sell our product?
Well, the perspective for me was that you're going to pay £2,000 a month for a retail store as it is, and that's without building up any customers, and that's very much limited to who you can target as well. So having a retail store, not everyone's going to travel hours down to come and see you without a reason, but whereas if you have a Shopify store which costs $39 a month, you can get anyone all over the world to have a look at your store. So that was always the passion and drive for me, to spend $39 and then I can have everyone shop. But of course, with an online store, the conversion rate's a lot lower than you would if you have someone coming into your store, because you kind of get that feeling of, I really want to buy that, and you'll probably buy it in person, whereas if you look at it online, you end up just cutting it off and not buying it.
How do you, maybe on the website or like, we'll get on a social, I'm sure, but like, how do you actually make people want to buy online? Because I've always been like, unless you're like the Amazon, right, and I've got a specific destination or a specific thing in mind, I'm going to go click, click, done. But if you're not that, how do we get people to sort of go to the website and then actually make a purchase? Because I think that's the struggle. Because, you can push traffic to a website, but it's then how do you convert that traffic into baskets, into sales, into, people actually buying the things you're selling?
So it's all to do with sort of like specific stock buying as well, making sure we have the right products available, because if at the end of the day, if you've got a store full of stuff that people don't want, they're not going to buy it. But if you buy the right things, it's going to look great. A great looking website as well, a good homepage, something that's going to engage the customer. Maybe on their first visit, they might not necessarily purchase anything, but if you end up having a good marketing strategy in place to collect emails, you'll send them on the journey that we've got set up for them, and they might not buy until the fourth or fifth time, but at least we have a thing in place where we can make it the best chance possible, because not everyone on your website is going to buy something. That's just kind of standard.
So do you think it's more about someone hits the website, maybe they look at something, then they'll come back, then they'll come back again, and then the fourth time then they'll buy something, more than hit the website, buy?
Yeah, unless you're specifically looking for a certain product that we have, people just tend to, because I don't really release my drops before, I don't show people what we're going to drop. So a lot of people go on there to see what we've got, and they might not necessarily want anything, but they all still go on there until they find something they want. So they might not kind of find anything for the first couple of weeks. But because we've obviously built up a lot of cash flow in the business now, there is always something available for everyone. So we make sure we cater for every single size, from anything from size small to 3XL. And so there is something for everyone, but not everyone's going to check out, and that's just kind of what you got to put up with.
I guess in some ways, is that then like a strategic strategy around like retargeting them with meta ads, or like reminding people like, hey, through email marketing, like abandoned cart stuff, like, is that the focus then? Like, is that where you see maybe the return customers, or is that or that could be a focus for maybe an online business that's maybe struggling to make their website like work?
Yeah,
Would you
so
say?
I would say other businesses, make sure you focus on retention marketing, making sure that the customers that you do get, they make sure they return and have no other reason to shop with another store. That's standard for online businesses. Email marketing as well. People might still be shopping around for that sort of stuff. They might have just forgotten who you are, which is pretty standard. Be like, hey, we're still here. That can drive conversions as well. And it's just making sure that you keep them in that sort of like customer journey and make sure they keep coming back. So we've currently got a 12-month journey set up. And at the end of the 12 months, if we can't retain the customer, we will stop emailing them. But that's kind of how we've retained our customers over the years.
What kind of timeline would you say that? Because I think sometimes email marketing is it's a very traditional sense of marketing, but I think sometimes people look at it as we do a sequence, maybe 30 emails, 60 emails across like 2 months, and then I think there's a balance, right? I mean, what would you say? Is it like a daily thing, like in regards to like how you send them and like what you send? And or is it actually like we're going to send you one a week or two a week? Like, how do you structure that from your perspective?
So we don't want to hound the customer, because if you keep daily emailing them, a lot of Chinese companies do it. They just hound you every single day. I bought something from Alibaba. I get an email like 4 or 5 times a day, and that's enough for me to block them. But we kind of just send something to them in like a structure, maybe like one week, and we won't email them for another 6 weeks, and then 12 weeks, and then 6 months, then 9 months, then 12 months. So we don't hound the customer. Also, not hounding the customer and sending loads of spam emails will not make it go into their junk box either. So it's important to look at that as well and just not absolutely hound them every single day.
And what are those emails? Is it just like, hey, we've got a new thing? Like, is it news? Like, how do you structure those?
So we've got a load of different sort of email structures for certain customers. So for example, if you bought something, there's always a thank you message that goes out. We've also got stuff maybe a week after they purchase, be like, how did we do? Leave us a review. If they haven't purchased in a 3-month time frame, then we'll send them an email, possibly with like a discount code. We're also looking at making a monthly newsletter as well, because a lot of customers are interested in what we do, what's evolving, what's changed, and to send out a monthly newsletter to be like, hey, we've done a podcast this month, or we've renovated the office, and just little things like that, because a lot has changed in the last 8 weeks, and I would love to tell the customers. So we haven't got that set up yet. So I feel like the customers can also almost feel a part of the business when you start emailing them with these sort of really nice things as well.
Do you think that sometimes people either get overwhelmed with the number of channels that people say should market, right? So people who follow the show, they're like, you need to do video content, you need to do a podcast, you need to do email marketing, you need to do social media, you need to do... Would you say people get easily overwhelmed?
Yeah,
like with so much going on with social,
yeah,
and the marketing channels they could be on.
It's quite difficult because there's so many social channels and so many places you can market to nowadays. And I feel like if you primarily focus on Instagram and TikTok, all of the content you post on TikTok, you can also post on Instagram as well. They were the two that I really focused on and got good at, and also built up the following on. But obviously there's places like Twitter, which not a lot of people in my industry use, which I don't use too much at the moment. You've got Facebook, there's loads of other places. YouTube as well is a really important one, which not a lot of businesses do. And I feel like the reason people get overwhelmed is they try and just do it all on their own. And when you start outsourcing these things to people, work it for the first 2 years, get it really good, but it's good to the point where it's too busy, outsource it. And that's what people do. They get themselves overwhelmed because part of growing a business is starting to outsource things to other people. For example, Elon Musk, did he do everything to earn his $1 billion, or did he outsource a lot of his sort of things that he needed to do? And that's kind of the direction that I've took. People don't want to spend money in their businesses. They don't want to spend £800 a month for a social media manager, but that £800 that you spend on the social media manager makes you productive in other areas in order to grow it elsewhere. And that social media stays really high because you've got someone paying £800 a month for a £4,000 return on investment.
I think for me, and I'm sort of focusing on this as well, and I've since we had the media day, which I'm sure we'll get onto later, like I've looked and I've been very fortunate where the podcast is doing really well. So I'm like, okay, great. But it's now eating up time that I could be spent servicing clients, talking to clients, being a marketing and sales person, right? And I think for me, like, is it comfortable to be like, hey, I'm going to spend $1,000 or I'm going to spend $2,000 a month on like scalability for the podcast? But I'm like, actually, what potentially could it give me in regards to new clients, opportunities, etc. if I do that. And I guess the conversation sort of comes back to is social media just a momentum thing? Because if you look at the podcast now at the day of filming, we've got quite a lot of momentum, right? I think the last numbers I did were just under 235,000 or so across 5 platforms. For us, that's pretty good, right? But I think, is it just you have to keep that momentum to, I guess, be successful on social, would you say?
Yeah, consistency is key, because obviously the more consistent you are, the more views you're going to get, the more followers you'll end up getting. And obviously if you've just stopped dead for 6 months, a lot of the people that were watching, because the way the algorithm works, you're just popping up on their feed based off of what they sort of search for. And if you're not creating new videos, they're not going to get shown, and people are going to just slowly forget about you. So the most important thing about social media is staying consistent. And this is the problem I had. The business was growing so much that I didn't have time to do social media. So that's when I got into contact with you, and I was like, let's just do a media day and get 40 videos in advance, and then I don't have to worry about it for a month. And then I can do 8 hours or 16 hours per 2 months on content, whereas instead of stressing about it, trying to do it myself, trying to edit it and everything like that. So it's definitely a big time saver for me.
Do you think that people, what's consistency, right? Does it have to be, in your experience, does it have to be daily? Does it have to be weekly? Does it have to be we're going to do, because I do basically daily non-negotiable. And then when I can, I try to do 2, 3 or 4 posts per day, every day. But also that's with the caveat of saying, if I'm traveling to do the podcast, or I'm traveling to do this and travel, so last week at the time of recording was the first day in London, and maybe I got 2 posts. Now that's pretty good when you consider I wasn't at home at all. But for some businesses, they'd be like, how did you even get 2 posts out because you were traveling, or the business was really busy, and etc. Is it just preparation?
Yeah, I would say there's lots of things out there which you can use to kind of schedule your posts in advance. So if you know that you're going to London on Wednesday, on the Tuesday evening, schedule your post to go at 12 o'clock, 4 o'clock, 6 o'clock or whatever. But I feel like for businesses, you don't have to post daily. You can post weekly. It depends what sort of business that you have. So if you have a podcast, nobody's going to expect you to watch a podcast every single day and make an edit and make it work. But some people would work weekly. But for someone like me who's trying to sell a product and needs to be seen on the face every day, I think daily is good. You don't have to post 2, 3, 4 times a day. That would be better. But at the end of the day, you need to put your time into perspective, and also the cost of the content as well. To get 2, 3, 4 videos out a day would end up getting quite expensive, especially if you outsourced it as well. And that's also very time bound as well, especially to keep up with that's 120 videos a month or posts. It depends what sort of you're trying to achieve with it all.
For me, I see it as you've got to work smart and hard at the same time. And because of the nature of the podcast, it's an hour conversation. I can extract probably, if I really wanted to, maybe 10 to 15 clips that I can edit. Then I can chuck AI involved and get 20 to 30. So there we're talking, I've got nearly a month of content if I just wanted to squeeze it. The reason why I found it's really working with the weekly shows is because people are now starting to get into the rhythm of there's going to be another show next week. And normally I haven't really built a schedule yet. I probably will, but for me it's actually around Saturday there's going to be a new episode, because by the time I run out of clips and I've done the week of work, client delivery, etc., I've then got a position where I've edited the new show's ready, so then I can start marketing that show. But I think sometimes, and this is kind of what I was alluding to about all the platform thing, do you think people get shiny thing syndrome sometimes? Maybe they'll see what we're doing on Instagram and TikTok, for example, and going, oh, that works really well. Oh, I have to be on Instagram and TikTok, even though they've just decided to commit to LinkedIn for a while, or they've decided, etc. Do you think, or maybe not even just looking at social, maybe they're we're going to do email marketing really well. Do you think that people should sort of commit instead of go into depth on, we're going to get really good at this one thing, rather than we're going to try and do, we're going to build up this side model and we're going to do this. And the same in business, to an extent. It's we're going to have a coaching model, then we're going to have, we're going to sell products, and then we're going to do events, and then we're going to do consulting, and then we're going to do marketing, and then we're going to do media days. And so, do you think that's a bit, can that be, because obviously it's good to diversify, but when does that get too much? I guess the question comes, do you think?
Well, if you put it into perspective, if you leave a plane on autopilot and jump out, it's going to run out of fuel. So to focus on one thing at one time, to make sure it gets to where its destination, the plane theory is, making sure it gets to its destination before you do another project. So I would always say focus on one area, get really, really good at it, and then look at other things as well. Because if you don't master that thing, you're never going to become really good at it. So if I just focused on LinkedIn, and then I just left it halfway, and I thought, nah, I'll have a look at that in a couple of months, and I started focusing on Instagram. You're going to lose the touch that you started to build up on LinkedIn, because people that saw those daily posts that started to really enjoy what you do, they're not going to see that content anymore, and they're just going to be like, oh, that's a shame, and I'll go and look at someone else that is doing it every day. That's the mistake that I made with YouTube, and that was just more of a time thing for me. I started doing these videos, just vlogging my day, what I'd done in the office, and a lot of different things that we get up to in the business. And I'd done that consistently for about 2 months, which built up a lot of traction. A lot of people were there, ready, interested, and it just got too much because the time thing for it as well, because you spend probably maybe 45 minutes worth of clips every single day, which isn't too much of a problem. But it was the 2, 3, 4 hours a night that was editing it. But I could only keep it up for 2 weeks because you're trying to run a business around it as well. So I feel like if people stay consistent and get really good at that one thing to the point where you could pay someone and outsource it to keep it all going, that's where you want to be. Because I feel like if you put half-assed effort into something, you're never going to get that full reward that you could potentially get out of it.
Yeah, I agree, but I think it's also like you have to, it's how you show up as well. Like that changes how you show up. Because I think for me, like if I'm very focused on, so like for between now and the end of the year, only things I'm really marketing, like I have 3 main strands really, but the third one isn't really, it kind of happens passively. The first is the podcast, the second is the event in September, and then it's the service. But the service is a byproduct of everything else. So actually, I don't really need to market the service anymore. There'll be the odd video that's very specifically led towards that, but it's less important now because I've got infrastructure and I'm really far ahead regarding the podcast. So it actually allows me to go, when I'm really busy with client work and when I'm really on client delivery, actually takes the pressure off a bit because I don't need to go, oh shit, I need a guest for like Wednesday so I can get it edited and ready for Monday. I can just go into the archive. And I think for me, one of the first conversations we had was about creating a content surplus. I mean, how do you look at it, I guess, outside of, for maybe people who are maybe starting out, obviously there is an option to bring someone like me in to go, here's 40 something videos from one day, cool. But if people maybe aren't ready to do that, how would you say they could create a surplus of content?
Well, I've learned quite a lot since doing the media day with you, because my social media for the last 2, 3 years, where I've been taking it quite seriously, it hits levels of inconsistency sometimes where I don't have time. But I feel like if you have a set day every single month where it's just this pure content day, you don't have to worry about anything else, it's just pure content, you can build a big bank and a surplus of content, and then you're able to dish it out in days and in whatever sort of direction you want it to go in. That's what I wasn't doing. For some reason, I would just film it on the day. I'd be like, right, I've got an idea, I'm going to go film it, edit, put it out at 7 o'clock tonight. And that's not very sustainable. That leads to days where you don't post for a week because you film that video, it does really well, you get loads of orders, a lot of business from it, and then you're like, I don't have time to film more of these sort of things. But if you specifically focus on that day worth of content and then dish it out, that really busy day that you get and that video that spikes and gets you a lot of traffic and attention, you can keep that momentum up as well, which is really, really important for businesses and social media.
How did you find the media day as a whole? Because I think we're about for maybe 3 weeks-ish out from it, maybe 2 weeks. How did you find it?
Really fun. I think it was great. I love being in front of a camera. I've always used my little DJI camera for my sort of videos in the last year or two. And to have something more professional, have like 3 massive cameras looking at you, was just something really fun and different for me. And as you've said to me before, it's not for everyone. A lot of people find it quite daunting, but I really, really enjoyed it. And it really does, you know, when you put it out on social media, how professional it looks and how like people think, wow, that's really, really cool. He's doing like a proper sort of setup now. And for the cost that it does and how much you break it down per video, it's definitely worth it, 100%.
How have you found the videos? Because obviously we're now in a position where I think 4, 5, maybe 6 have actually gone live, right? I mean, how's your community's feedback been? Like, how have you personally found them?
I felt less stressed about social media because I know today, for example, I've got a video that's already gone out today and I don't have to worry about social media, and the algorithm does all the work for me, pushing out to the right people. And yeah, it's really good. Obviously, yeah, it's brilliant. I have nothing more to say other than that it's just I don't have to worry about it anymore, which is an important thing for business as well. Because once you start growing and scaling, you need to make sure you have things in place that, whether that's outsourced, to make sure it gets done.
Do you think that it's about, I guess in some ways, when you've got that bank, it allows you to then be more present with, in some ways, the other tasks that you need to do, right? So because you've got that bank, you're like, actually, cool. I don't even need to. It's not even partially in your head at all. You know, like I've got all those pieces of content. I know I'm good for social media content. Okay, cool. What's the next problem I need to now fix? Because I think as business owners, we spend a lot of our lives just fixing problems. That's our job, really. That's what I try and do for clients. That's of course what you'll do within your business as well. But is it allowed you, I guess, in some ways to be a little bit more tunnel vision on the other problems that you have?
Yeah, so in the last 6 to 8 weeks, I got a consultant into the business where they basically go into your business, find things, improve it pretty much. And it's allowed me to really focus on these tasks. So social media did take up a lot of time for me, editing and stuff like that. And I thought, to me, that was a priority because that was the only sort of channel that drove organic and all the sort of people that actually landed on my website before I even looked. I don't even know why I didn't look at like paid ads. I've never looked at paid ads, and I've built up the business to where it is 6 weeks prior, all through social media and also live stream shopping, which we'll touch on later. And I've only just started doing paid ads. I've only just started doing email and retention marketing, which are really, really powerful tools for businesses.
Do you think it's just a natural, like, I guess in some ways, natural progression, or like when we start out, we just throw a load of shit against the wall, right? And we see what sticks. Okay, cool. But is it a level of overwhelm, or is it a level of just, I guess in some ways, naivety to be like, why would I do paid ads? That just is burning money, right? Like maybe people don't necessarily appreciate or understand the ROI, and then what time window that ROI, return on investment, is potentially.
Yeah, I think the reason why a lot of businesses fail is because it's the money side of it. They don't have enough. It's not the fact they haven't got the idea; it's because they haven't got the money to do it. I've thrown probably in the last 8 weeks, probably thrown about 10, 15 grand into all of this sort of things that I have been doing. And businesses might not be fortunate to have 10 to 15 grand to throw at these sort of things, especially with meta ads as well, because you can't just throw 1,500 quid into your meta ad strategy and expect it to work. And that's why you start doing little tests and stuff. I probably spent maybe £800-900 before we got the right strategy and the right cost per click and make sure that it works. But what people don't understand is that you spend £1,500 on ads, they think, what am I going to get out of that? You've got to measure, for every pound that you spend, I'm going to get X amount back. We're currently, for example, Meta, for every pound we spend, we're getting £5 back. And that's where you want to be with businesses. So it's not the fact that people are spending 1,500 quid. I mean, that's a scary amount of money to spend, but you need to think every pound that I'm spending or every 1,500 quid I'm spending, I'm getting £6 back or 6 grand back. And I feel that's what businesses don't understand, and they don't believe in it, but it's going to be the most powerful way, especially as e-com's growing and growing. There's going to be a lot more competitors for each and every business, and these are going to be the most important channels for people as well. And that's not to mention, you can look at these channels as well, and if they stop performing as well, is if you have a really good detailed dashboard looking at what's working, whether it's got a green light, it's got an orange light, it's got a red light, and if it's got an orange light, you can act on that. But if, for example, social media is in the green, you don't have to worry about social media, but maybe my email marketing is not performing as well. And when it's an orange, we can be like, right, why is it an orange? And we can act and perform on that. So it's important to have a look at those sort of things and definitely read data. Data is very important as well. That's what my consultant has really been driving into me. And I've learned in the last 6 to 8 weeks, absolutely loads of stuff that's so powerful for me to take on and learn and also talk about as well.
Yeah. I think sometimes we get maybe intimidated by data, right? Like maybe we'll see a video that gets, I'll use an example for you on your feed. Like maybe you get something that gets 10K views, and then you get the next one that's maybe like 1,100 views. And I think maybe someone would say, oh, the 10K must get you more business. Does it?
It's difficult because I've measured this one before, so I don't know if you see a lot of the dress-up sort of videos that I used to do. They used to get millions, like millions, hundreds of thousands of views, lots of traction and followers. But if you really do look into the data, a lot of the millions of views and sort of the traction and the followers, they're all people that were in like the Middle East and sort of countries that haven't sort of got that sort of economy behind it, where these sort of people are earning £200-300 a month, they're not the sort of customers that you're looking for. Whereas that video I might have posted the other week, they got 2,000 views. Read the data, 96% UK, males 18 to 24, and then you end up making 4 conversions, and that only had 2,000 views compared to the one that got 1 million views, which got 0. I think I was obsessed with numbers for quite a long time. How many followers have I got? How many likes did that post get? How many views did that video get? And that's not important. It doesn't matter. If I only got 2,000 views and 10% of people converted on that, that's 200 people. That's amazing. People would dream to have that. Whereas if I get 1 million and I got 0 conversions, but a lot of people would look at that and think, oh, that video is better because it got 1 million views, but that's not always necessarily the case.
Yeah, and I don't think it's just as simple as like more views is better, but also I don't think it's actually necessarily less views if they're the right views are better either. I think this is where your data has to come in and you have to actually know, to an extent, you kind of need to know your shit because, like, I'll give you an example. I track every month. I track what is the overall views that all of the videos, all the posts, everything that I've done in 4 weeks got. What's that currently last 28-day number? And what was the last 28-day number? Now, if you're following that logic, Cotman cares about views. Okay, but then the next metric I track is how many sales have I made related to that jump, right? So, or how many potential deals or conversations have I had that could lead on to pipeline deals, right? And it's like, actually, then when you look at it that way, you're tracking all 3 metrics that matter. And I think sometimes, especially when people start on social, they just want the million views. They just want the 10 million views. They just want I'm going to gain all the followers in the world, blah, blah, blah. I mean, looking at just interest-based graphs, followers are becoming more and more irrelevant, to be honest. Sorry to say. But they are, because you'll be served content you enjoy. Simple as that, really. Right now, there's a difference between having an email list, because that you kind of own that data, right? And that's, I guess, the benefit of doing email. But we touched on live streaming, and I'm going to sort of tackle it as a live streaming element as a whole. I mean, because I'm looking to live stream the show, right, the podcast, in the next couple of weeks at the time of filming. What benefit do you gain from live?
So I tackled live stream shopping a couple of years ago, and obviously live stream shopping for people back in the day, maybe if you were born in the 90s or early 2000s, was all tele shopping. And I got introduced to this idea in April of 2023, and I kind of visioned it as in, this idea isn't very modern, if that makes sense. I kind of visioned it as a tele shopping thing, something that's gone out of fashion. But what I didn't notice, a lot of big businesses such as TikTok Shop, a lot of big businesses are getting millions pumped into it for this live stream shopping idea, and it's becoming such a massive idea. So I joined a company called Tilt. Tilt of one of the leading sort of like, they're specifically for live stream shopping. They launched in March of 2023. And I joined in April of 2023, and I've built a lot of my business off of live stream shopping. It was actually at the point where my website was doing 0 because I was so focused and driven off of the live stream shopping, and that was more than paying all my bills every month, etc., that I just kind of lost interest and focus on the website, which is my long-term sort of plan. So probably maybe like a year and a half or 2 years ago, my website just plummeted. Everything I worked for earning these 5-figure months just went down to £1,000 a month. It literally just went to 0. And that's when I decided that the businesses are getting to the size now where I can't do this on my own. It's like there's too much going on. And that's when I brought someone in and I said, right, your job is we get the new stock, you upload it to the website and you look after it, and we'll grow it up again. And now we're at the point where we focused on live stream shopping. Also, the website's up and better than it ever was before. But I always do wonder in the back of my head, if I didn't let go of the website and I'd done that earlier, would my website be 4 or 5 times what it is now? But everything happens for a reason. But sort of live stream shopping is massively powerful. So if you are in that e-com space, especially with what I do as well, it's maybe for like a business like yours, obviously live stream shopping itself might not be the right fit, but for people that sell a product, whether that's jewellery, clothing, new clothing, shoes, anything like that, seems to be a really powerful tool at the moment.
Something which I'll be interested to see, which I don't know the answer yet because I haven't done it, but towards the end of this month at the time of filming, I will have had some live podcasts. Like I'll be filming the live sessions. And my thought process behind that is, At the moment, I've got like I said to you before we started, this won't be out until September unless I pull it through and let it skip the queue. It won't be out until September. And the reason why is because I've like worked really hard the last course of the next month to get ahead. So I have the consistency, so I can always have a podcast every week. But the reason why the idea came from the live stream side was actually I could actually have a live show here because I'm filming all the episodes anyway. I'm setting up all these cameras, I'm setting up all the tech. It could work. And actually there might be and purely from one of my growth plans is to build the YouTube channel so it can become its own revenue stream. But if you want to gain watch time, one of the best things to do is live stream, right? So if I've got, let's say, a double podcast day and then some solo content on the end, I could do that in a 2.5 hour live stream, right? Now, it will take me some time, but also if you use programs like Restream, for example, and I'm not in a position where I'm in contract, so I can basically stream wherever I like. I could stream to Twitch, I could stream to LinkedIn, I could stream to TikTok, I could stream to Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, all these things all at the same time. So maybe each stream maybe only has 2 or 3 views, but across all of them, I maybe will have like 100 or something, right? Or as I build consistency, it will grow. And I think for me, like especially as a service-based business for me, like you're right, live shopping in TikTok style is like purely product led. But the thing which I think people maybe misunderstand or misappreciate about service is how you show up, and being the expert will be the reason why you will choose to work with me, will be the reason why the next client will choose to work with me, etc. And how much is that lifetime value of the client going to be potentially? Actually it could be pretty significant when you think about it that way. So actually spending the time, energy, resource and potential money to upscale what you're doing with your content could be the reason why someone chooses you over choosing someone else. But before we move too far away from like your live sales, live product sales, would you say, if you're happy to share, like what is your percentage between your revenue from a website versus the live side?
Well, I don't mind going too much into numbers about it because I think with the way HMRC is going now, it's going to be all on there anyways at some point. But we're kind of averaging on year. We're looking at doing about $250,000 on just live stream shopping itself, and that's every year, which is still going up. So I think this year we're looking at doing closer to 400,000-500,000 sort of on that live stream shopping, and that's a massive amount of money to, commit into. Maybe I think we probably do about 10 hours a week on live stream shopping. We don't even do that much. There's a lot of big businesses now that they specifically hire people to go 8 hours a day on these live stream shoppings, and I personally myself know they must be bringing in absolutely millions. So where the website is now, I would say that they're going to be quite level. I think the website's just beneath it where it is at the moment, but with the website and the momentum, because this was all organic. But once the sort of like the meta ads are completely perfect, the retention marketing's big, the email list is going to grow, it's going to end up being up there. But then that's not to say that live stream shopping could evolve even more and grow. I think they'll end up going pretty level, but whether that's live stream shopping on top or my website on top, I don't know at the moment. But I would say that they both play a massive part in the business, and just having them two alone is enough to make it a really big sustainable business.
Do you think, because obviously in your own right, you're clearly successful, right? I don't know whether you count yourself as successful, but like to the people watching, they would see you as someone who's successful, I would hope, right? Do you think you have maybe lifestyle creep, or like, how do you deal with that yourself? Because I think younger entrepreneurs who have seen success, whether that's the definition of you have freedom over your time, you make good money, you're making the money that you want to make or more, or etc., you've got the office, you've got the staff, whatever your definition is, do you think it can go to people's heads sometimes?
Yeah, I think it can create an ego problem with some people, where a lot of influencers start to flash their lifestyles and nice
It's like, look at me
cars.
with my Rolex, look at me with my car, look at me with my house, etc.
That's the direction I never want to go in. I never want to be flashy. I never want to kind of like rub it in people's faces. I struggle with this kind of it's called imposter syndrome. If you wanted to Google it, it's basically where you don't feel like what you've achieved you deserve it, sort of thing. I feel like as a 22-year-old, I should kind of be just starting out in a career as opposed to doing what I do. And I kind of look at myself sometimes and I'm just like, wow, what have I done, sort of thing.
Well, why don't you deserve it? Because you've worked hard. You've worked hard for a long time. I know your story. We'll give a brief. Do you want to give the audience, my audience, a little bit of a brief synopsis who maybe haven't seen the video we did in your media day about sort of how you got here? Because I think it could be perceived as like, oh, Ben's doing really well, right? As I alluded to before. But how did you get here? Just before we go into a little bit more depth on like the, I guess maybe the insecurity side of it, or like the imposter syndrome side. Because I think for me, it's just a sign you've worked really, really hard and you found something that works and then doubled down on it by taking the risk. But how did you get here?
So it all started back in lockdown of 2020. I think that's where a lot of kind of online e-com businesses started to really sort of like kind of drive to an extreme level because no one could go out
The
shopping.
rise of everyone being locked in a house.
Yeah, I mean, you couldn't go to the pub. That's a lot of where people spend their money, and people had a lot of disposable income, so they're spending on these stores. So myself, I was working at Sports Direct, earning a very piddly wage, £4.58 an hour. But I was 16, so to me, getting that £300 a month was amazing. I could go spend it on whatever I wanted. I didn't have anything to pay for. So obviously you got furloughed, so that was an extra £200-300 a month for doing nothing as a 16-year-old. It's the most amazing thing on earth. They then got a job at the One Stop down my local area. That made me earn about another £400-500 a month. So I ended up getting about £700-800 a month. And then to a 16-year-old, that is an astronomical amount of money. I was like, wow, brilliant. I saved up for my first car. I was able to do a lot of things because I was so tied away and stuck at home. I couldn't go out and spend it. I couldn't go to the shops and stuff like that. And so it all kind of started from there, really. And I kind of got a bit more of an expensive clothing taste. I've always liked these really cool terrace wear brands such as Stone Island, but could never justify spending 180, 200 quid on a jumper. I thought, what idiot would spend that? My parents still have that attitude, even though I might spend £700-800 on a jumper now. It's kind of perception at the time. That was a lot of money, and that what drove me to start looking on places such as eBay and Depop. The Vinted was in sort of like the horizon at the time, but it hadn't really grew to what it was today because their business model was amazing. They started doing buyer fees as opposed to seller fees, which drove a lot more people to sell on there. And therefore, a lot more people went on to there. But that's obviously another conversation. But I started shopping on there, and that £200 jumper that I was looking at, I could get it for £80, and I was like, amazing. So even though I was earning better money for my age, I was still being quite sensible with it. I think that's what I've always been quite lucky with, is spending money, but spending it in a sensible way. So if I am going to spend a lot of money, I need to make sure if I spend that 500 quid, I'm going to be spending that 500 quid in the most sensible way possible. And I picked up my first Stone Island jumper, and it was a worn navy Stone Island jumper. The badge had been through a wash a few times, but I picked it up for 70 quid. And when I put that on, I was like, this is amazing. I've got that £200 feeling for the price of like the third of it. And that same jumper, I sold it a couple of months later, even though I must have worn it to death, spilled so much stuff down it, all that sort of stuff. I sold it for 100 quid, and I ended up making 30 quid whilst wearing something that I felt that I got that same experience with. And that led to one another. I bought another jumper. I paid another £70 for it. I sold it for 100 quid again. And that's when I got the bright idea of I'm possibly going to start buying stuff specifically to sell it. And instead, with the profits that I made, instead of wasting it like most 16-year-olds do, I was building up just a bigger pool of money, spending a little bit more. My parents were very controlling over this because they wanted me to save up, to put money away for when I want to move out when I'm older. So they were like, right, 4 or 5 items at a time. Don't buy any more. If you buy any more, we're going to kill you, basically. So I kept doing that, kept buying, making a bit of money selling, and it wasn't all plain sailing. There was a couple of times where I lost money, but that's just part of the business, and that's where you kind of just learn and develop over time. And then fast forward 5 years later, we're here somehow. Just all happened really quickly.
Do you think, like you mentioned the spending a lot of money, do you think like people maybe worry that you're spending, like, let's just use the example that you gave, like 500 quid, right? But they're coming at it from the perspective of, shit, that's like 20% of my monthly income, for example. Right now, but if your monthly income and you're in a fortunate position where you build a business where actually let's just use a number for the sake of it, of like 10 grand is your monthly income, then actually spending 500 quid is like, meh. You know what I mean? Like because it's less of your monthly income, it becomes, I hate to say less important because I'm aware of the climate, right? But it's like in context, right? To someone who makes £1,000, that's 50% of your monthly income. But if you make 10 grand, that's like around 5, maybe less, And I think for me, it's like actually, especially if you're then going to make money from it, or like you see it as an investment, or you can actually justify, or it is an investment in respect to it. The implication is you're going to spend this money. I'm going to spend this £1,000, £100, whatever it is, and I'm going to get 10x. I'm going to get 5x. I'm going to get etc. Is that the? Do you think that's the reason why, like your parents or like your friends may be like, oh, don't spend this money?
Yeah, I think going early days, for me to spend £400-500 was a massive deal. That's a massive amount of money. But as you say, as you grow and develop, the more money you earn, that £400-500 becomes less and less. And it doesn't matter as much as how humble people stay. Your perception of money seems to kind of go out the window a little bit. For me, for example, in the most nice way, humble way possible in front of the camera, for me to spend £1,000 on a new fridge for the office. Yeah. Isn't very much of a big deal to me as it was when I would be 16 years old. Yeah. And that, I think, regardless of how humble you are, wherever your beginnings were, I think that's always something that it's just going to naturally happen.
Do you think that also comes because, we've spoken about it before, but I think it's I guess in some ways a lack of understanding that there's an abundance of work. Because like in my industry, people have said to me, the creative industry is really hard. But I'm in a position where I'm like, how do I say this nicely? No, no, it's not. And I'm very cautious when I say that because for me, I'm aware that it's because of the output. It's aware because of the work that I'm doing, but it's also because for me, to an extent, it's like I know what works with marketing now, and I'm clearly doing something right. So it's like, let's just keep doing that. But also, as I win more work and as I have more cash, then the pressure comes off a little bit. So I think, is it just a perception thing? And is it just, because I've always said to people who are like, oh, it's really hard or things are really difficult. I'm like, yeah, but when did you last market? And they're like, oh, 6 months ago. I'm like, wow. Yeah. Hate to point the finger, but no shit.
Yeah,
Do you think it's just a perception thing?
Yeah, perception. It's just kind of because I know now that if I want to spend 50 grand a month on stock, to the average sort of like person, they're going to be like, oh my God, if you spend 50, what if you lose that money? But I know now if I invest that money, I know what I'm going to get back out of it. And I think that's just something that you learn over time in business. So if you have a service business, if you spend X amount in marketing on ads, for example, you know that for that investment, you're going to get X amount of revenue back from it. And if you get that perception over that sort of thing, then you kind of relax a lot more. And I think my parents began to sort of relax that sort of like, right, you're not allowed to spend more than £400-500 on stock at a time, because they knew what I was doing was working. I think the biggest fear for them was that I'm going to spend £400-500 and blow the lot. Yeah. And which I don't blame them. They're parents at the end of the day. They care about what you do and want to make sure they have the best for you. So, and now they, if I spend 40-50 grand a month, they're not going to be like, oh my God, you can't do that. You're our son. But they know what I do works. Yeah. And I think that's what businesses need to kind of let go of the fact of just make sure what you do and what you spend works. So don't commit a massive amount of money on ads. So I think, as I said earlier, I spent £800 to £900 a month on my ads to make sure they worked first, and then we up the budget instead of blowing £2,000 a month. That's kind of the way to go with it, really.
I think, especially in ads, it's like test, rotate, test, rotate, test, rotate. Sure. But like moving a little bit back to what we were talking about maybe the lifestyle creep, or in the position where I guess in some ways, because I'm sat here going, why does he feel imposter syndrome? Because for me, it's maybe like you're outside your comfort zone. Okay, but then you're just outside your comfort zone. That's just, okay, just stay there for a bit, do it for a bit, and it'll be in your comfort zone. You know what I mean? Like, for me, I find that interesting. I don't want to delve too deeply because I'm aware that like we're on the show, but like for me, imposter syndrome is just you're doing something that you haven't done before, so the evidence in your head is like, oh, okay, this is new. Oh, this is difficult. Oh, this is challenging. I'll give you an example. At the time of filming, last Thursday, new studio, new people, but not new people, I knew the people, but like new studio, new space, new costs, new podcast, new idea. Wasn't really feeling comfortable about it, but I pushed through and did it anyway, And I think those 2 episodes are really, really good. I think they work really, really well. I think the studio in London will be a very different thing to what I do on location, a very different thing in Southampton. And it's not like one is better than the other, right? If you want to go technical, sure. But also, in the nicest way possible, like the one in London's worth, like I pay more for it. And it's also in London. So I got to travel and it takes more time, etc. So like, and again, it's like also, are we locking in where it is now in respect to, because the one in Southampton, for example, is in a build stage as well. So actually, it could go full production like that, and actually then they would be on the same level. So I think for me, imperfect action is what matters, and I think that once you gain some momentum and you have some success, you could say. I mean, we were talking about when you were driving me back from the media day about like looking at a car as like a maybe not a great investment, but actually it's the context in which you apply to it, right? Like for me, if you enjoy that car and that's your like treat to yourself that allows you to keep working hard and keep making, let's just put a number on it, an extra £50,000 a year, £100,000 a year, whatever it ends up, wherever your number is, then actually why shouldn't you spend that money on the car? You know what I mean? Because if it's at what point, I think sometimes as business owners, we don't, for a very long time, I was like, yes, I won, and then straight on to the next thing. I was very, very bad at celebrating the wins. And I think it's kind of the way you counterbalance imposter syndrome, in my view, because it allows you to give the evidence to say, no, actually, you are pretty good. You are actually clearly doing something right, you know, regardless of age. Because I think it's in subjective terms related to, actually, I would say the age is your advantage, because you looked at the business and went, yeah, but someone who's maybe 50 will go, I have to have a retail store. Because that's what they grew up with. That's their perception. Yeah. They can't think, I can make 400 or whatever it is, like nearly $1 million a year, just on live stream shopping and on our website, right?
Yeah, no, I agree with all that completely. It's good perception of it all. The imposters sort of thing for me is that I'm so young and I've achieved kind of what I've always wanted to achieve in life so young. And I think for me, I don't deserve to have that at such a young age, because people work all through their lives to get up to the age of 50, 60 before that they get that really good idea. And I think it's just for me, that's just kind of the sort of person I am. I just don't feel like at that age.
I think that's important to be staying humble. Yeah. Right. And I think that's important in how you show up, and that's important in how you scale, and that's important in actually, to be honest, how you'll then pay your staff, how you'll then pay the people you work with, how you are with the people you work with. You'll be grounded. But like for me, I was in this like fortunate position where people are like, I want to get to retirement age. I want to retire at 40. I'm like, what would I do in retirement? I know. I would film videos. Yeah. I would have a podcast. I would do this. And I'm like, hold on. So I'm there too. I'm nowhere regarding revenue right there. But like, I've got enough money to pay for what I need to pay for, and have a percentage left. Put enough aside to keep for rainy days and put some in investments, and happy days, you know? And then I can save towards a goal of, okay, I want to buy a new camera, or etc. You know? So for me, it's all a perception. Yeah. For me, it's actually control over time, control over what I can do every day, control over who I spend my time with, what clients I have to say I can say yes or no to. So I think for me, I get to an extent why someone in your position or someone listening would potentially feel concerned, imposter syndrome, etc. But for me, that's a sign of growth. Like I was talking to my partner about this and a good friend of his this morning. It was like, the things that used to piss me off a year ago, they don't even scratch the surface now. I was like, that's a sign of growth. That's a sign I've grown. And I think it'll be interesting to see where we both are, but just looking at me personally, where I'm going to be in a year to two's time. Like the things I worry about now, are they even going to be things that I worry about? Probably not, right? But what would you say to people who are maybe on the fence about, they've got that idea, like you had, right? And they're like, yeah, but it's not safe. There's no 100% guarantee the business is going to work. Should they make the leap?
Yeah, absolutely. Because let's say the business idea, costs £5,000. You need to put £5,000 in for it to give it a chance to work. But you'll spend £5,000, and that to everyone that's a lot of money, isn't it? To spend £5,000 on an idea.
That's £5,000 to £5,000.
But
you know,
people will go and spend £400-500 a month at the pub, and that accumulates over a year as £5,000. So if you save that, stop going to the pub for a year, to people, that's what they enjoy doing. But let's say if you cut that out, put it in a pot, and then at the end of the year, try that idea. And then you'll be able, and if that idea works, you'll be able to do that business, plus go to the pub and still have money left over. So I think try it. But at the end of the day, for businesses to work, you've got to take risks, and take risks important. If you lose £5,000, make that £5,000 back again and try the idea and do something a bit different.
Do you think it's worth the lessons that you might learn in that though?
Yeah, lessons are like they're priceless.
Because like, even if you fail, the way I've looked at it for a long time is like you either are successful or you gain some lessons. You don't really fail. You're like, oh, don't do that again.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, those lessons are priceless for everyone. At the end of the day, if you spend £5,000 in that sort of idea and it doesn't work, you can use that to work out exactly what didn't work. So if you do want to try it again, you make sure you put those things right and see what happens. At the end of the day, not all businesses are going to succeed, and that's just a part of life. If 100% of businesses succeeded, the whole business industry, in every single industry, it would be overwhelmed. It would be like there'll be too many, and there'll be so many around.
Like if you look at the odds, whether it's like gut, whether it's work, whether it's this, whether it's that, whether it's just managing cash flow, managing money, whatever. I think it's like the current statistics, roughly when I last checked, was like 97 to 95%, depending on where you look, of businesses are going to fail, right? So it's like, yeah, the odds are against you, but actually, if you extrapolate that out to the world, 17 billion people, actually, the odds that you win there are pretty fucking high, right? Now, yeah, maybe the numbers, like, in comparison to 17 billion people, quite low, but it's still going to be a couple of million people who win, you know?
Yeah.
And that's in the lower scale of that. Let's say we go 1%, you're still looking at close to just under 1 billion, right, of people who will still win. The question I guess I would have for the audience is, do you want to be in that 1 billion who has the freedom and the time and the ability to be able to be, quote, extraordinary, or do you want to climb the corporate ladder? Do you want to have the job, right, and then the 3 holidays, the 4 holidays, live for the weekend, live for the holiday, or have the freedom over your lifetime, energy, resources, etc.?
Yeah, for me, the sort of like the only worry that I have about running a business, and at the moment it's working brilliantly, it's on like 180% trajectory this year, we want to up it. One thing that's always in the back of my head is like, what if it fails tomorrow? But that's when you sort of put these sort of like data analyst things in place where you can read this data, and if it does start to
but you'll see it beforehand.
That's it. Yeah, I think that's what people worry about, is the fact that you'll be able to tell that these things are going wrong, and you can always put it right. So long as you have a good structure in place for if it does start to go on a bit of a downhill, you can just pull a lever and it will just go straight back up again. That's it.
For people who want to connect with seeing some of the content you do, check out what you do a little bit more, where's best for people to reach out to you?
Instagram, also on my website as well. You can have a look, you can fill out a form, chat to me. We've got a landline number as well if you want to chat to me on the phone. More than happy to chat to you on the phone. But yeah, my Instagram is Heat from the Spire. It's HEATFRM, all in one word. And obviously on the website, and everything's the same across all platforms as well. But best place to go is Instagram and my website for sure.
If you were going to talk to that 16-year-old who just flipped his first product, made a little bit of money, maybe a little bit insecure, what advice would you give him now?
I would tell him to keep going, reinvest wisely. I would say, in a sense, don't listen to everyone around you, because if I listened to absolutely everything anyone ever said to me, for example, my parents wanted me to stay in a full-time work. If I listened to that, I might still be laying bricks, and I wouldn't even have this place. I wouldn't have, a nice car that I have and stuff like that. And I would say just be wise about who you listen to. And if you want to take a risk at a young age, absolutely do it, because that is the best time in your life. You don't have a mortgage, you might not have kids and a lot of stuff. So the time to take risks is when you're in your teen years or when you're still living at home. So that's the best time to start a business idea, because it's really hard to maintain and sustain a business, especially when you might be in your mid-20s, you have a mortgage, you have 4 kids, you're getting married next year, a lot of bills going flying out, expensive partners as well that might want to. So yeah, I would say absolutely go for it. And if anyone is young that does watch your videos or watches this from my page, just reach out and I could give you some advice.
Thank you so much for watching. If you did enjoy this episode and would like to see more like it, make sure to be subscribed and let me know what you think in the comment section down below. And I'll see you very, very soon.
Entering the retail market was a huge step for us.
Like how you want to perceive yourself in the market.
It was a very difficult time, I think, for the business.
Do you think it's changed how you show up as a leader?
And it was honestly the most fun thing I've ever done. And it was stressful.
What do you think's missing in marketing right now?
When somebody rebrands, the general question is, has the company been dissolved?
Like you want to, in some ways, make him proud first.
I think if you've built brand loyalty, and by that I don't mean you're selling millions of products, but if people trust in you, I think as a person, you'll automatically gain respect within the market.
Let's restart everything. Let's replan the business model. Let's replan marketing. Let's replan everything. And then, funnily enough, when I executed on those things changed. The results changed.
Work on yourself. Just work on yourself. Seriously. Like every day. Just be better every day.
Hello, my friends. Welcome to a brand new episode of the podcast. Today's going to be a really special one because technically I'm actually interviewing my first client. Now, that sounds a bit weird, nearly 10 years in business now, but it is. So, welcome to me. Welcome back. It's been, I think it's actually been, nearly 4.5 years since we've actually seen each other?
The last time I remember, I think we were shooting something on top of a car park in Salisbury.
Yes, we did.
And that's got to be about 4.5 years ago at least. So yes, it's great to be back and great to see you after all these years as well.
I know.
Yeah.
Super good. I mean, you were actually under a different brand then.
That's right. We were. So our legal entity remains the same, but we have rebranded to Anand, which incidentally is our family surname as well. And that came about through some hard lessons, I think, in business. One of the ones being most probably that you never really stop learning, I think, and when you get to a point where you think you've kind of, worked everything out, there's like this curveball thrown at you. So that was sort of what happened with us as a company. There were some legal obligations that we had to meet, and the old brand no longer resonated or could technically be used moving forward. So I think it all came about because we entered retail as a business. Predominantly we are wholesale and hospitality, but entering the retail market was a huge step for us and sort of at a national airport as well. So when that came about, I mean, it was a huge shock to the system because we had just launched this huge sort of project. There was 2 or 3 in the pipeline, and then all been vetted and all sort of been mustered up with this brand. And then to all of a sudden launch something, and then I think it was about 3 weeks later we had something to say, there were some legal obligations that had to be fulfilled. It was a huge shock to the system. So it was a very difficult time, I think, for the business, because I think being a director, I always say you have huge responsibilities for your staff and your company. And I think I felt at that time that, this was, do or die kind of thing. It was either we really got this going and sort of made the necessary adjustments. And we did. And, Anand was formed off the back of that. So, and it was honestly the most fun thing I've ever done. And it was stressful because, you're running this medium-sized operation. We employ up to 50 people, and all of a sudden you're rebranding, and everyone's question is why. And there's a fine line where you can tell someone why openly and why you can't. And the majority of the reason was, it was just something that we had to do as a business. So the rebrand came as a shock, but honestly, it really taught us a lot of valuable lessons from within there. Because I think off the back of the name, we actually found a voice as a company. I felt for a few years that we didn't really know what we were. And I think that's really weird to say for a company that was fairly well established. I mean, you visited before as well. But I felt with Anand, all of a sudden we're back to this blank canvas, right? And we're creating everything in reverse, which is the worst way to do it, don't get me wrong. But because it had to be done, it kind of forced our hand to look at aspects of business that we never had before. All of a sudden we're engaging marketing companies, we're engaging branding companies, we're engaging companies that help you find your voice. I didn't know those things even existed. And all of that came off the back of my mentor saying to me, look, this is one of those times as a businessman where you either go big or you go home, right? And for me, it was like, we got to go big here. Like, I've invested too much time in this. Like, I've invested too many years, those sleepless nights, everything, to just, pack up and be like, yeah, we're done here. No, we're going to go big and we're going to spend big. And sometimes that's not the best solution. But we kept a control of that, because spending big wasn't just throwing money blindly at stuff. It was really taking our time, really looking at companies that met our ethos, but also companies that we felt genuinely wanted us to do well. So they didn't make us just feel like a number amongst their client base. And that was hard to narrow down, because we made some mistakes along the way there as well. And in hindsight, it's easy to say, these things happen. But at the time, when you're financially forking out money, it's a huge, huge deal. So, look, it was an amazing journey. And it's been a year since we've rebranded. And I think as a company, we couldn't be any happier than we are at the moment.
Do you think that maybe some people are really worried about rebrand? I mean, you kind of forced into it, but I think maybe people who are listening who are maybe on the fence about what do you gain from a rebrand? Was it just that voice and that that really what I would call depth work when it comes to really understanding what your brand values are and how you want to perceive yourself in the market? Would you say, or is it if that's a disconjointed? Because for some business, I think that can be really disconjointed for some people.
I mean, I'd answer that in reverse. So one thing you won't lose is your reputation, which was a huge aspect for us. It was, when somebody rebrands, the general question is, has the company been dissolved, or has something happened? Has the company gone bankrupt? Has there been a huge gross misconduct from somebody? And the thing is, you've got to get past that, because naturally as an individual, we would think that. And you've got to put yourself in the public domain as well as a director personally yourself and think from both sides. So for me, I think if you've built brand loyalty, and by that I don't mean you're selling millions of products, but if people trust in you, I think as a person, then you'll automatically, especially a small to medium-sized business, you'll automatically gain respect within the market. So we didn't realize how much respect we had amongst our clientele until the rebrand happened. And I think that's what carried us through. So I think there's this illusion that if I rebrand, I'll lose customers. And that's a general worry, because, of course, you need your finances to run a business. And your clients are your clients. You spend years and decades working with them, whatever, right? But those relationships can be ruined at the drop of a hat as well. Split-second bad decision. So I think what I've learned the most is that if you are genuine and you are genuinely there for your clients, and if they're not just a number to you, which is how we do things at Anand, then you will be absolutely fine, because people will carry through. And that's what I noticed, that all of our clients said, we don't care if this company is called ABC tomorrow, but we want to work with the same leadership that we're working with within this company. And that's what made me realize that, not that I didn't know people were important, but it made me realize how important the team that we had were and how dedicated they were. And that all stems from, I think personally, from you as a director and what your attitude is within the business, how you look after people, how do you go about daily life, and how much do those people matter to you as well. And that kind of proved to me that, those things mattered a huge deal to us as a company, and it filtered right through. So I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, I think for me it's important to appreciate where you've come from, but also then understand sometimes we have a growing pain, right?
Yeah.
So it's we're shifting into a new brand, we're shifting into scaling up, etc. But one of the quotes that you gave me very many years ago that has really stood apart, that I wanted to remind you of, but also ask you to apply some context to, is people are loyal to their needs.
Yep, absolutely.
Do you I mean, how did you I guess that's a life lesson for a lot of people, but where's the story behind that?
So I think I've been in business for about 10, 15 years myself, and I can't put a number on it now, to be honest with you, but it's been a very long time. And one of the things that you realize very early on is that it's very much a dog-eat-dog world. As much as you think you might be out there to set the agenda straight or to start this new loving relationship with every single person, it never works out that way. And we realized very quickly that as a business, after surviving the first 5 years, a lot of people are just loyal to their needs. When those needs are met, they will either move on or they'll no longer engage with you. And I mean, that's absolutely fine. You know, it's a natural thing to happen as well. But to put it into context, I mean, if I look at how we operate with our clients at the moment, I don't think there's a single client that can say that, you know, if their volumes drop with us, that we change our attitude towards them.
Mm-hmm.
Whether it's the smallest client on our sort of, you know, accounting system, or it's a big renowned sort of company, it makes no difference to us. We work personally with every single client and every single person that we work with. And that might mean along the way you have to accept that once their needs are fulfilled, that they no longer will engage with you. But to put it into sort of context, that quote at the time came from, you know, it was one of the things that we've always steered away from as a company. Don't be those kind of companies, or that company that is all over a client when it's hot.
Yeah.
And when it's not, they don't want to know, or they don't want to help them out with anything. And there are some clients that we work with that, you know, we did millions of pounds of business with before. And all of a sudden, you know, they have engaged another company. But there are times where they still engage us when there's an emergency, and we would never turn them down, because you've got to remember that whether they've moved on as a client to another supplier, they were also once your client and made up the DNA of your business to be what it is today. So yeah, I mean, it's something you have to get comfortable with, I think, in business, and have grow some thick skin around that, because people are loyal to their own needs, and it's just the way of the world.
For me, it's something that sort of, at the time, I think when you initially told me, I didn't really get it.
Yeah.
Right? And now I can say, like 6 years, 7 years down the road,
Yeah.
I get it. You know? And I think for me, it's one of those things where it may not even be deliberate from that person, that client, customer.
No, yeah.
I think it's more around, actually, sometimes you just, like, there's only so much value you can add to that customer, client, etc. You know?
Absolutely. And people have personal lives, and it's well, you know, it's easy to say, you know, don't involve your personal in your work life, but it's a very difficult thing to do as well. So sometimes we do forget that people might have stuff going on in their own lives. People move on, and all of a sudden a new person comes into that role in the company and doesn't see your business to be as valuable as the previous person. So there are elements of that as well.
Yeah.
But I think I've always found there's no use keeping hatred and negativity about somebody moving on. I think you've got to accept that and look and think, you know, how can I learn from this, and how can I get better from this? And there was times that, you know, clients left us on a very bad note, completely unexpected. Some that didn't even pay, you know, the thousands of pounds they racked up in accounts, not to mention any names. And, you know, that didn't mean that we were not going to look at what we could have done better as a company. So I think it always starts with what's going on at home before you look anywhere else.
Yeah. Do you think, because I've been fortunate enough to be in business and grow and scale and adapt and be in a position where I think there's always some people who are saying, like, there's something going on in the economy or COVID or et cetera, et cetera. I mean, is it a mindset thing as an entrepreneur, as an owner? Because I've always been of the mind of, like, yes, there's stuff going on, but actually your output can then fix your, like if it's a revenue problem, then there's a solution for it. If it's a marketing problem, you can fix it. You know, it's down to you to fix it, regardless of, like, the economy's in bad shape. You know, a lot of people have said to me, like, the creative space is challenging right now, you know, in comparison to maybe when, like, COVID was really good, for example, where there was loads of money floating around. But it's like, actually, I think for me, you've got to focus on what you're doing. And I think that's the key. But I mean, in your experience, have you, is it kind of a catch-all kind of, oh, they're just saying it because, oh, the economy's hard, or as maybe as an excuse?
Look, I mean, there's no doubt the economy is very different to pre-COVID. But then it's also very different to 2009, when there was a huge crash, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's just a constantly sort of evolving, you know, situation. Yes, I do believe it's very difficult now to do business, no matter what field you're in. But there are some fields which feel legislation change particularly, you know, they feel it a lot more. than some businesses. But I think you're right to say you can navigate through anything with a very positive mindset. And I think if you fold as a business, but you've given it your absolute everything, you'll sleep peacefully at night. And that's for me personally, and I felt that in a situation. I mean, 2023 to 2024 financial year was our worst performing year as a business, and it was also the year that we rebranded. And there was a lot of sleepless nights there because revenue was, rock bottom. We'd employed people that year, doubled our workforce because we were looking to go, north, and ended up going south as a business. And naturally along that is a lot of doubt because you think, should I have employed these 6 people? Should I have done this? Should I have done that? And it's easy to say in hindsight that I shouldn't have worried then, but you generally do worry at that point. So I think it's a mindset and how you navigate. And the thing that got me through was just mindset. I think I am just so resilient, like, to anything. I think right now in my life, where I'm just like.
Do you think that comes from your years of experience in business and knowing that actually sometimes you've just got to, what I would call, grunt it or push through it to you just figure it out?
I think it's both of those elements, but I think for me the biggest thing is upbringing. My dad was a very resilient character, hugely resilient. Sorry, not was, is still he's still there. He's an extremely resilient character, and a completely uneducated man, which I must add to this story as well. So to see him, as a migrant in this country with little to no education, he still doesn't speak English fluently. And it was like, this guy struggled, and he struggled so much, but he made it. He made it in his career and in his life. And it was like a lot of that played on my head at that point. And I don't think those things sit well with you, or you don't draw on those things sometimes in life. But when it really matters, those things will come in, and you'll know what your metal's like at that point as well, and how strong you are.
Do you think that was like a key in respect to like how well you've now done, like that, having that upbringing and having that, I guess, those values or what could be described as the correct values being installed into you? Even if it was like an information sponge point, like you as a kid 100%. Just taking that information, sort of saying, well, this is the upbringing I had.
I mean, 100%. But the thing is, I think I didn't realize that till I was about 35. So there's no like one fit solution to this. It's just when it's going to hit you, and it hit me a couple of years back. The big change came from COVID. To be honest, COVID was a blessing for us as a company. I mean, and that's not because we made money off unfortunate situations, but it gave me an opportunity to come out of the operation and be like, pause, because it's not something we could have done the way we were going at that time. We were climbing as a business. There was no structure, there was nothing, and it was just like, this is going to be a massive train crash one day. And COVID came and just put the brakes on everything, and it allowed us to restructure. So when we came out of COVID, I'd say that's my real journey in business started then. Because all of a sudden now I'm responsible for totally different things. Because now I'm actually acting like a director. I'm not now, stuck in the operation. And there were so many things that were falling off the side. So it was about coming in, containing that, and then restructuring the business through that. And then certainly obviously the rebrand came behind it. There is that, and obviously the resilience side. For me, I learned that from my dad, and I have huge admiration for the man. And that's to say, I rub shoulders with a lot of businessmen, but I take my dad's advice very seriously in life. I always have, but I don't think you as a child or as an adolescent at the time, will particularly understand that. But if you're exposed to that environment, and I think it does rub off on you at some point. And for me, you know, I want to be like him.
Yeah.
Like I look at him and I think, you know, just the way he stands and acts and stuff, right? So huge influence on my life. Yeah.
Do you think it's changed how you show up as a leader, as a, or even in your marketing maybe as well? Like that core, like you want to in some ways make him proud first, is what I'm sort of hearing from you. Would you say?
I think I don't really think in that way, to be honest. Like for me, it's not about making other people proud. Like I think as long as you know you're on the right journey, I think honesty is very important in business. And I sleep very well at night, no matter what the situation is on the day. Everybody knows me, knows that once this guy is out, he's out for the night. So, and I think a lot of that comes from your ethos, and there are many shortcuts you can take, or there is the difficult untraveled routes that you can follow as well, or create yourself along the way. And I think I'm more sort of on that journey of testing my limits and also just not stressing out, you know, along the way. And there are times where you obviously get stressed within business, right? But I think as a director, you've always got to have that sort of facade where everything's okay. And sometimes it's not, but you need to have that because you know you need to always give your staff and your company the assurance that you've got it under control, because the buck does stop with you, the director.
To install that confidence into the team?
I'd like to think they're confident without that, but I think what's your problem as a businessman should not rub off onto your team, because it's for you to deal with and put those things right. And I'd like to think we've created enough leaders now within our organisation that those sort of mistakes won't be repeated again. But that, again, is no one's fault. That's your responsibility as an owner or a managing director of a company.
As I said, do you think people struggle with taking accountability for themselves? Like when things go wrong in business or when things go wrong, like they're more likely to go, oh, it's your fault, rather than it's my fault and it's what I could have done better.
I think it's an easier route these days. And society kind of allows you to get away with that now. Do you know what I mean? But I think in your heart of hearts, you always know when you could have done something better. And I'm that kind of person where even if something has 0% my fault within it, I'd be thinking, what could I have done better? Or what could I have done to negate this issue? Is there anything
Do you think
I
that
could have
what
done?
makes you stand out though? Because if you're going to say the culture of maybe the country or like the and on average it's externally. Surely the unique advantage could be, actually it's my fault. How can I do it better? What can I do?
I think any great leader, you know, let's go back. I don't consider myself great in any sort of way, or I don't think I stand out in any sort of way there. But one thing I've noted is like great leaders, whether they're, you know, businessmen, politicians, war generals, whatever, there's a lot of accountability. There's a lot of responsibility they take. And I don't think you can really take responsibility unless you hold yourself accountable. I know that might not make sense, but in my head it does. So I think
that's really true, and I think that you have to take a self accountability to what goes wrong, right? Like I've spoken in content quite a lot about last year was really hard, economically, business wise, etc. Now I could have go down the approach of, well, it was a harder year and it was financially this and there was political uncertainty and this and this and this, or I could say, well, what am I doing?
Yeah,
right.
Exactly.
Like, how am I showing up? How am I leading with value?
Yeah.
Am I leading in the right way? What's my office structure like? What's my business structure like? And then what I did was actually go, okay, right, so clearly something isn't working. Right, so let's go back to basics. Let's restart everything. Let's replan the business model. Let's replan marketing. Let's replan everything. And then, funnily enough, when I executed on those things changed. My results changed.
Yeah.
You know, so I think for me, especially something that you can't overly control, right? Like who's in the government, what the government policy is, etc., etc. That's why you should focus on you. That's why you should focus on what you're doing and what your key is, I guess, in some ways. But what do you think's missing in marketing right now that people maybe don't look at, or like either what you're doing specifically or maybe what you're seeing as like potential opportunities?
What I've seen, because we engaged with a lot of marketing companies before we decided to go with the one we did, it was just like how bad the quality of stuff is out there. And I don't know whether it's just that people settle for, whatever's kind of fed to them, or don't challenge back enough on things. And for us, I was like, no, I don't want to look like a Pret or a Starbucks, because those things are fucking done. Like, I don't want to be that brand. No, I don't care how they're presenting their material. It makes no sense to what we do. And, the comeback from some of the marketing companies was, oh, yeah, but, you're operating in a different domain. Yeah, we're operating in the aviation domain. It's a huge domain to this country. I mean, you saw what happened when aviation shut down with the ash cloud. Yeah. I said, we're operating in a very high marketable area. But I don't need to be another one of these brands. So there's this whole, I think in marketing, they've kind of got these slots in their head. Where, oh, okay, you're in hospitality, so let's just follow the footprint of this company. You're in travel, let's follow the footprint of this. No, it needs to be personal to you as a company. And I think no matter what size you are, I think you've got to have that arrogance, and you've got to have that strength and be like, no, this is shit. I'm sorry. Yes, you might be saying to me this is going to cost me £5,000 a month, but I do not value this at £5,000 a month. Like, this content is shit. And it was until we took that stance, we were able to filter out the companies that we actually wanted to work with. And it ended up actually being a company that had absolutely minimal experience in marketing, had a very strong presence in videography. They did some of our content. We sat down and said, we'd love the opportunity to market for you. And I was sold on the directors of that company. And I think that's a huge valuable lesson, that don't just go out into the market and think, I'll go to the marketing agency that does marketing for X, Y, and Z. No, that will not be the necessary fit for your company. You need to find the necessary fit for your company. So overall, I think it's a huge gap in the market there. If somebody's willing to come in a company and work personally with smaller businesses, I think it's a huge market, because everybody wants to catch the big fish. And big fish will potentially have the budgets just to pay and be like, yeah, the campaign didn't really work out. But as a small business, you can't really afford to do that. Every campaign has to work out. And whether you're small, whether you're a medium-sized business like we are, it has to work, because you're paying a lot of money for that to work. So, huge gap in the market. I think there aren't many companies that I would look at and think there's a good reputation there, even though they work with big brands, because they will just consider you a small fish and think that they can pull the wool over your eyes. And I think it's very important, no matter what size you are, that you're the captain of your ship. Yeah. No matter how small it is, how big it is, you've got to lead by example there. And if you have to have the loudest voice, then you've got to have that as well.
I'm glad you mentioned video, because I think sometimes people, they're overwhelmed by it, they're concerned by it. Yeah. They're like, well, I mean, why do you use it? Right, was the key, the question there. But I think there's so much that there's from my experience, there's psychology around oh my God, I sound like a dick on camera, or I don't like the sound of my voice, or this is how I look. But there's also then the tactics, or the tech side, right? Now, obviously, if we bring in a videographer, you don't need to worry too much about the tech side. But I still think you should, at some principle, you should understand it. I mean, why did you? Because you mentioned that you leaned into it. I mean, why did you lean into it?
I was obviously introduced to yourself into videography. I didn't have any. We know videos get made, but it wasn't something you ever gave, second thought to. For me, it was just kind of okay, I need to stop worrying about how I look or sound on camera. Just be genuine to who you are, what you're talking about. If it produces great content, it does. If it doesn't, whatever. it's not the end of the world. And obviously, it was a changing landscape at the time as well. I think all of a sudden, Instagram changed its algorithms, videos and reels, and all these new terms are coming out, and I'm like, what the hell's actually going on? And it was just something that came about. And for us, because we're hospitality and retail catering, imagery and videography is a huge aspect of what we do, as part of marketing as well. Of course, you can't just keep marketing with, let me take a picture of this. and just keep sticking on social media. It doesn't really work that way. So for us, it was like, okay, we need to open our horizons here and actually look at things that work, and just keep yourself open-minded in the process.
I think it's something that people should always try, and then like see what the data then tells you, right? In whatever the campaign is, whether you're doing short form, long form, etc., etc. But I think it would be important when talking about data to think about like AI, right? We're seeing an AI boom. Do you see it as like we're all maybe in trouble, or like some people, like you're very obviously service based in respect to what you do, so it might not be as relevant, but is there elements of AI in your business? Do you utilize it? Or have you gone the other way and said, actually, no, we're going to lean into the fact that we are doing it ourselves and we're not maybe using it as a utilizational tool? Because I see it as a tool that can be sharpened rather than it replacing you.
I mean, there were people in our team that were huge believers in AI. And there are elements of it that we use, no doubt. But I feel with what we do, if we invest too much into or rely too much on AI, I think it will stop your mind from working. And I think it's very important that you're engaged consistently.
From just a cognitive ability.
Cognitive ability. And I think you don't want to get into a situation where, you're relying on technology to tell you what to do, because then all of a sudden you're not problem solving yourself. Or, use it where you can, don't get me wrong, if you're stuck or whatever. But I just think that there are certain aspects of business, old school values that no matter, they've tested all elements of time and survived. So technology important, AI important, but I don't think it's do all and end all.
No, I think that's a really important reflection. I think it can be, and I'm using the analogy of you sharpen the knife and then use it, right? Because I think it's a tool, and we need to be careful with how we use this tool. But like for me, I'm also building habits around like doing more physical reading, right? Because I'm aware that if I use AI, my cognitive ability may become less. So I'm like, how can I actually increase my cognitive ability with effort and energy, right? And I think for me, that's the difference, and that's why I think like you can still be sharper. But were you always maybe looking at, like, because I think when we look at maybe the arbitrage, or maybe we're looking at for an advantage as a whole, were you always someone who maybe looked at technology and saw the opportunities it could give? Because I think sometimes people, they sort of put their defense mechanism up and go, no, that's not, we're not going to use it. We're not going to do that because it's scary and new.
You've got to use technology. It's not, I mean, a side story, but a family friend, I mean, he owns about 20 to 30 industrial units in West London. And he's a landlord on all 30, and he accumulates rent of all 30, is the managing agent of his own estate, charges his own service charges as well. So huge business. And in COVID, he had an issue where his bookkeeper caught pneumonia and was hospitalized. So he called me and said, I need some help with software and accounting. And I remember driving to his place thinking, there's just going to be so much advanced systems here because it's a huge business. So I don't really know what I'm going to be able to advise him on. When I got there, I was completely shocked that he had no accounting system, no software, and he was doing everything manually. To the point where he was even adding up sums on a piece of paper or his ledger, physical ledger. And I was like, and these are not small figures, 7,200, 9,229, and he's calculating all this on paper, and he's got this account running per he's got, a book per tenant running. And I'm like, shit. There's no way there can't be a mistake in this. Like, there is absolutely no way. So his first job for me was, I want to move all of this onto an accounting system.
Yeah.
And I looked at it and I thought, like, that is just madness. Like, it's absolute madness. And I remember setting up Xero for him. And I mean, I'm no Xero professional, right? We have a team that runs our accounts and stuff, but he wanted this to be a personal favor. So I remember shifting all of these physical ledgers onto an accounting software. and the sums were wrong by like thousands. So his first comment to me was, I need to recover this £62,000, which is owed to me in rent. When we actually shifted everything onto a ledger, the figure was about 225,000, which was owed to him. So it's like nearly 3 times what he thought was owed. And that was his change at the age of 62 towards technology, that I need to adapt. And that was the point where he was like, no, I
Was it an
can't.
eye-opener for him?
Sorry?
Was it an eye-opener?
I think it opened.
Like, how did he react?
I think it
when
opened everything that he had within him, because he was just like, he goes, I don't even know how many years I've been losing money for, which is the main thing. And he always had tenants, I said, and came to him like, you know, this rent figure is wrong. And he was like, no, he's adamant it's right. And I was like, an accounting system will put all that to bed. All of a sudden, the queries went down by like 90%. People stopped querying their bills because it was all automated. Each tax code was set. Every expense was set. And I mean, that was like, okay, there's also no time limit to when a person can wake up and see that they need to adapt to technology. And coincidentally, he got very ill last year himself. So he had his son come in and take over the business. And it was a very seamless handover because everything was sorted. So you could easily, you'd have to spend some time kind of understanding what's going on here. But it was handed over with something in place that you can just pick up and go with it.
Yeah.
Opposed to like, why is this or why is that or why is that? Everything was annotated. So yeah, look, you have to adapt. I don't think you can as a business. I mean, we didn't start using software till quite late into our life, business life as well. It was like 3 or 4 years in. We were creating invoices off Excel and that kind of stuff. And I was like, this can't be the way. And then slowly we've adapted to stuff. There are things that I think are really unnecessary in business as well. You don't need technology for absolutely everything. But yeah, basics like accounting and stock management, staff management, telematics on vehicles. You've got to have that. I mean, we had one of our drivers had a terrible crash last month, and the police wanted to know, what speeds were both vehicles travelling at, and we were able to prove that because we had the telematics. And the third party wasn't able to do that, which, favoured us as a business because we were able to prove that we were within, or our driver was within the speed limit.
Yeah.
Didn't harshly brake. So technology is a lifesaver in certain places, and you've got to have it for the basics of your business. Yeah.
You're specifically, obviously, a very niched business in
Yeah.
regards to the sector that you serve. Have you always been that way? And if so, was that a very conscious decision from day one to be like, I'm going to serve this?
Nope. Aviation just came about, to be honest. Well, I say it came about, but I kind of think you set your own destiny in some ways. We were so busy trying to survive as a company, but it was just like customer focus.
Yeah.
Make sure the customer gets everything they can from you, even if it means you're losing something. Just give your customer absolutely everything and make them feel special. And we do that till date. So in some ways, business is a funny thing because you can never say, I set out to do this and it happened. Because I think you've got to, like, a lot of things happen around it and you end up taking a different route. So, I mean, I discuss aviation a lot, but we work heavily with construction. We work heavily with tech companies as well. And we have a huge footfall in the city as well. And none of those things were ever targeted. Like, I don't think we actually knew what we wanted to do when we started business. We just knew we wanted to serve food and, have a business as such, right? So it was like, okay, how do we do that now? And I think along the way, your business will adapt. Things will come up. You'll see value. For us, it was about understanding our niche. And I don't think we understood our niche until post-COVID, which is scary because that was like 10 years into the business. 10 years, 7, 8, sorry, maybe 8 years into the business. But it was like, what is our niche? Our niche is not aviation.
Yeah.
Because there's a hell of a lot of companies that operate within that. Our niche is short lead times. You get hold of anybody at any time of the day or night. We will solve your problems. And if we don't, we will make sure we've done everything possible to try to solve that problem for you as a client. Now, there are some clients that have my number specifically, and they will only call me in situations because although I'm the director of the company and we have an amazing workforce, I've built that relationship with them personally when I was building the company out. And I can understand why they only want to come through to me. I totally get that. But my attitude towards them doesn't change irrespective of my position in the company. And we distill that like through our staff, completely distill it through our staff, that nobody's bigger than the company. We help a client in any given situation that we can. If we are closed for the day and something comes up for somebody, we will do everything we can to make sure that we solve that problem for them. And we've become that. I think that's been our niche. Our niche is we are problem solvers. And that's helped us like also recruit the right people. And people don't come to this company thinking, I'll just spend 9 to 5 behind a desk and I'm done. They're problem solvers. And we make sure they become problem solvers. And our retention rate's amazing. I mean, we've had one staff member leave in the last 2 years, which is incredible. It's absolutely incredible. I mean, there are obviously niggles. There are obviously things that, staff feels management can do better or management feels ownership can do better. But I think that's a healthy relationship and it's good to have that open dialogue. But it's so important to treat your staff well. And that doesn't mean just money or pay. I think just an attitude, sometimes just asking people how they are. Talking about the football or having a normal conversation makes people realise that actually you're a normal person yourself.
Yeah. I was going to say, I mean, I guess in a business your size, is there a level of all the directors are in today, kind of like, oh, it's really scary, and then if so, how do you either defuse that or lead with empathy to be like, hey, I'm a human too?
I think because I've never really come in like wanting to feel important. I think because I was working the fields, as you can say, when I first started. I've kept the same attitude now. If someone's a new starter or hasn't been around or hasn't got to know me because of the size of the business now, so they don't probably interact with me as much, they're put to ease by the older staff because they're like, this guy is actually really calm and really chill. Like, he'll come in and be like, let's order some pizza. Or did anybody watch the football or the cricket or whatever? I mean, it's like we have our company WhatsApp groups, and I was at the cricket, India-England, the other day, and I'm sending in the group chat, a photo of myself at cricket, but that helps people just feel like, I'm not intentionally doing that. I'm just doing that because I've always done these kind of things. And there are staff that say, they don't feel like sometimes that I'm the owner of this company just by how I act, how I am. I'm very relaxed. Mistakes are fine. I think we've always said that, look, it's fine to make a mistake, but don't let it become a repetitive mistake and we're not learning from. So it's that yin and yang. I think you've got to find the balance. For me, it's very hard to be serious with people, especially my day-to-day staff, because I think their life is serious enough without me having to add to it. Our work is serious enough without me having to add to it. So I try to, just be chill around them. If there's problems, I'll take that up with my higher management, and we will deal with it away from our team. But I think it's very important to have that balance as well.
Do you think, as a founder, as a director, as a leader, that maybe not you specifically, but people, those people in the question, leadership founders, they maybe have an ego problem, and if so, like, is that maybe their undoing sometimes? Like, they have a massive ego, they care about the car, they care about the house, they're keeping up with the Joneses, but they don't necessarily lead with maybe the correct, what I would describe at least as the correct values.
Yeah.
Do you think that has a strong impact as from a leader, from a founder, from a kind of how you show up for your staff, your employees, your higher management, etc.?
I think so. I mean, the people with, if you've got the nice car, the big house, you've made it in some elements in life, and that's amazing for you as a person. I'm really happy for people that are able to do that.
But do you think it comes from an insecurity sometimes?
From insecurity, did you
Like
say?
they're doing it. Like, I've got the car because I don't maybe love myself as much, or like I'm trying to fill a hole potentially in their own self.
I think everyone's trying to fill a hole in some way within themselves. I think we all have that. I mean, there isn't a perfect person out there.
No, of course.
Let's start with that. We all have our blemishes. End of the day, and there are things that we can always improve on. But I've been in business long enough to see both aspects. I've seen people that feel like they need to show their hard work or remind people how hard they've worked by showing possessions.
Yeah.
And they do that more for others opposed to themselves, which is sad. I think it's quite sad. And I don't mean that in a horrible way, but I genuinely think like I'd hate to be in that position myself as a person. Starting out younger, I was obviously the general perception around business. One day I'll have a really nice car, and I'll wear those clothes, and I'll wear, I'll buy this and I'll buy that. But I think once you're fully invested in your business, all those things would just not matter anymore. Like for me, it doesn't matter right now that I'm wearing discounted Next Aspadrilles, or I'm wearing a certain branded top. It matters nothing to me whatsoever. Because I think
more about the quality of the person then?
I think...
Or the quality of the founder, the quality of the leader?
It's like, what's your higher purpose? Like, you've got to think, that's what you've got to think of. And I think if your purpose goes beyond materials, you've got a bigger purpose in life. You're not thinking... I mean, I get absolutely no joy. I mean, I love my car. Don't get me wrong, I love sitting in my car. But if I get a phone call, the problems are still as bad as they would be on a bus or on a train.
Yeah.
So all of a sudden that materialistic thing matters in no way.
Yeah.
Right? So for me, I think it's like, you've got to be like, okay, why am I in this? But what am I about as well as a person? And people lose one of those two aspects somewhere along in the business. They either forget why they're doing what they're doing, or they'll forget who they are. And for me, I can't do that because I grew up eating dinner on the floor. I never sat on a dining table because traditionally my dad grew up, there was no dining tables, in his household in 1960, whatever it was, in India, because he was from a very poor background, post-partition of India, Pakistan. So they grew up sitting on floors and eating. So he distilled that in us. And there are times where we're just out and about and we're having a working lunch and I'll just sit on the curbside because I'm totally happy with that. Like, because I don't need to change as a person, I feel, to show my status or to show who I am. Like, for me, I'm another person in this world.
Do you think by having that level of humility, that like humbleness, will keep you, I guess, in some ways empathetic or like connected with every layer of your company in respect to management and the people and the staff and gives you more, I guess, humanity in respect to how you lead?
Absolutely. Because you'll be a human before you're anything else. A human that actually feels other people's pain and their situations, opposed to just your own consistently. Yeah. But it's very important for your personal life as well. Because, I've got 2 young kids. I was at sports day yesterday with them, and my he's just four now. And he's starting school in September. So yesterday was his sports day and today's his last day at school. And the parents were all sitting together and we're talking about schools, and we talked about, where he's going to be schooling and where they're going to be schooling. And it was just like an amazing conversation because no one's judging everyone because everyone's on the same footing at this moment in time.
Yeah.
But you start to get a feel as life goes on, as you grow older, that it becomes, who's going to the independent school? Who's going to the state school? Oh no, they must have so much money because his or her son's going to the independent, or his or her daughter's going to the independent school. But it matters nothing if you as a person still have humility, I think. And it doesn't matter whether you're sending your kids to a certain aspect or spending X amount on yourself. It's how you are as a person, how you treat people. I think it's hugely important, and even more so when you know that the person you are treating well can't give you as much value back as you can give them. I think that's a huge aspect of of you as a character.
Yeah. I think also it's a pay it forward mentality to an extent, right? Like I think what you output will also reflect back on you in 3 months, 6 months, 12 months, etc.
At some point, it will definitely reflect back on you.
Whether you believe in karma, whether etc. Right? Whether maybe don't go about our belief system, but like whatever your belief system is, there's always a crossover there. And I think, especially when we go back to business, I think that's true in marketing as well.
Yeah.
Right. A lot of the work I'm doing at the moment is actually how can I scale out what I'm doing and then build systems so that it allows me to be more present for clients. So then in turn I can do a better job, which in turn means then when I take on new clients, I can ensure that the quality is the same, right? And actually, I think partly because I will say no to certain projects or certain clients or certain things. Do you look at that when you potentially look at a client or working with a customer, etc.? Do you say no sometimes? And if so, where does that mindset come from to be able to have the humility, I guess, or the confidence to say, actually, no, you're not the right fit for us?
I think as a leader, you're responsible for a lot within your organization. And I think you realize that the more you grow as a business. It's something which is easy enough to ignore if you're stagnant or if you're growing through, the growing pains, right? And it's a very painful area when you're growing as a business. And I mean, by no means is Anand a multinational business, but I feel the pain of it every day when we grow. And majority of the time it's financial pain, because the bigger you become, the more restraints you get on your cash flow. And there's times you're thinking, I just want to be small again. I just want to be that business that everything was done on account, payment on receipt or whatever, right? But all of a sudden now we've got payment terms. There's clients that rack up huge bills, but we know we're not going to get the money for 60 days or 30 days. And, there's clients there was a client that came in, and we're absolutely wonderful with each other now, but they started and they said, we won't pay you for 90 days, but we'll give you this much business. And everybody was like, oh, it's an amazing deal to be done. And it was somebody from our team, actually, because when I consulted him, and he said, there's absolutely no point to take this business on, because if this client's going to be giving us £150,000 a month, we won't have that for 90 days. So all of a sudden we would have racked up something like $500,000 in 3 months. Or this business would have racked up $500,000 with us and that's a huge risk, because we only get paid 150,000 out of that 450 after 3 months. Yeah. And then it becomes that again. And then it becomes that again. And if that goes down tomorrow, we're going to be losing $500,000 as a business. And that's not just the revenue, there's the cost that comes with it as well. Yeah,
because you have to pay out the cost anyway. And I think sometimes when people look at business, they maybe don't appreciate it, right? They'll see them with the nice car, they'll see them with the new studio, whatever it is. But I look at it and go, oh, that's a lot of money. Yes. My God, that's a lot of costs. Yeah, of course. Right? And I think it's how, I guess in some ways we develop as people to stomach those costs as leaders.
Definitely. And I think Carlton, it's got to be your attitude as well. Yeah. I think you've got to, I do not think that there is a company in the world, I do not think there's a single company in the world that should ever come to you and try to take advantage of the size of your business. Yeah. Or play on the vulnerabilities. But unfortunately they do, because that's the way the world works. And that's where I think you've got to show your mettle. Like, how much do you value yourself as a business? How much do you value your services as a business? But be able to back that up with quality as well, which is a fine line, right? And that doesn't necessarily mean you've got to have the best product in the market, but absolutely deliver on everything that you say you're going to deliver on. If it costs you to deliver on it, you deliver on it irrespective. You don't just shortcut and then leave yourself exposed in the market for having a bad reputation. But I think it's self-belief. But I know that doesn't come when there's no income or little income, because only self-doubt's there at that point. But my last 2 years in particular in business have taught me, got to value yourself. Yeah. And that doesn't mean you go and shit on people's parade, or you go and mistreat clients, or if somebody comes in trying to bargain with you that you mistreat them. You've got to hold your firm in a polite way, but you've got to know what your business is about, and you've got to know where you're strong and where you're weak, and you've got to be able to make the right decisions. And sometimes the first decision is not always the best decision.
Yeah.
But leave the ball open where you're still able to have dialogue with clients. There's times where we made, mistakes. We've misjudged, and we wouldn't be human if we didn't. But it's how do you react to that?
Yeah.
How do you go back and manage that? How do you have the humility to say, we got this wrong, but still be able to have that relationship with your client?
I think as well, and I had a very fortunate conversation a couple of weeks ago about this, and it was like we just worked with a brand new client, and one of the things they said to me about why they chose us or me, however you want to perceive it, is that because I was the most expensive out of the ones they were talking about, and for like maybe a newcomer or etc., that sounds weird, right? Because it's like, why would you win the work but you're the most expensive? And I think from what they told me, it sounded like it was like, well, I've got the gonads, I've got the balls, or whatever you want to call it, I've got the confidence to say, no, this is how much this is what I'm going to commit to price wise, but then also I'm going to follow it up with the value that I'm going to lead with as well.
Huge.
Do you think sometimes people get really challenged on price?
Always. You're always going to be challenged on price.
And then how do you deal with that? I guess with the conversation, like, is there certain scenarios where you're like, no, we're going to maybe negotiate by this much, but our final price is non-negotiable here?
I think there's two ways to do it. I mean, I've been on the opposite end of that spectrum where I've bargained just for the sake of taking on the business, and I've negotiated myself into positions that are like the least favourable in the end. But it's easier said than done as well. But I think you've got to know your costs, know where you sit, know what you're trying to achieve out of that deal, because sometimes you take on a deal with the hope that it's going to lead to bigger and better things, which is fine if you know your market. And that doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to happen in that way, but it's a calculated risk.
Do you think sometimes you have to take something that's maybe not ideal client, if it is just I need to make this money? Or would you still say no?
For us, I don't think we really have that, because we're quite niche in what we do. So everyone that comes to us generally needs us, or we need them in some aspects as well. But there are, you won't know until you start working with someone, I always say. And the ones that you think are going to be troublesome end up actually being the better clients. And the ones that you think, because they're a big brand, sometimes extracting money can be an absolute pain, which is why relationships are very important. And you've got to go above and beyond. A business deal is not just, here's my service, I've provided it, here's my invoice, you pay it, thank you very much. It's all the stuff in between, the dialogue, the things that you don't cost. It's impossible to cost a project, you know that. Yeah. To the T. You can't do that. Because we never add our own time into that, really, if you think about it, as a business. And even if you add your own time as a calculation, they'll still be like, oh shit, I'm still spending too much time on this business. But it depends what your end goal is. If your end goal is like, I just want to be done with this client, get their money, and I don't care whether they contact me again, then that's a very different mindset. Or if you want to always leave you never know when a client might need you, that's a very different mindset as well.
I think
when you've done 30 years, you're really invested. You're really embedded in the business. The risk that you face when you've been loyal to a company for that long.
I've always been of the view that content will work, email marketing will work, networking will work, going to a trade show will work, but only if you do one.
That business gave me a solid foundation. I understood the basics of most areas of business. I experienced working with logistics, with marketing, with operations.
I look at how many views did I gain between 4 weeks ago and now.
Don't get me wrong, we've done that loads. Email marketing was one for us.
I can focus on three main things. The podcast, client delivery, and the event. Yeah. That's it.
I think AI is the assistant and we're the leaders of that.
Hello, my friends. Welcome to a brand new episode of the podcast, this time in London. Today we're going to be with Michelle from, I guess it's from Eden now, but it was, as you'll find out briefly, from I'm going to go with corporation that no longer exists.
Sadly so, yes.
So,
no longer on the high street.
It kind of does, but not in the same way.
It exists under another name, yes.
Should we stop being elusive and should
We should definitely stop being elusive. It's WH Smith's. For those of you that didn't guess, it's WH Smith's, yes.
I'll start here. How did it feel? Because obviously you were correct me if I'm wrong, but you were a regional manager.
Yeah, so I looked after the north of the country for WH Smith's, yeah. I was with them for 30 years, so I grew from being a Saturday girl on the till to that position of looking after all the stores in the north. But yeah, at the point I finished, I looked after about 304 stores in the north.
And what made you make the leap? Did you transition out? Because I think when you're in a position like that, maybe the money's good, or was it just like, oh my God, not this again. I hate the inside of my car.
I don't know really, because I think when you've done 30 years, you're really invested. You're really embedded in the business. You are earning really good money. And you're super comfortable. And the reason you're comfortable, and this to me is the sort of the risk that you face when you've been loyal to a company for that long, you've kind of got into the zone of corporate muscle memory. So I didn't really have to think that much anymore.
Yeah.
So I was earning a good wage. I was doing a job that I liked for a company I was really invested in. But ultimately, I'd kind of lost the ability to be myself. The company had changed. I'd changed. And it was just time, I think, to find something that was me.
I guess there's a natural kind of, sometimes there's maybe a disconnect. Like you were who you were then, you grew 30 years and then you wanted to go this way, but they wanted to either downscale or go that way.
I don't know if it was a case of they wanted to go this way and I wanted to go that way. Because in all honesty, I could probably have done another 20 years for them. Because genuinely, I was really embedded in the business and I loved it. I loved the people. You literally know everybody when you've done 30 years. You know every store, you've been to every place. But I just sensed that it wasn't going to be right for me in the future. I think you just get a knowledge of, I've got all this experience, I'm getting my own mind, my own voice more, and that needs to be somewhere else for it to develop and grow. Yeah. It's not going to develop and grow here. Or I can stay and carry on doing what I've always done for another 20 years.
So was it, I guess, in some ways a personal development shift for you? Because we were talking just while we were setting up about, the difference that you now have with where you are with Eden.
Yeah, I didn't know it at the time. I honestly didn't know it at the time. So it was a leap of faith moment, really. And then the weird thing for me was COVID literally happened on the Friday of the week that I left. So I gardened for about 12 months. So in that period, I really did start to think, well, what's going to work for me now? And do you know what? It is not an easy thing. I now see people going through that same process of leaving something really big and corporate that they know well and then trying to find their way. It's difficult.
Do you think that it comes with because we were talking before we started that I'm going to find it very hard to go into corporate now because I've got the freedom of self-employed. I guess you could say I know what works marketing wise, especially right now.
Yeah.
And I would have to fit perfectly into a team culture wise for it to work.
It would depend what you'd want that for. For me, that business gave me a solid foundation. I understood the basics of most areas of business. I experienced working with logistics, with marketing, with operations. It taught me to be resilient. They were a company that was adaptable. They survived on the high street. So it did give me an understanding of how you support a business to survive, to protect its people, to protect the brand, etc. But yeah, on the other side of it, the thing that you're talking about, having your own voice, that freedom to shape a culture, shape a business, shape the dynamics of what the team are doing. For me, that didn't exist in that type of business because I think they have to have really clear communication, real clear clarity of message. Yeah. And if you're someone who wants to divert or disrupt that can be very
regardless
difficult.
Of maybe how good the idea is.
Regardless of how good
because
the idea is.
Because it is a triangle in that respect. You have to follow the top. And I always found I was always in a box.
I think so. And as well, and you can have, and also it's the ability to push that idea through, because some ideas do make it through. But what do they say? It's like steering an oil tanker, not a speedboat.
Yeah.
So it's the perseverance, it's that just ability to doggedly slog through with that idea till somebody says, yeah, we can make that work, and you get people behind you. But you learn so much from that. So I could see you going into corporate and learning a ton of stuff. But because I know you, I can't imagine you there, because you're more entrepreneurial.
Yeah.
You shape things, you do things that you believe are right, not what people tell you is the right thing to do. So Smiths was all about just execute, and deliver. Whereas now I get to shape and change and mould and mentor and support elements of that in a business like WH Smiths, but now with a lot more heart and my own voice behind it.
Do you think, I mean, obviously, for those who don't know, you've moved into Chief Strategy Officer. This is the first time I've heard of it. I mean, in a nutshell, what is that? What is it? What does actually your day-to-day look like and feel like?
I guess it's about, ultimately, it's having the long-term plan and strategy for that business, so the growth plan. So looking at quick wins, middle term, long term. So saying, where is Eden as a business going? But then from that, understanding, I guess, some of the fundamental change. So what are the operational and robust things we need to put in place to get it there?
Yeah.
But also having the freedom to be inventive, to work with the team, to generate ideas. So I would say I'm the person who knows the long term, but I'm also the person that wants to generate all the bits in between that move us in that direction. And some of it is quite simple. Some of it is really quite complex. It's about building teams. It's about building roles and responsibilities and processes. Yeah. But then it's about looking at innovation, deciding what we want to do, NPD, all the fun side. And I think for somewhere like Eden, Chief Strategy Officer is because we want to scale up and grow the business, but we don't fundamentally, well, I don't believe fundamentally we can lose the heart of what Eden is. Yeah. It started in somebody's house with the founder and his partner and a couple of people working for him. And it's grown now into its own HQ, its own warehousing, employing 26 people. There are loyal customers who've been with that brand for that whole 12 years. So we've got to scale it up because we want more people to join the organisation and more customers to experience the brand. But we don't want to lose the heart of what Eden's all about. And I think it's my job to make the scale up happen, but make sure Eden remains Eden.
Do you think it's difficult? Because by proxy of scale, you have to somehow, like I'm in this, as we were discussing before, I'm in this struggle at the moment where actually things have gone like a lot better than planned. Happy days. Which is brilliant. Right, great place to be, grateful place to be. But it's also like a legitimate issue in the respect to actually now I've got to like, how do I duplicate myself? Because that's potentially the position I'm in, especially when it comes to like continuing the next step now, which is actually continuing with what I feel is working. But sort of, I guess, because I'll never be able to replace me sat here in front of a camera. No. Right? I can outsource everything else, but the only bit I'll never be able to, especially if a client is very tied to, I want Colton on the production, I want Colton on the marketing, etc. It's going to be difficult. I mean, did the team at Eden find that as well? I think because obviously you sell a product, right? But the essence is still there.
Yeah. I mean, ultimately our main product, it's dog food. I mean, that's what we produce and sell, premium quality dog food. I think when I came in to that business, it was difficult because it was change. It was somebody saying, what you've done till now has been brilliant because you have organically grown this business with people from the local area, not experts, just people with a passion for pets, a passion for the brand. And then I had to come in and say, that's absolutely brilliant, but we need some roles, some responsibilities, some routines, some best practices. We need to get back to basics. We need the foundations. And that was the change people found difficult. So that freedom to just almost do whatever you want, whenever you want, had to be pulled in for a while we established some core basics. But once we'd done that, once we'd got the right people in the right place doing the right things, once we operationally were robust, when we'd done our risk management piece that said what are those critical points of failure that sit within this business, then people could see, oh, actually, I can still operate the way I did before with freedom and creativity and innovation, but there's more support underneath. Things don't crash off a cliff. Actually, the structure's there now for us all to be able to do the things that we're really fundamentally good at, which is connection with the customer, the love of pets, the love of the brand, getting out, word of mouth, spreading the word of Eden, knowing that the business is fundamentally running well.
Yeah.
Whereas before, the business could have been struggling and we wouldn't necessarily have seen it. So we wouldn't have been able to make the changes we required to keep the business in a good place and on track.
Yeah. Do you think there's you, with your role, I think you'll look at maybe like the overarching strategic side of marketing.
Yeah.
But what are people missing right now in marketing, would you say? Because there's a
I
lot of
think
buzz
some-
around
yeah.
people saying like, oh, there's you can't get in, you can't have a podcast, you can't, you know?
I think sometimes maybe it's not what are they missing, but it's have they sat and thought about the brand and their audience and what they want to achieve? Or are they just trying to follow trends and what people tell them they should be doing? So I think everything from your TikTok through to email marketing, etc., is all valuable and valid. But it is up to the business to understand, is that right for them? And maybe it's not right for me today, but it might be right for me in a month's time.
Yeah.
Or maybe something I've always done, I'm going to stop doing so much of that now because I want to change. So I think you have to consider everything in the marketing sphere, but it doesn't mean you should do everything. Because if you do it without authenticity, I've seen many TikToks where I just think I could literally crawl under a rock with embarrassment. Now, I'm sure some of that actually works sometimes. But if you're just doing it because you think you have to, I don't think it works.
I think for me that's really true. And I mean, I guess the follow-on question was going to be around like the shiny thing syndrome. So to give you some context, I was out on a run yesterday.
Yes.
And I was like, hey, I should have like a teaching platform and it should be on a subscription base. I was like, no, Colton, that's a good idea, but no, because I'm focused on like two main things right now for the next, like probably to the end of the year, more likely, which is the podcast, right? And then the event, right? That I alluded to before we started. And the event's in September. So the reality will be like after September, I'll just be planning the next one and continuing with the podcast.
Yes.
Do you think people run into a challenge when it comes to like, they get some momentum with something and then they go, oh yeah, but this shiny thing over here is really cool.
Yeah, and it's and also if you're looking at your competition quite heavily, if you're looking at the marketplace and seeing what people are doing, you don't know if what they're doing is actually successful. But internally, you go, they're doing that. It looks great. I mean, of course it looks great because they make it look great.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean it works. It doesn't mean it's successful. But it's so true to say you can just be pulled off. I mean, I say to my team, I know it's a really old analogy of all of us pushing the boulder up the hill. If we all run off in different directions, we're going nowhere and probably going to get squashed.
Yeah, who's going to get squished?
Who's going to get squished? And that's what I say. Look, we've got some key pillars. Let's stay focused on that. Let's consider the opportunities, but don't run off and do it and just leave this hanging over here. And don't get me wrong, we've done that loads. I mean, email marketing was one for us. We wanted to do it. We should have been doing it. We kept running off and doing shows and events and sparkly fun things, never actually nailing some of the fundamentals, because it's more appealing, isn't it, to go to Crufts and meet dogs.
Do you think there's a level of ego that comes from that? Like either from a founder or from a team?
I don't know whether it's ego or it's what personally turns you on, what your own drive is, what do you fundamentally want to do? People do gravitate towards the things that do it for them, don't they?
Yeah. I mean, I've always been of the view that like, so for example, content will work, email marketing will work, networking will work, going to a trade show will work, but only if you do one.
Okay.
In my view, right? From what I've found personally.
Yeah,
when I've
interesting.
really focused in just depth on how do I make the podcast as best as it possibly can,
Yeah.
from a viewer's experience point of view. That might be how it looks, how it sounds, how I come across. Can I outsource it? I've got a balance, so because it doesn't directly make me money, but actually the marketing collateral that I get from it will make me money. Okay, cool. So then it becomes a game of we're keeping those costs and balancing those costs, sure, but actually how can I focus on the viewer experience?
Yes.
And then when I look at maybe something like the event, it's like, okay, how can I make this client experience incredible for the people coming, even if there's only 5 people in the first event, right?
Yeah.
And I think sometimes we get, and that's why I mentioned ego, because I think sometimes we go, but I'm only going to sell 5 tickets. It might be the possibility that I sell 20 tickets or 30 tickets, but like, what if I only sell 2?
I get that. And it's interesting, isn't it? The business that yourself is in with you, and obviously you're looking to scale up and maybe employ, etc. Whereas now I'm sat with a team of 26, and so we've got the opportunity to do so much more.
Yeah.
But again, it is that decision on what's really valuable. I mean, and you just touched on something actually that I thought was really interesting. Doing things really well, making sure that the experience for the customer is, well, I mean, we were in a whole cycle of wanting to be perfect and never actually doing. So we had 20 things we should have been doing. So we were going to a show, we were doing email marketing, we're creating a newsletter for B2B, but actually all of those things had to be, to us, absolutely flawless.
Yeah.
And we were not delivering anything. So now I'm in the world of accept 80% sometimes, but execute and get it out there for the customer and do it consistently. Because I think sometimes, and maybe it is a bit of ego, you want to look at a piece of work you've done or something that you've done that the customers see and comment on. And when you're getting all the praise and, oh, that's so beautiful and that looks amazing and your brand is absolutely, but you've achieved very little, it's not really worth anything.
Yeah.
All that praise and adulation about something when you could have delivered on 20 things but done them at 80%.
No, I completely agree. And there's a very quick psychology study. I've done longer videos on it, but like just a very quick synopsis here. There was 2 groups. Sometimes it's pottery, sometimes it's painting, sometimes it's sculpturing, etc. The lecturer says one half can only create one piece across a window of time. Sometimes it's 2 weeks, sometimes it's a month. And the other half can create as many pieces as they like, whatever the metric is, so pottery, painting, etc. And the result of the study was that the group that could repeatedly create something had a better piece objectively than the group that had only that window of time to create the one thing.
Completely agree.
And that's where done better than perfect is better.
Yes.
And when I say I'm looking at, like, I think it's a focus point for me on how can I create the journey or the viewer's experience or the customer's experience or the client's experience as a whole to be better across a year, not per episode, not per event, not, it's the overarching strategy. So I don't look at this reel got 1,000 views. I look at how many views did I gain between 4 weeks ago and now, right? That's the metric I track, not what when I go into what's working. Sure, I'll look at specific videos, but on average I won't. I just focus on the output and then focus on how can I build each one to be 1% better than the one before.
Yeah, and I think we do similar. I would say we start to look at consistency of communication. Are we building a community? Do people feel like we're engaged with them and so that they're engaged with us? So it's a similar sort of metric but in a different way, because if you're brilliant once, those people soon just disappear. But if you're constantly there talking to people, engaging with them, they're able, you're responding to them, then over time that just builds into we call it a community. We're trying to create a community. And we're always trying to draw people in to that community. So the end result is growth.
But I think we sometimes get into the world of we need it all to happen in one day, 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, 10 days, etc.
That's me sometimes.
But actually in reality, if we just focused on, I can't remember the exact quote, but something along the lines of, we underestimate what we can do in a week, but we completely over-egg what we can do what we can over-egg in a week, but what we can do in a year is really underrepresented mostly. And I think for me, actually focusing on that 1% is what that matters overall.
Yeah,
Because then you're building that compounding effect. You're pushing the snowball down the hill a little bit faster, a little bit faster, a little bit faster, a little bit faster.
yeah. And also, I think people can understand more. So if you are constantly jumping from one thing to another, your team just cannot grasp where we're going. They can't grasp the brand. What is the message? What is the strategy? So that continued delivery, that momentum that builds, you onboard the team. And by onboarding the team, you onboard the customer. And particularly in our business, because we've got customers and consumers. So the dog's the consumer. It's the dog we're trying to get to, but it's via that customer. And so it's almost like the baby food world, isn't it?
Yeah.
The baby's eating the food, but the parent's choosing which of the brands to buy. Same in our world. The dog's eating the food, the customer's choosing. A lot of that comes through trust. So that consistency, that slow momentum, is people don't trust people that flip from one thing to another, and they cannot understand what they're doing, and they can't see the message. So that repetitive, consistent approach. Oh, right, I know what Eden's about. I can see what the team's about. And because we're so accessible as well, a team of 26, we're all working in Stoke-on-Trent. You speak to one person, that understanding of the brand, you'll speak to the next person, you'll get that same message, you'll get that same education piece. So people start to think, this business knows what they're doing. And I think that's the same for yourself. When I see you online, when I see you doing what you're doing, I think that guy knows what he's doing.
I also think it removes the pressure of being perfect every time, like building off the like done is better than perfect thing.
Yeah.
Because as long as I'm authentic to me, then it doesn't necessarily, you know what I mean? It doesn't matter in the same way, because I'm not like, oh no, that's not, as long as it's on brand and on piece and still me, then I'm like, actually, that's cool, you know? But talking about that to its extent, I mean, we're in a world where AI's like risen, right? Are we all going to lose our jobs?
No, we're definitely not going to lose
Is it all doomed?
I think AI is the assistant and we're the leaders of that. And so you can use AI fundamentally to change your business. You can use it for insights, you can use it for planning, you can use it for content support, but ultimately it's the assistant to the business. It's not the business creative, it's not the founder. You know, the people are the heart of your business, but you can deliver fabulously elevated results if you work out how to use it in the right way. So no, it's not scary. And I did something funny at work the other day to show the team not to be fearful. It was just something really small. I took a picture we'd taken and I said to AI, you know, give this picture some movement. And it did this crazy thing. I mean, we're pirouetting around the stage on this picture. I think one of us had claws for hands or something ludicrous. But then I gave it real instruction, my voice and the heart of the brand, and explained what I wanted. What it created was amazing. But it needed that voice, that human voice, that human interaction, that brand understanding. So we shouldn't be afraid.
I've used the analogy recently of you need to sharpen the knife before you use it.
Very good,
you know, in the same way with AI, you need to teach it what you want it to do and not just write me a social media prompt, enter, right? It's about actually understanding it as a tool and not just seeing it as a fix-all, right?
It's the company assistant. It's like your PA. It's part of the business. It's part of your business. It's a tool of the business. But it hasn't become the business. And I would hope some of the more routine tasks that it will support people then to be able to drive more creativity and innovation because they've got the capacity and the space to do that. You know what business is like. Sometimes it's incredibly busy, just getting tasks done, just executing things. And then you end up working in the business all the time doing. And you don't step away and think, right, okay, let me listen to the customers. Let me look at what's happening in the marketplace. Let me analyse some of the insights. And when you stop and do that, and I hope AI gives us that, so we can stand back and go, do you know what? This is what we need to do. Because I've had time to think about it because AI is my assistant.
Something that I found really interesting, and I'll be curious on your thoughts as I'm bringing it up here. I mean, I'm rapidly approaching the end of Mel Robbins' the 5-second rule.
Okay.
I don't know if you know it, but it came out a handful of years ago, and the crux of one of the things I read on the way here was procrastination is actually a reaction to stress management. It's nothing to do with like not getting the work done. It's how we cognitively distract ourselves and have that stress break. And it kind of links to the AI thing, because I think the performance, you could say that, especially when you're in C-suite or you're, you know, a chief marketing officer or a chief exec officer or a chief strategic officer, etc., we can be so do. How do you personally balance it, but also allow yourself to have that time to, I guess, think up the more creative ideas, or like have that more synergized approach in respect to actually, no, I'm going to step back now and say, let's look at the problems I may be facing and how I can like strategically fix them, but not with the pressure on having to fix the answer today.
And sometimes I'm really bad at it. So if I'm overly excited about stuff, then I'm just do, just as you describe, really. There'll be days that fly by and I'm not quite sure what that day was about.
I think there's a point in business there where you have to do that, right?
Probably, yeah. Well, you do it because it's necessary, in the moment. But then what I also find, I like to be planned and organised. We were talking about this. I like my notebook. I like to think ahead because I like to show up in the right way. Yeah. I am myself. I'm always the same, but I do give thought to how do I need to show up tomorrow? What are the things that I need to achieve? Am I planned and organised around that? And when I am, that gives me those periods of time to step away with do that for people in the business as well. Say, hang on a minute, let's just stop. Should we just go and grab a coffee, or should we go for a walk? Because we probably just need to think this through a little bit.
Is that an environment thing, do you think, as well? Like you need to physically remove yourself from the office, the home, to get a change of scenery?
For me it is. And I probably use that with other people. Now, whether that's everyone's reality, I don't know. But I am one of those, when I got home and walked the dogs at the end of the day, that's where things would come together. So all the strands from the day that all seemed very sort of disparate and all over the place would come together, and I'd think, right, that's what we need to do. But we talked about this in work the other day, actually, creating space, going for walks, having hours of the day where people put down their keyboards, they put down and we do something different. And whether you want to call that a team exercise or just chilling out and having a coffee, but forcing people in a way to have space. Because your natural reaction is you're being paid to do a job. You see yourself as, I must be productive. I need to be able to demonstrate the things that I've done. But that's not the case. What you need to be able to demonstrate is an understanding of what the most important and priority things that we should be doing. Not that you've done 100 things, that you picked the 10 most important things and did those.
And do those well.
And do them well, yeah. But don't do, like we said before, don't do them so well you don't actually deliver on anything. But, do them well.
I think you need to personally ask yourself, I mean, I'm looking at it as I say, like, I can focus on 3 main things, right? And that's why I'm really leaning into across 3 months, 3 things.
Yes.
Right? And it's like, right, the podcast, client delivery, and the event.
Yeah.
That's it. You've got nothing else. You can't add anything else. And it's not that I don't have other ideas. I do.
Yes.
But it's actually, if I'm going to get what I want from this and I'm going to make this 1% improvements, I have to focus on those 3 things.
So how do you, because to me it's capturing the ideas, isn't it? And that, I think, is the strategically important bit. I think you can, and I believe part of my role is to help people focus on the key things, because I think you are in control of your role and your business, and we've got 26 people there. One of my jobs is to help them prioritise what we need to be looking at and when. But capturing the creativity, not allowing ideas to disappear because we're busy, always making space to go back to things, to reconsider them. And even if in 6 months' time it still isn't right, to reconsider them again. Because what do they say? There isn't any bad ideas.
No, it's just about timing.
Yeah.
And, you know, I mean, the simple answer of like, how do I do it? I have a set of like what I call my command notes or like top end notes.
Okay.
Whenever I have an idea, I put it down. don't care how I'm going to use it, don't know where I'm going to use it, etc. I'm like, I don't have the time to focus on how to build that out yet, but I don't want to lose it.
Yeah.
The other way, building off the AI side, is utilize chats in ChatGPT, for example, especially if you have a conversation in that chat, it will be able to, as in physical conversation, as in you're typing, or actual conversation, you'll be able to then refer back to it. So if you say, hey, ChatGPT, for the next 3 months, I can't really focus on this thing, but actually it's a really good idea. I'm going to come back to you in the future. Can you kind of make a highlight list or make a reel or etc., or make a summary of like my thought process now? And so when I actually have the time to give the focus, I can then do that. And then what you do is you just brain dump.
And I love that, because I am a notebook. You see my notebook there? I am a notebook girl. If you ask anybody in the office, I mean, I have strategically coloured notebooks. I lost my orange notebook the other day. I thought the business was going to completely go off a cliff because I'd lost the orange notebook. But that's me. I love to capture those notes. I sit in meetings, I listen to people. I'm thinking, oh, good point, good message, good. But I have started using the ChatGPT to do just that. So I just sit and chat to it. I say, so-and-so thought of this today.
Yeah.
In terms of and it seems bizarre at the time. I mean, I did think I was losing my marbles a bit that I'd found this new best friend of ChatGPT. But I did, and I systematically would go through and think, right, idea. Don't lose it. So now I'm developing a combination of my old way of thinking, get it down on paper because that really works for me. But now capture it somewhere where it can't be lost.
Yeah. And I think as well, like if you are capturing it either written wise, like some people are really into writing, there's a couple of things I would say, like get a tablet with a pen so you can just write it and it can digitally transcribe it for you, or just get into the habit of taking photos of those pages, because if you give those to ChatGPT, it's probably nearly smart enough from what I found to actually be able to capture that information and then convert it into like a text format or whatever you want it to do, or even just capture it inside the chat's memory.
I like that, because I'm a paper and pen girl. I really am. It's meaningful to me to put words on paper.
But that might be actually, that's how your brain's wired.
Yes.
And actually that might be your good idea.
Yeah.
And that's where your ideas flow. But then like in the result where you do lose your notebook, if you're also backing it up through ChatGPT's like chat memory, like you could just have one called idea dump, for example, right? And every single time you write a page in your notebook, take a picture of it.
Yeah.
And then tell ChatGPT, I'm going to refer back to whatever the note is. Can you bring this content forward whenever I ask for it? And it's how you then, and this is an example of like how to leverage AI rather than being scared of it.
Yeah, and I think that is just it. And it's funny that naturally using ChatGPT in that way worked for me. And also that ability then for me to create patterns, trends and insights from it, because I will go back and say, are there any common themes? And I didn't know if it would work or not. You never know if these things are going to work. So can you see any patterns, any common themes, anything that's coming together as one cohesive idea? And it's so good at that in terms of analysing and pulling out insights. Because I would go back, I mean, and this was an arduous task, I'd go back notebook, highlighting things in different colours, pulling strands together, generating one idea from 20 thoughts. AI is really good for that.
Yeah. But again, I think it's an assistant tool. I don't think it's going to necessarily replace us. I mean, the trend sort of changed and it became this, someone who's utilising AI is going to take your job rather than the AI itself. And I think that's a more positive or more real reality of what we're going to have in the next 10 years,
I think so.
to be honest.
And things change, don't they? Things always evolve. You know, industries change, the way we work changes, but our minds are amazing. We've just got the power to adapt and do things in a different way with the support of that new way of working.
But I found because it's taking the grunt work away or allowing me to document things, etc., I then can have the more creative thinking process because my bandwidth is like opened up in that respect, and I can sort of play around a little bit more with what works and what doesn't, and like what ideas work and what, and I can ideate them a little bit deeper.
Yeah. I think one thing that came to mind then, and this is why I think being the strategy officer is important, is probably one thing we need to think about. One thing I think about is everyone in the office is using ChatGPT or something similar, but I have to keep our voice as the Eden voice and the Eden brand. So that's what then becomes important in terms of us and the team. Because again, we could all go off with our voice thrown into ChatGPT. What it gives you back then starts to become
But I think it's a mirror, right?
Yeah.
And I think when we blame it, oh, it's a bit robotic, oh, it's a bit this, oh, the words aren't. It's like, well, you did the prompt, you did the.
Yes.
But I think, as a more generalised question, I guess, do you think that we don't look at ourselves in accountability-wise as an not even necessarily AI, but as an overarching kind of like as a person when we see something maybe goes wrong, like more generally? Like,
what, that people as a whole
we don't take accountability themselves, or do you think that's rarer? It's easier to go, it's your fault.
Yeah, we don't always want to take accountability. If you're asking if we do, I think you know when you're accountable for something. Yeah. That doesn't mean you don't try and deflect that accountability. But normally, if you work it through with somebody, you can get to a place where you understand what role you had in that. And again, that's something I have to do, because I think part of my role is clarity. And I think clarity is caring for people. So getting people to a place where they do understand their accountability and they do understand.
There's also needs to be a proven place of safety, right?
Well, yeah, definitely. But that's how it should be, isn't it? It should be a place where
because it isn't like hands up, I made a mistake. Oh shit, my job's gone now.
No.
It's actually no. Hold on, we're all going to make mistakes, and that's okay. Yeah. How do we learn from it?
It's we've made a mistake. You know, we have done. We've put tons of effort. We're relaunching it again, but we did a try before you buy campaign, and we got quite a few little bits wrong in that. Mm-hmm. So that campaign did not deliver as it should have done. Now we've learnt from that and we're relaunching it, but at the time, nobody wanted to hands up where the. So I just said, we've made a mistake. This team here, we're the project team. We didn't do it well enough. We weren't aligned. We weren't working together in a way that we were picking some of these things up. So you may have had that ultimate last part responsibility to deliver on that or to create that but actually fundamentally it was a project. Yeah. So we all bear the responsibility. But let's go back and say, what was your part? What was your part? What was your part? So next time we do it, we've got clarity. Yeah. Clarity is a form of kindness. If you don't give people clarity, what you're saying is, I want you to keep making mistakes. So ultimately, at some point in the future, this is going to blow up and you're going to be in a whole heap of trouble. Where it's much better to say, oh, that's not quite right. What can we do about that? Yeah. Or I just want to have a chat with you because I've just noticed. That's much better. A way of having accountability than waiting for something to crash and then saying you did that.
Yeah. Do you look at it as in your role, because obviously you work with a larger team, mm-hmm. So I'd be really curious, do you look at it and go like, do you come at it from a perspective of like, are you okay? Like when you work with someone one-to-one, like if they are making mistakes, because it's like you good? Like what's going on? If it's out of character.
Yeah, I don't necessarily say I always would do the you good, because different people respond in different ways. But I like to be in touch with the team. I like to have sat with people before we get to that point, so I know a bit about them. So some people want to share more than others do, but fundamentally, you know the dynamics of the team, and you can see if they're having a good day or a bad day, if they need a bit of space but a business, and also SME, I have to say one of the things I noticed about being in a small business, it is a lot more personal and emotional to me, because I know all those people. I know their dreams, their passion for their role, but equally that's really positive as well, because just as you described, there are days when I can say, hang on, that's not like you, or do we want to just take 5 minutes, or actually is there anything we can do today? You know, is there anything because I feel differently about a small business. I definitely feel it. There's a lot more heart in a small business because that connection is so close. I'm so close to the team. I'm very close to the product. I'm much, much directly closer to the customers. Yeah. So those decisions you're making, those things you're doing are much more personal. So I would say it's made me more thoughtful. I use my own voice more. I use my own judgment more, and I deal with things in different ways at different times, rather than a blanket approach because I just need to get things done.
Yeah. Do you think that do you need to I guess, lead with empathy as a leader in some scenarios?
Definitely. I mean, I would say for me, what has always been important to me in the roles I've had, outside of the things you need for life, like your money and all the rest of it,
Absolutely.
is building a strong team and a strong set of people and individuals. So, yeah, you've got to have empathy for that. You've got to have some kindness for that. You've also got to you want to drive people. So motivationally, you do want to stretch and challenge people. So it's equal hands of empathy, kindness and support, but drive and challenge and creating a buzz in people where they can see a future and they can start to really push themselves forward. So I think it's in equal measure, really.
Yeah. I think sometimes we don't necessarily look at the empathised way of looking at it. I mean, I think we'll wrap up soon, but do you think people are purely just, you're here to do a job? Like, could that be the approach? Like, it can be very, like, I'll use the term like maybe domineering or led or like very pushy in that respect. Like, you're here to do a job, get the job done.
It definitely could be, couldn't it? And I think we all have to admit there are times where you just want somebody to get something done. 100%.
And actually, is it more of an ebb and flow?
Yeah,
In some scenarios, you need to lead with candour and you need to lead with empathy. And in other scenarios, you're like, come on.
Yeah, because you're also thinking sometimes the mentality of just get it done is because you know what the impact of that is going to be for other people and other things if that isn't done.
Yeah.
So it is empathetic, but in a different way, because you can see the end result of that not happening. So say we get something wrong. We've got someone who's relying on our food, getting to them on a certain day for their pet, who's always set their food, has a health condition, and logistically we get something wrong. My view is I have to help that person. So in that moment, you just need to get that done. Because we really need to care for that customer, that pet. We have to do the right thing for them. Then we'll stop and say, right, okay, could we have done that differently so we didn't have to get to that point where we had to drive somebody to get that done?
Yeah.
But there are moments where it's right, but most of the time that's a result of not having done the hard slog in the first place, that you got there.
Yeah. For people who may be interested in connecting with you, seeing more of your work, seeing what you're doing at Eden, where's best for people to connect with you?
I guess I would say social media, Eden-wise, and then message me via there. So if you go onto Instagram, Eden, throw a message out. Because we're all in the office together, I will pick that up and see it. We're so easy to contact. I am on LinkedIn. I have to say it's not my favourite forum. So I'm much happier to see messages come through on that social media platform, and then I'll be in touch.
Fabulous. If you were going to talk to the person who was in corporate maybe 10 years ago, 15 years ago, and you give them this advice today, what would you say to them?
Gosh.
As a final thought.
Allow people to have a voice. We all care about business at whatever level we work and are operating in that moment, and let that individual have a voice. That would be my message.
Thank you so much for watching. If you did enjoy this episode and would like to see more like it, make sure to be subscribed. Let me know in the comment section down below if you enjoyed it and what your clear takeaway was, and I'll see you very, very soon. Hello, my friends. I hope you're well. Welcome to the Old Mill. And today we're going to be doing a brand new podcast talking to Johnny from Taste World and just kind of the Old Mill. Hello, Johnny. How are you?
How are you? Good
I'm
to see you
very
again,
well.
Carlton.
Absolutely. I was going to think about where to start, but I mean, we're sat in the Old Mill restaurant, right? And I think a lot of people who are local to Salisbury will obviously know the Old Mill in Harnham. You've just acquired it maybe, 6 months ago?
3.
3 months ago? Okay.
Yeah.
Why here? Why did you choose here specifically?
It was just a building that had come to our attention for a kind of friend when I think a poster went up in the window saying, due to change of ownership, we'll be closing. And I thought, we need to come and look at this site when I was told how beautiful it was by the friend. And we came straight here, and within, I think, 15 seconds of pulling up in the car park, we decided it was something we needed to pursue. And we actually agreed the terms to take it kind of out of the grasp of the person that was meant to be taking it without even stepping foot inside. We literally saw your video, strangely on YouTube, that I think you filmed a couple of years back, and the visual impact it had from the outside. And that was the decision we made. It was just something we almost kind of fell in love with. It's not something I normally do, to be fair. I normally think with my brain, not my heart, but I just fell in love with it. And then when we came inside, it was actually better than we'd imagined, which is always a good thing when you've already made a decision like that. But yeah.
So, I mean, we were talking just before we started about the ebbs and flows of hospitality, maybe the ebbs and flows of any business. I mean, in your experience, how have you looked to target, how have you looked to frame creating a business that can be sustained through winter, through slower months, rather than, like, how do you look at that from a hospital? Because hospitality, in my experience at least, is known for do really well in the summer, do really well at Christmas, but then you have those other areas where it's maybe tipped down a bit. I mean, how do you look at it in your other venues as well, which I'm sure we'll get onto, but either here or in general, how did you strategically think about it? How do you sort of create that demand throughout the year in respect to the sustained revenue? How do you see it? Because I think that's like, if you can do that with a business, then it will continue to, you'll make more money overall because you're more consistently creating that consistent revenue.
Absolutely. And I think the big thing, you just actually used the word there, we talk about a lot in our business, is consistency. Delivering product consistently to the customer, giving consistent service. That helps to kind of get people to come to you more regularly, which obviously helps stem that kind of peaks and troughs you're talking about. Now, obviously with a site like this, I would say we have the best beer garden, cocktail garden, cider garden, whatever you want to describe it as, sat 100 feet from us currently. It is a beautiful spot down by the river, and we get a lot of passing trades from people walking from Harlem, obviously, into Salisbury. We also get a lot of trade come from Salisbury up just to come to our beer garden. Now, that is something that we aren't going to be able to change necessarily, but what we can do is pivot on that garden and not just make it into a garden. So come September, we are completely covering it over, and it's going to become an event space for probably the next 6 months after that. So all the way through till April. So we've got a Halloween kind of pumpkin picking experience thing lined up. There's a Santa's Grotto, a pre-bar ready to go in November time that will go all the way through to December. We'll probably have a quiet downtime in January just because the team are going to work really, really hard. And then come February, we're going to do a really cool Valentine's themed month out there. Really cool stuff. Again, we'll share all this on socials when it's finalised. I'm being tentative what I'm saying, not to kind of ruin the marketing spiel when it comes out. But then coming into kind of March, April time, we're going to have obviously a big space where we could Mother's Day out there. So we'll maximise the real peak moments. Mother's Day obviously being the busiest single day in the calendar year. We'll have a potential extra 130 covers out there to what we would normally have. And then we'll have an Easter experience out there. And then we're back ready for the summer. Again, with kind of how we bring people into this space, the beautiful restaurant we're sat in with the river flowing there behind me. I'm sure you can probably pick that up on the mic. It really is a stunning feature of the building. We really want to drive people to want to come here for an experience. So that will come through kind of the level of food that we're trying to aim for, using sustainable local produce. And the big USP is the fact that we are either already or can be 100% gluten-free. So that's something we're really going to be targeting over the next sort of 3 to 6 months, is doing packages wrapped around the bedrooms and dinner experience for those with celiac disease or those avoiding gluten. Now, the figures on that at the minute in the UK is around 6 million. So it's about 10% of the population are either actively avoiding or for medical reasons cannot consume gluten. Now, these people have birthdays every single day of the year, right? So 365 days a year, I've got a potential celiac that I can target with some marketing, go, come and stay at the Old Mill, have an amazing stay in our beautiful bedrooms, and by the way, we can do dinner for you as well, which is celiac safe. So that's something that we really will be pushing hard. As soon as we get the main kind of summer bulk out of the way, wasn't the best time to take a pub like this, kind of going into the busy period already, should we say. So we're very mindful of not trying to overload ourselves. So layers to a cake, layers to an onion, however you want to look at it, we kind of stack on top. When we get one thing right, we'll do the next thing, the next thing, the next thing. So we're hoping if I sat here this time next year, I'd be able to say to you, everything I've just said, we've done it, and it's great. So,
do you think there's, I mean, you mentioned like that being one of your unique selling propositions, but do you think that's one of the reasons why maybe your locations will be successful in comparison to someone else's who maybe isn't thinking that forward ahead, isn't doing those outdoor events, turning in their beer garden into things? Because I think people sometimes they look, because you've got to spend quite a bit of money to do the beer garden stuff, right? It can't be cheap to convert the beer garden semi-consistently and then convert it back, and then I imagine if it works, you'll do it the following year and you'll flip and you'll continue to rotate it. I mean, Is that just the nature of the business, would you say?
Yeah, I think the age-old sayings, innovate or evaporate, speculate to accumulate. I'm very much on the leading edge of wanting to use tech, for instance. We're using more tech in our business, and we look forward, not backwards. We don't look at why things are bad, we look at how we can be better, and that's something across the whole group. Our senior team, that's all I'm talking about. I'm not cutting wages, I'm increasing sales. I'm not saying how do we get rid of people because times are hard. I'm saying how do we bring more people in for different reasons. What we're also really good at, and if anyone on here is listening is a hospitality owner or manager, we are very good at getting brand deals. So all the cool stuff I've just spoke about, we'll be approaching brands. And so the pre-bar, for instance, will be selling a shed load of Bailey's hot chocolates, I'm sure. So I'll approach Bailey's and say, look, I want some support. They will give you money to support their brands with the right streams and for the right events, similar to your festivals. When you see the big festival bars and stuff like that going on, that's got brand support behind it. And it's having those conversations that really help us, and we're very good at that, to be fair. We've got great relationships with all of our suppliers, both local, national and international, to kind of help with that. Not just the financial costs, but they've got years and years and years of expertise doing similar events, so why would you not lean upon them to kind of help? It might be a supplier they use that can cut some costs that we didn't know about, or just simply going, have you thought about this? Like we had an event a couple of weeks ago that we used Thatcher's, very local company, obviously from Somerset, but they are fantastic, just gone to #1 cider brand in the UK actually last week, that was announced, and they supported fully. They paid for the live music, and they came down, gave us a load of free stock, and had people down here giving out samples. That was just because they wanted their brand to be seen in a beautiful pub like the Old Mill. Yeah. So it works both ways, I guess. Thatcher's has got exposure from being able to use us as kind of a staging post, and we've also got kind of the use of their kind of expertise as well as paying for our live music. So yeah,
I think that's a really important thing, and a lot of what I'm hearing about that is a very modernised touch, right? And I think the concern with some, would it be, I don't know, I don't like saying like, oh, it's this person's fault or etc. But there's a lot of people in my industry, like I had a conversation yesterday that was around like the creative industry struggling, right? And I've been very honest and very fortunate where actually I'm in a very different place. I'm in a very fortunate place with the kind of work I'm doing and how I'm doing it, and like actually like looking at the bottom line of my business, it's actually doing really well, right? Yeah. So I'm not feeling that, oh, it's difficult, right? Do you think in your experience, has there been like always something going on? Because I always see it as like there's always something happening in geopolitics, there's always something happening in the economy, there's always a concern related to the up and coming budget or the up and coming changes or etc., which of course changes things for businesses, of course it does, right? But is there a perspective, I think, because obviously a lot of your group, a lot of how you work could be perceived as you're very successful, right? You're clearly very good at taking on some sites, making them make money, and then continuing to repeat that process. Is that from a mindset from yourself specifically and the rest of your exec team of we've got to keep being aggressive, we've got to keep moving forward, regardless of what the doom and gloom is, would you say?
I think absolutely. What we talk about a lot is that age is on our side. I mean, myself and my exec team are on the right side of 40, shall we say. Apologies to any older listeners listening. So we're there, we've got bags of energy. Now, a lot of the sites that we look at now have had kind of historic landlords, tenants for a long period of time. They're just tired. They don't know where to look. Social media, they don't get it. When I'm saying, why are you not on TikTok? They're like, oh, no, I don't want to do that. They just don't understand that TikTok isn't just for young people now, right? We have spent 0 pennies on paid for advertising, okay? Obviously, we brought you in, you made some amazing content for us, but we've paid absolutely nothing to do it with. We've done all organic. That's because we understand what we're doing. We've been pretty much fully booked here in our rooms and our restaurant and our garden for the last 6 weeks because we understand where to put our energy and our time. We don't put energy and time into something that's not going to give us back reward. So if a conversation starts happening, even at kind of management level within here, I'm like, is that going to actually affect my bottom line? No, stop talking about it then. Because you've got to be so fixated on the numbers that it's almost autistic. I mean, there is definitely traits of autism in me, but sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night and all I'm doing is thinking about those numbers, how we can trim 1-2% on this cost base, how can we then put that money to work in increasing sales. I think the old saying is the good places, the good people will always do well. Doesn't matter what the economy does. I think without blowing your ego too much, the reason you're doing well is because your content's bloody brilliant. There is plenty of people out there doing similar stuff to you that are probably complaining, moaning it's not great. And you look at the quality of their work and it's just not there. They haven't got the adaptability, for instance, without throwing anyone under the bus. We dealt with another content creator doing very similar to yourself. And they were just so slow to react to us. Whereas yourself, Colton, this is what we need to do. Can you be a bit more flexible? Yep, cool, perfect. We can do this, we can do that. And you said yes more than you said no. And that's very much what we talk about in our business. If we can, we will. And I think the customers react to that, right?
Yeah.
We're not perfect, never perfect. It's not a real word, right? Perfection,
I think
you can pursue it, but you'll never get there.
I think, well, just building off that, I mean, I've always followed the motto of done is better than perfect, because your concept of perfection will always change, right?
Yeah.
Because if you're growing personally and as a business, your definition of that word will then change by proxy. So you actually you should never hit perfection, so to speak. And that's why I think execution is better to focus on. And that's, I think, why we synergize so well, because I do focus on execution, but also I focus on strong ROI. I'm so glad you mentioned TikTok, because so many people think it's what it was when it was Musical.ly, right? Which was dances.
Dancing for kids.
You know, kids are social, but I think it's more around the attracting of attention to then make the byproduct be sales, right? Instead of we're going to just look at the pure ROI when it comes to sales of we do this, then we pay it on ads, and then we get a higher return. Because when you do paid ads, you can track that cost a lot because you can see the metrics behind it. When you do organic, it's slightly harder. I mean, how do you look at either TikTok or your content strategy? Because one of the first things we talked about was actually like you're really strong at marketing, right? So I was like, okay, absolutely fabulous. How can I then add value on top of that? Because I wasn't then going to have you need to post on social media. I wasn't going to, because it was like you had it. I didn't need to have that conversation. With some clients I need to because they're new to social and we need to get them up to speed. But with you, it was like, okay, cool, what do you want? What do you want us to do? Yeah. I mean, is it just TikTok? Is it just Instagram? Is it socials? Like, how do you tackle marketing from your perspective?
I mean, we approach each venue with different purpose. So we've got a competitive gaming venue, for instance. So targeted 21 to 35-year-olds that want to go out and play interactive darts, shuffleboards, that kind of thing. Now, our marketing strategy there, very different to here. We actually use Snapchat still, believe it or not, because we get good, positive interaction on that. We use a lot of TikTok, we use a lot of Instagram, we use a lot of Facebook. Don't do any paid for stuff there, really. It's a lot of get influencers in, come and play some darts, film it, put it on your Instagram for us. That gets us great results. It really, really does. Somewhere like here, where our target base audience is 35 and upwards, we're actually using Nextdoor app. We're using Google. We're using TripAdvisor, because these are all social media platforms. They don't get spoke about, but that's what they are. So we'll have a really strong focus for, say, a month, where we work really, really hard to get lots of reviews focused on TripAdvisor. Not by any other means other than giving great service and just going, guys, really appreciate it. Just leave us a good review. Or a review, sorry. We're telling them what reviews to leave, of course. An honest review. And yeah, that works really, really well. So then people searching for places to go in Salisbury, we're up there, right?
Yeah.
The biggest thing we do, I think, is getting the team on board. So we're not a single person marketing company. I am head of marketing, if you want to call myself that, as well as obviously CEO. That's where I like to spend most of my time because it's where you see the excitement. But I think here we've got 6 social media admins. So they're tasked, right, today's your day. This is the plan. Execute it, because as good as your stuff is, your captured pictures are only going to be live on the day you did it, right? The best stuff we see is what I call the instantaneous, the random stuff. We had a dog swimming in the river yesterday. Unless I ring you up and go, Carl, can you come and snap a picture of the dog that's now swimming in the river? You're never going to get a picture of that. Yeah. We post that online and we get such good interaction. We're not into just posting food. You'll probably see that from our marketing. People get bored of that. I don't want to follow someone that's just showing me a great fish and chips. It's going to be the best fish and chips in the world. Once I've seen it 5 times, I'm cool, it's fish and chips. There's only so many ways you can angle it or change the lighting or the backdrop on it, right? So we'll post customers. We've got Doris is coming to celebrate her 70th birthday. Happy birthday to her. That kind of stuff can only come when your team is kind of in with the vision. So we'll do regular monthly catch-ups with all our social media admins. We'll do then probably every 3 months an in-person one. So we'll bring them all in, and it might be yourself I ask next time, right? Can you just come and do a piece on how you get great filming angles, great lighting angles? So they all understand they're never going to be as good as yours. They don't need to be when we're putting out as much content as we are. Yeah. And I think that is something that I really understood. And probably the biggest thing we change when we take properties. I mean, yes, this is beautiful. Yes, we've spent money on it. Yes, we've elevated it. But circumstantially, this building was beautiful before we took it, right? Why are we now busier than it ever has been? I think because our marketing's better. I think before, when we looked at it, their last post was 2 months previous on their Facebook, on their Instagram. I think we took it in February, end of February. The post that was last on Facebook was advertising Christmas carols. It shows you the difference on where we're at. If you go on our Instagram, our Facebook, our TikTok, our websites are kept up to date to the day, you'll know exactly what we're trying to be, who we are, and then hopefully, when you come in, our social media, our marketing reflects what you then see inside. So I don't want to become a fake presence. There's quite a few restaurants I can think of that look amazing on socials, and you get there, you're like, wow, you've just taken a picture of the corner of your restaurant that does look nice, and the rest of it's not real. So we'll do a lot of kind of walkthroughs. I think the other day I just live filmed, walk straight through the front door, down the alleyway, through the garden, no editing, no filtering, just here you go, guys. This is what you can come to if you want to. And that, I think, gives an honesty.
Yeah.
I think that's the best word to give it. You're not trying to sell anything. This is what we are. Do you want to come? If you do, great. We'll see you at the other side of the door. But if you don't, cool. It's also not for you. And we're very, very good at that, actually, to be fair. Identifying who our customers aren't, because not every customer's for us. If someone walked in here and they wanted to have a £10 meal on a Friday night, we're not for you. There's plenty of places offering a fantastic meal for £10 in the Salisbury area. But on the flip side, if you were looking for a fantastic Chateaubriand on a Friday night to enjoy with a fantastic bottle of Malbec, we're the place for you. And you should come here. You're not going to get that if you go to the £10 meal place around the corner. Yeah. So it's understanding where your market pitch is, not trying to be for everybody, because it's impossible, but the people you are for, really being strong at that and having that kind of full team cultural mindset that all of my team will know who we're for within probably a parameter of what age we're aiming for, what service we're aiming for. They'll all know that our USP is gluten-free. And I think that's really, really important, because I can't just sit here now spouting all of this and then not relay that to my team. And again, we're not perfect. We're definitely, particularly in this site, 3 months in, it's nothing. You're really still learning everything at the minute. We're learning our customer base. We're learning our team. Still a weekly training for all of our team. In 6 months, would I expect 99% of customer visits to be at the level I'm talking? Absolutely. And anyone watching now that came here and didn't have that, please contact me on the Facebook and we'll put that right, because that's another thing we're very good at. If we're not right, let's put it right. If we know it was something that we did wrong, we need to do everything we can to put it right. If someone came, they just didn't like our menu, that's okay. Really sorry we weren't for you. Hope you find somewhere that is, because we're not going to be for everybody. But if something's kind of not to plan, shall we say, identifying that, having the touch points during the visit to identify why you're here is best practice. But having then the touch points after visit, we have feedback emails that go out. I've got business cards that go out with my personal email on it to everybody. If you've had a great time, let me know. If you've not had a great time, let me know, because we want to know. Even at the scale right now, when we employ 165 people across 10 venues, we are relatively big. I still understand the importance of being customer-centric in my role. And that comes through marketing, coming back to your kind of original question, I guess. That is all part of it, right? Marketing is understanding why something went wrong and how you fix it. Yeah? That is marketing, yeah.
Do you think there's and this is a more general, like broad business question, or like it could be your business, it could be my business, it could be any business. Do you think some people, because I've always followed the own up to if you made a mistake and it's your fault, or if God forbid something went wrong on a video, I'll be like, look, I made a mistake, hands up, right? And I think that put, in my view, from client feedback and etc. that I've got, that puts me apart from other people who are going to sit on their morals and go, well, actually, no, it was because of it. You know, I don't sit and, it's not about necessarily making an excuse. I don't like to use that term, but it's more, the question I was going to ask right now is, do you feel that one of the reasons why you're quote unquote successful is because of how in touch you are with the marketing, with the customers, with the key question there is honesty when it comes to, look, we're potentially going to get it wrong, but actually this is how we're going to try and fix it for you.
100%. There is a lot of restaurant owners out there that I know of, both personally and I've seen online, and the first thing they do is blame the customer. When a customer comes out and says, oh, I didn't like that, what do you know? I'm a chef. And it's like, that's not the response. If you do genuinely believe you were right, as I say, really sorry, wasn't for you, hope you find somewhere that is. That's the response we give. I don't try and get into a debate with someone, whether they were right, wrong, or indifferent. It's fairly obvious when you're wrong. Someone comes in and could be an item missing from the menu. Chefs are humans, right? And there's not enough conversation around in hospitality. It's a human-centric business, right? If you went into an office and you had 20 workers, in a week period, how many office workers would make mistakes? The problem is no one ever knows about them because it's not generally a customer focused basis, right? But you come to hospitality, a slight small error from, could be a 17, 18-year-old that's first job potentially, becomes a huge thing for the customer. Rightfully so. We should be able to execute a meal, but we're not going to all the time. But the first thing you do, as you said, is accept it. Yeah, that is not the standard that we work to. Apologise. What can we do to make that right for you?
Yeah.
And if you follow those three things, then I don't think you can go far wrong. Now, out of all of the complaints that we get across the group in a year period, just call it 100. I would say 99 of them have returned and love what we are about. So that's 100 people potentially that would never step foot in the business again that we've managed to rectify, use their not so great experience to learn, made changes to SOPs or systems and processes, and then reflected on it and gone, okay, that happened. Let's not let it happen again. How can we improve as a group? Can we learn something that happened here and go, actually, we can stop that happening anywhere else, not just here? Because even now, I mean, I'm 20 years into the game now. There's still stuff happens. I'm like, wow, wasn't expecting that. How did that happen? What can we do to stop that happening again? So it's a learning day all the time. Even for someone at my level, my experience, you might think, oh, I know everything. I don't. I'm pretty good. I know most things, but the game's changing. Every single week, I'm like, okay, that's different. 10 years ago, did I think that I'd be talking about being a gluten-free centric company? Absolutely not. Now, it's our USP. That's our single biggest drive for us. Because most places don't want to do it. And I think that's identifying what you can do to set yourself apart. Whether that's you can be cheaper. Don't like doing that. I think that's the easy way up, being cheaper. Being better, what quantifies better. But if you're totally unique and you're the only place in the market doing something, then you're always going to have a market for that. And riches and niches is another saying I like to use, right? We're in a niche that's not even that small. It's quite large, 6 million people. But it is a niche in this area because in Salisbury, we're one of the only places. Probably the only places. Can be 100%.
I think that's really unique. I think it's sort of, to an extent, it leans back into what do you want to do incredibly well at, right? And I think I've always tried to pride myself on, I may not be the oldest videographer in respect to being in the game or the biggest marketing company or etc., but I will give as much effort and as much energy as I can to create the best content that is tied around what you, whoever it may be, the client, is looking to achieve from that video, that set of videos, etc., whatever we're doing. But from your perspective, why, maybe not necessarily just me, but why do you look to invest in video as a whole or marketing as a whole? Because you said earlier in the interview, your team does a lot of marketing, right? So I guess the question from potentially the audience is then, okay, well, why do you then spend money to get a professional in to create those, what I'll call showpieces?
So it's long form. Stuff that's going to be around for a long time, I will always invest to make it professional. I think it makes you stand out from the crowd. So our long form content will live on YouTube. Our long form content will be housed on our website. Our long form content will be posted to the top of our grid, pinned to our grid, technical term there, on our Instagram. So some lands on our Old Mill Salisbury Instagram. Right at the top there will be a pinned post of, oh, okay, that's what that's about, really professional. And I just think it adds to that level of experience. The customer sees, oh, okay, that's a serious place. And I think that's why we do it across our group. From probably the second or third month, we'll get it in. Once we know we're right, we'll get a videographer, a photographer in, and we'll get everything kind of framed up, and then we add it onto our websites, and we've got then a bank portfolio of stuff, like the stuff you've done, we'll cut that down. We'll do 10-second clips every now and again. It just kind of helps remind people that we are, okay, these guys are serious. They might be posting a dog swimming in the lake, but actually, cool. Look how nice that restaurant is. Look how cool that video shot of the garden and the pizzas is. So I think it's so important. You can't have a website with a photo taken on an iPhone. It just doesn't look right. If you landed on a website and you had a choice of, particularly for our hotel rooms, I guess, a choice of hotels, and the first one you landed on had a phone taken photo, and then the next one you was like really nice professional photos, where are you going to book? If everything else is the same, you just feel more qualified to take that booking, I guess.
I think it's I think what we talk about there was a perception thing, right? A lot of when people maybe start out in business or they want a hero video for their website, or especially if they're service-based, they maybe want to give their best foot forward. right? And I think that's the perception. And of course, it has to be backed up with the sales. It has to be backed up with everything else. But I think we also sort of what we touched on earlier about the volume of marketing. I mean, we're in a world where AI is a thing, and etc. I was going to ask you a little bit about that as well. But I mean, what role do you think volume in regards to output from a marketing point of view actually has? Because a lot of people say to me, "Oh, you output like too much," right? Now, I can tell you categorically, sat here today, I've won 3 or 4 jobs in the last 4 months related to the fact that I am actually one of the only people who posts for 3 to 4 times a day, 7 days a week. You know, so I know it works because I can show the ROI behind it because I've won jobs solely off the back of the client telling me you won the job because you're always on my, I always see you know, in that respect. But just to reiterate the question, what role do you think volume has on marketing as a whole in your industry or in general?
It's ever present.
As long as
That's
it's
what we go
good,
for.
it should be online. So we don't wait for perfection, we wait for good. So if you take a photo and you go, yep, that's good, so 6, 7 out of 10 quality, it can go online. Now, that, I think people get stuck in, oh, not many people liked it. Now, likes don't pay your bills, okay? And I think that needs to be spoke about so much in our industry particularly, because I hear it all the time. Oh, if I post once a week, I get 100 likes. And if I post 10 times a week, we get 10 on each. So it's the same likes, and I only have to do, I'm like, but you're not looking at who's seen it. You're not looking at what that then does. Now, I think we can tell how good our marketing is because we're busy, right? I look at my diary and I go, we're full, right? That tells me that we're doing something. We sold out our garden for a cider and sausage festival by posting 7 times on social media. I didn't do anything else. There was not a single poster printed outside the front of this pub, right? I didn't do a banner, I didn't do any flyers, I didn't go to the newspaper, I didn't do anything. So social media is working because there's people coming through the door. I don't get fixated on how many people like my posts or how many followers I've got, because I could have 1,000 followers. If all 1,000 of those come to my pub, I've got good marketing. I could have 20,000 and only 500 of them come to my pub. Yeah. Have I got better marketing just because I've got 20,000 followers? You've got to understand what your marketing's for. Who do you want to see it? Are they going to do something useful with it? Building that community online through volume. So I look at some of the best creators that you look at, right? You follow them because they're putting out volume content. If you only had one video from a creator to watch every week, you wouldn't subscribe to them. You wouldn't follow them. And consistency as well. If you follow someone and then all of a sudden for a week they haven't posted, you kind of forget about them, right? You switch off. If you're always ever present, now we get people unfollow us. That's fine. I don't worry about that. It's like sending out an email marketing, right? Without kind of jumping around too much. We do a lot of email marketing. I had one of the managers go, well, 300 people unsubscribed last week. It's like, yeah, I have 15,000. So that means that 14,700 are still reading my email, right? Am I bothered that 300 no longer want to interact? Or no, if it was 5,000, we might go, actually, was that email a bit missed? But it could have just landed at the wrong day. Could have been, it might have been they'd had 3 other restaurants email them the same day and they just had a mass free. You can't fixate on numbers when it comes to the social media aspect directly. You need to understand, are you busy? If you're doing an event on a Tuesday, Wednesday night, do people come to it? Because if they do, and that's your only marketing, and your marketing's working, right? Yeah. Obviously, when you start paying for it, we don't tend to do paid stuff if we don't need to. I'm not a fan for giving Meta and Zuckerberg money if I don't need to in full. Why am I going to start paying for marketing? But I'm also aware that you can't just dwell on that. So there will be a point where I know, and I'm like, okay, we need to start doing some paid ads now. For here, it'll probably be August. August, I'll probably start hammering home some paid ads, ready to start picking up the September. My events we've spoke about, they'll start coming online. But right now, our organic marketing, showing people, look, garden's sunny today, there's people out here, come and join us, is working really, really well. I mean, I don't know my exact numbers on here, I probably should have known them before here, but I reckon we put 30 pieces out on our socials last week, roughly. So 3-4 a day, plus 60 or 70 on the stories. There have been 5 or 6 TikToks. We actually did one at the weekend that worked really well, the Jet 2 meme one, where it comes up with the Jet 2, book your holiday now. There's a couple of the staff in the cellar lying on top of the beer barrels where it's obviously 14 degrees, having a cocktail. And it just flew. Like, we got hundreds of thousands of views on that. And that's something that took, I think, 30 seconds, maybe a minute for them to film. And it's not advertising anything, but people are going to see that and go, oh, they've got a sense of humour. They're real people, right? We do a lot behind the scenes stuff, particularly with our kind of restaurants. We want to show prep. We want to put that out. If we've just had a beautiful piece of fish delivered, why would we not show someone what that looked like when it arrived, what we did to it, and now what it looks like when you get to eat it? Because I think it gives that authenticity. Now, if you weren't doing volume, you couldn't do that. Because it looked really weird if I hadn't posted for 2 weeks and all of a sudden I got a tuna
But
bit
it's fish.
skinned. Like, what
Yeah,
the hell? But people expect it from us because we're there all the time. But, oh yeah, old Mel posted, cool. What's that? Oh, they're prepping a fish.
Yeah.
It kind of it makes sense. Like, it's not sporadic. It's not random.
think,
it doesn't take people by surprise because that's not a good thing, right? No one wants to be surprised on social media.
I think so many people, they don't. Well, I would say if I was going to go down the nuts and bolts of it, they don't optimize for the lurkers, right? Because the lurkers, the people who don't actually interact, the people who actually don't comment, the people who don't, etc. Like, oh, I got no likes on that. Oh, I got 2 likes on that, etc. But like, how many views did it get? How many impressions did it get?
Yep.
Actually, and then, as I say, like, what then is the knock-on effect to actually seeing your business, right? And you're seeing people come through the door talking about that post, talking about, oh, etc. It's about being human, especially in a world with like where AI is a thing, right? That people is concerned about. I mean, maybe it doesn't affect your industry as much, but do you feel that, like, are you using it? Like, firstly, are you using it if you're open to share? And then secondly, like, is it something which you were scared of, or was it actually, hold on, this is actually a supercharger for us?
So I went to an event called EMC. Big shout out to Matt Wilson if he watches this. I'm sure he will. An incredible event. 500, 600 plus entrepreneurs. They're all there because they are the owners of their business or senior team in their business, but they are the marketeer. They want to generate sales through social media or Google online digital marketing, right? And this was 2022, and there was a spiel on AI, and everyone in the room looked at each other and went, "Holy crap, this is real," right? 2022, the average Joe had no idea what AI was really. Artificial intelligence, yeah, cool. That's something that
That's
does
nerd.
that,
That's
right?
a nerd thing.
Yeah, yeah. ChatGPT was mentioned. I got on it pretty much within 3 months of that conversation. So I've been using ChatGPT when it was a bit rubbish. Now, every single one of my social media admins, every single one of my senior team has it on their phones with the pro version. Okay? Now, we write our posts, we put them into ChatGPT, and we tell them to optimize for our audience. So it knows our audience, it knows what we want to write like. So you end up with a post. If you really knew the marketing like we do, you can kind of tell, but the average person has no idea that's what we're doing because it feels personable. What we don't do is go, ChatGPT, write me a post to advertise Cider and Sausage Festival. We don't do that. We'll write into it. What it does is proofread. So you don't end up with posts going out with spelling mistakes. Can't get my words out today. Spelling mistakes. You don't get posts going out that aren't in the right context for the right platform. What we also do is we'll get it to do one for Instagram, one for Facebook. Very different. I don't think people understand that. The wording that goes on Instagram has very different impact to what goes on Facebook. On Instagram, you need big chunky headlines because many people don't read the blurbs on Instagram. It's, okay, what's that picture? What does that mean? Whereas Facebook, people get drawn in and they want longer form reading content. So you have to give more wordy stuff to it, less big headlines, because Facebook looks a bit spammy when you put big chunky headlines. That's something we get ChatGPT to do for us, right?
Yeah.
Costs, it's about £9 a month. It's not a lot of money when it does what it does for you. And it saves so much time. Now, AI in our industry at the minute where it's gone the wrong way, I think, is AI food. Now, there is lots of restaurants, chefs that I know of, that they're posting amazing looking dishes and they're AI. Literally AI generated. And that's the scary part. I think we're going to get to a point where you turn up to a restaurant and you're going to think, oh wow, look at all this food. And it's nothing like what they're preparing because it's all generated by AI. Now that is scary for me because it's that good.
But surely that would be a disconnect from the authenticity side of it.
It will,
right?
but
Like,
it will drag
if
people
I see
in.
someone on social and I see this dish, and then when I sit here, maybe actually literally here, I'm like, hold on, that doesn't match.
Yeah.
You know, like, is that because would that be the, or do you think it's going to get so good that actually people, by the time they've sat down, they're like, shit, I'm kind of in now.
Already, I know it's getting that good. Now, visually, you can't tell, but if you save it and throw it back through ChatGPT and say, is this AI? It will say yes.
Yeah.
So you know it's AI, but it doesn't look like it's AI. It's that good. It looks like a really good dish of food. There's one particular chef, and I think his last 70 posts, 50 of them have been AI. But it's like really deceiving almost. I mean, video AI, let's not get started on that. I think that's very scary. I'm sure at some point I'm going to be able to CGI Channing Tatum walking through my front door, taking his top off, having a cocktail at the bar, and people will think he's actually at my bar, right? I think that's the scary part. And where the authenticity is going to lie with that, you're almost going to be able to, if you got really good at it, simulate a fake restaurant where celebrities hang out and none of them have ever been there. And You know what celebrities do when you put their name to restaurants? It's interesting how it's going to play out. I'm sure some of the big boys have already started doing similar things.
I mean, there's a lot of talk in the marketing space about like what AI influencers was kind of what you were hinting at potentially. You know, these are completely artificially generated people that are developing an audience, right? And I think it's about, to an extent, from my view at least, yeah, you can run a business that way, but then you're not trying to be an authentic person behind the business, right? Yeah. I utilize AI to help with editing, to help with scripting, with help with posts, etc., in a similar way to you, but I'm still the one sat here talking to you today.
Yeah.
So it allows me to do the other things that actually I have to tangibly do.
Yeah.
Right? Regardless of how big the business is, you're still going to work with me. You know, I'm still going to be the one who has the conversation related to what we're doing with marketing, potentially what you're looking to achieve, how you're looking to achieve it, etc.
But you saved 2 hours last night.
But I saved two. Exactly.
Write out, well, without jumping off marketing, job descriptions. Yeah. You can go onto ChatGPT now and say, can you write me out a job description for my new assistant manager that I've just employed? Please use all relevant sources online to give me a relevant job description. It will then send it to me. All you have to do is then read it through, make sure that you are happy with it, and then you've got a job description. Yeah. 5 years ago, it had taken me 3 hours to write out an assistant manager's job description. We're doing it now in 10 minutes. Yeah. Like, that's the big thing, I think. We're probably slightly more protected as well. Sorry to jump in again, but in hospitality, if you are really good at hospitality, you're never going to replace that with AI. There will be a point in some fast casual food dining settings, a robot will serve you. It won't be long. It's already happening. We went to Japan for our honeymoon last year, and a robot served us. Really odd. I didn't see the human the whole time I was there. Took my order, brought my food, cleared my table. Literally came over and said, have you finished, sir? I said, yes. Said, please put your plate on me. So you put the plate and it goes off. Really odd. That is not too far away. But no hospitality. Hospitality for me is escape from AI, escape from technology, escape from digitalness. If we go out for a meal, myself and my wife both have very high profile jobs, working very hard. We want to get away from our phones, get away from our laptops, and go and connect, go and have a human, have a conversation, see someone, do something different, not be served by a robot. So it's certainly not something that everybody's going to do, but you're going to end up with this real kind of interesting space where those that are in the mid sector to low sector will get gobbled up by the big boys because they'll just put robots on play, right? Our biggest cost in this industry is wage, by a long way. 5-6% more than what we spend on food and drink is spent on a wage on a weekly basis. Yeah. So if I could have loads of robots running around and I felt it wouldn't affect my business, then of course I'm going to do that. I spend 10 grand on a robot. It never phones in sick. Never tells me he's got a hangover. Never tells me he can't come to work today because his child's had to come off school, right? That's going to have a big benefit for some of the big boys. But then that's going to leave a really interesting space for people like ourselves that will never go down that route to be the personal touch to the industry and really have that as kind of a hyper differentiation to the main kind of norm is actually, I don't want to be served by a robot today. Let's go to the old mill. We're going to have a human service. And I think that's only 5 years away. I know it sounds pretty
crazy concept, a human carries
I think 5 years away, your big chain fast food places, maybe not the full service, but I imagine the food will be brought out. I imagine the tables will be cleared by them. It will be kind of a little system running around with little lines on the floor, and all the tables will be symmetrically placed in square grids, and there'll just be robots running up and down, and you'll probably have a few humans to oversee and maybe say thank you when you leave. And that's scary. But
I don't think it's the same environment though, as you were mentioning. I think it's it's horses for courses, you know. It's one is efficiency for efficiency's sake, and it's kind of the cheap and maybe the middle potentially it blends in when it becomes really efficient, right? But if you're still the experience, the entertainment, a lot more reasons than just necessarily the dining. Of course the dining, but also then, you know, the extra stuff that we've already discussed in this episode alone, then you're still going to be there. You know, you're still going to be the reason why someone comes through the door for that, because they want to hear how X member of staff has got on, because when they were last in, they talked about the fact they were actually studying on the side to do whatever it ends up being, you know, those micro stories, those people connection stories. And I think AI is an accelerator if you choose how to use it, but it shouldn't be replacing you. I think you should use it in the same way you would sharpen a knife before you use it to cut, right? Yeah. In the same way you should train AI to do the jobs that would be grunt, would be, you know, I can edit this podcast in a third of the time now because of AI. I press one button, it does most of the transitions for me. I need to check it, just double check it. I need to do that nuance, but the bulk of it can be done with one click. You know, and I think that's the opportunity, right? A lot of people in my industry are pushing back against it. Go, oh, I'm not going to do that.
But why? That's the question I'd ask them. Why? What are you scared of? Yeah. Because if you're not doing it, you're going to be left behind. And I think we've touched on the fact that we're kind of going to separate ourselves in the higher space where personal touch is going to be so important, but we can also charge the price that allows us to afford keeping the team on. Where the restaurants are going to struggle is where they step back from, oh, I don't want to use robots, but then everybody else that starts using them will be able to then reduce their price point or not have to put their prices up. You're going to have people stuck in the same sector as the robots, doing the same food with the same ambience, the same everything else, but they can't get the price up to the level because they look expensive comparative to the, sounds crazy saying it, the robot restaurants, right? I think that's something that I would be very worried about if we didn't think ahead. Like we were talking about this 5 years ago. I actually had the very conversation with our kind of POS software provider. I wanted it to be as intuitive as possible because I don't want my team to have to be taken away from serving customers.
But also I think it gives you that focus, right? Like if you know you've got those processes that are being optimized by AI for your socials, etc., that you can then focus on, okay, all right, we're talking to Johnny today. I can focus on what I need to do for the prep. I can use ChatGPT to help me with the prep, but then I can just solely focus on this. So it gets the technology out of the way in some ways. So my job specifically, it gets the technology out of the way. In the same way with you, there'll be elements with your team where technology like can help when it comes to taking orders, etc., etc., etc. I can see a world where a human still serves you, but they're wearing a microphone that can capture the order request, and then it can go to the kitchen instantly, right? Rather than, and then maybe I'm being pedantic, right? But it saves that 20-second walk, and then the person can focus on actually, oh, how are you? You know, that customer service element, and not worried about what would you like, sir?
Yeah,
you know. And they can focus on the recommendation of the wine. They can so on, because they're not thinking, oh my god, I've got to remember this thing from the start of the conversation, back to when I go to the kitchen to tell the team what to actually create. You know.
And it removes human errors.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, whether you want to admit it or not, AI makes less mistakes than humans, right? And again, without jumping around, there's a reason why they're looking at AI doctors, right? Because they're going to have information on the medical science in the world, and every doctor that's ever made a thesis on anything is going to be available like that to AI. The best doctor in the world can't do that. And I think that's, you've got to embrace it. Can't be scared of it, because you'll just get left behind, because it's happening. I mean, I don't want to go too deep, but when the www boom came in the early 90s, everyone, no, it'll never happen, it'll never happen, it'll never happen. That was a slow process because everyone had to go out and buy computers, you had to have internet, you had to have all of that, right? The only thing stopping AI going probably 10 times further than it is today is the human mind saying no. The technology's there. We've all got iPhones, Samsungs, Pixars, whatever you've got in your pocket, right? You can do it. It's just the embrace, right?
Yeah.
And the more we use it, the more it learns, the more it adapts, the quicker it's going to go. I mean, the improvement in ChatGPT in the last 12 months is scary, right? Yeah. And I think, especially in the leading kind of industries, you're going to see a big shift to AI being the only thing they do. And then that will feed down and down and down, right? And yeah, we understand it. We've been speaking about it since 2022, right? We've had it there in our back mind. What can we do to improve and, as you say, be more efficient? QR code ordering is something that we use a lot of because it brings back the time. Yeah. If someone's sat in the garden, gets their time back, they don't have to go and stand at the bar on queue. They just order on the QR code, comes onto the till, it's printed, it's paid for, we can take it out to you. Yeah. That saves so much time, right?
But also in then, you're actually creating a better customer experience, which determines they're more likely to come back, which determines they're more likely to enjoy their time. Yeah, so of course, when it works, right?
That's the key factor, is you've got to make it intuitive, you've got to make it seamless, you've got to make it easy to use, not friction. It should feel like you're doing them a favour, not the other way around. And I think that is how you frame it. Guys, we're using technology because your life's going to be more enjoyable, you're going to have a better experience, not we're lazy, we can't be bothered to serve you. Because it's not that. Like, it's just, I think using it to your advantage. I mean, your editing software for your videos, I think it's the prime point there, right? Yeah. Is your video any better now because you say? Probably not. You probably do it the same, right? But you've done it in a third of the time. So now you can do 3 times the work, right? Yeah. You can edit 3 videos in the same period.
Yeah, exactly. You know, I'm not in a position where it's a choice of I can do this or this. I can now do this, this, and this because each section takes less time. Yeah. The product is identical, pretty much, because I'm still going to go through it, I'm still going to tweak that nuance, etc. It's not that I'm not editing it, it's just the grunt work of, okay, camera 1, camera 2, camera 3, camera 4, camera 1, all the way through, is done in 20 seconds. You know, that used to take me 2 hours. So I'm cutting 2 hours to 20 seconds.
Yeah.
So it allows me to then, focus on, okay, actually, technically you're talking, but my reaction was really good there. Okay, so let's swap back to me, even though you're still talking, right? So I can then focus on that nuance, because also I'm not, in my head, I'm also not creatively kind of fatiguing, because I've been looking, oh my God, I've been looking at this interview 2 hours, right? And I think it's also like you can focus on the other elements, and then also you can just increase your volume, because it's an efficiency thing as well. But let's cover everything I wanted to cover. I mean, is there anything specifically you wanted to talk about or shout out, etc.?
No, I don't think so. I think it's been a really great chat, to be fair. I think those that are in business will know that it is hard at the minute. But I don't know a single person that's talking like we've spoke today that's complaining. Because that's the kind of the key, I think. If you're complaining, you're not thinking, you're not changing, right? You're complaining. Stop bloody complaining and just look what you can change in your own business, in your own life to be better, because it's not going to change in the macro, right? Complaining is not going to stop the Labour changing any of the crazy wage bills they want to put on us. It's probably going to happen again in April, right? We all know that. But we're already factoring that in. We're like, okay, what can we do different in 12 months? What can we do different in 6 months, 3 months, 2 months? Not, oh, it's happened. What am I going to do now? Because it's just too late then, right? You get to the point where something's already gone wrong. It's what can you do, right? It's,
You know, I think it's also about focusing on what you can control, outside of like the government's going to change what the government's going to change. Yeah, cool, it affects you, but you can't control what they're going to change necessarily. Like really, yeah, you can write to your MP, yeah, you can try and lobby, etc. But like tangibly day to day, all you can do is focus on your output, focus on your marketing, and focus on your costs and your sales. Right, they're the four sectors of business that you should focus on, and you should continue to focus on those. Right? Yeah. How can you provide more value to your customers or your clients? How can you increase the likelihood that you're going to get more clients or customers? And then how can you retain or make more sales from the ones you have, right? So whether it's adding more value or thinking about a model differently or adding a retainer service, so you've got more, as we just opened the episode with, look at a returned income rather than project gap, you know, and actually if you've got some retainers, especially as a marketer, then you can take on the odd few projects as well. So then you've got an even better month, but your baseline is going to be at a certain level because of those retainers. But then also it removes the stress, so you can do other elements, like you can focus on your marketing more, you can focus on your systems more, etc. I mean, what would you say to people as a final passing bit of advice, maybe who are, or yourself 10 years ago, what advice would you give to that person if they were going into business today?
As a business owner, I think it's very easy. Put all the systems and processes and people in place so that you don't have to work in your business. Because if you're in your business and you're doing all of the stuff, there could be AI that gets it to do all of the stuff you don't want to do, but you need to be having conversations that bring sales in. You need to be having conversations that are getting new customers. If you're not doing that as a business owner, you've got a job. You're not in the business. That's, yeah, I think my biggest advice, and something I've been able to do in the last few years, and why I think we're where we are now. I don't pour pints. I don't cook. I know how to, but I don't. I've got people that do that, because as soon as I start pulling pints or I'm in the kitchen, I'm not marketing, I'm not growing, I'm not out there looking at what we can do to be better in the future. It's a lot easier to find a chef than it is to find someone that can do all the stuff that I know I'm brilliant at. And most business owners are going to be the best salesperson in their business, the best marketeer, because they know it inside out, right? Yeah. But they just get so tied up, and I get it. You're a one-man band plumber, but you're only ever going to be that level. If you've got aspirations of being a full-on business owner that can be on a beach 4 or 5 times a year and not having to be worrying you've got income coming in while you sleep, which is the dream for everybody, right? You've got to put the people to do the job that you are currently doing, and then focus on how you bring customers and sales in to pay their wage. If you do that, game changing. Easier to say when you run a pub, because you have to employ people, right? Yeah. I think the biggest challenge, even for yourself probably, I don't know where your growth map sits, like it is the biggest challenge for most people, is the mindset, oh, I'm going to employ someone, I've got to find their wages every single month. Yeah. But that's ultimately what makes you a business owner. I think that was a real kind of shift change for me, that brought an ops manager in, brought an exec chef in, brought a head of marketing in, brought all of these people in. I went, wow, I can now concentrate on the stuff I really enjoy doing. Yeah. I'm not having to sit there and get like fixated on the pot washer didn't turn up on Tuesday night. although it is my problem, ultimately it's not my problem. You need to make it someone else's problem, those little minute details.
But then, it's that focus, right? It comes back to that focus. And I think you have to build financial stability within yourself in answer to what my growth plan is. Build financial stability for me, then scale it to the point where it has financial stability for someone else and 2 other people. Yeah. And then look at, okay, how can I allocate those resources to potentially replace me in this role, and this role, so then I can then open up to do 4 podcasts a week, 6 podcasts a week, whatever it ends up being, because the only thing I will never be able to outsource is me sat here today.
Correct.
I can get 2 camera operators in today to run the cameras. That's not what's happening, but I could have done, right? Yeah. That would have cost me something. Cool. But then I don't even have to think about, is the camera recording, etc., etc. Yeah. But then I can focus on our interview, right? So it's about removing those hats when you can, but building them, in my view, especially as a creative industry that's very this and always been this, and it's been very you're always very fortunate and should be very grateful to be able to work in the creative industry as a full-time career. It's not a obligation or a thing you can do. And I remember a YouTube video saying, for a long time, especially during COVID, when there was a really strong boom and there was lots of creative work going, everyone was very entitled about being, I'm a creative and I do this and they do all the pay my day rate or whatever it was. But
followers on TikTok.
Yeah, but now it's actually, I'm grateful to be able to do this for a living, and it's a privilege to be able to do so, not necessarily a thing that is likely, in that respect. Or if you could only do it part-time, okay, cool, be great if you could do it part-time, or etc. And I think it's about your work ethic. It's about how do you control those levers regarding sales. Actually, when you make money, how much do you keep and then hold on to, so you have that financial safety net. So if you are project to project, do you have enough to cover 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, 6 months, 12 months, etc. And then once you've got that, then you can develop another financial pot equivalent to go, okay, cool, I can now outsource for 3 months, 4 months, 5 months, 6 months, 12 months, etc. And then you can then say, okay, well, how's best to spend that money to get strong ROI, strong marketing, and what's your timeline on that? That's just my view. But thank you so much for coming. I mean, if people who don't know, what do you want to shout out? What do you want to link to?
I think if you haven't been to the Mill and you're local to Salisbury, it'd be great to see you down here, see what we've done. And yeah, it's been a pleasure. Thank you so much.
And if you did enjoy this episode and you would like to see more like it, then make sure to be subscribed. Obviously, if you're looking to potentially up what you're doing with content, I would love to hear from you. I'll leave my information somewhere around this video, and I'll see you very, very soon.
The reason a podcast is valuable is the trust building element to it. I don't think any other format builds trust in the same way that a podcast does.
Sometimes done is better than perfect if it's a barrier.
Talking to people about their own personal relationship with money.
How do you break that down?
You will know this better than anyone. You need a hook to get people in.
It's not glamorified. It's not you put out a video, it got 1 million hits, and then you get 20 phone calls. Right?
Absolutely not. No one's calling me at this stage. Definitely not. The super niche stuff is a super niche audience.
What content can you create on a consistent schedule? So now I'm like, how can I best spend today? And how can I be as efficient as I can? Hello, my friends. I hope you're well. I hope you had a good day, evening, or night. Today we're talking to John all about podcasting. Hi, John.
Hello. Yeah, good. Thanks. Yourself?
Yes, super well. We were fortunate enough to meet through James, whose space we're in today.
Studio man.
And I was debating about how to start this, because I think sometimes like podcasting could be a really challenging thing, right? And I think for me, why should someone actually have a show like this as a whole? But then because I think there's a psychology kind of hurdle in the respect of creating content, but especially in a podcast environment. But also then, like, what is the ROI, I guess?
Yeah.
Would you say?
I think it's the format dictates that more than anything else. Mm-hmm. So the reason a podcast is valuable is the trust building element to it. I don't think any other format builds trust in the same way that a podcast does. For a couple of reasons. First of all, you are sort of having a long form chat. So you can go into subjects way deeper than you can in other stuff. Sometimes even videos and documentaries and stuff. If you're watching a documentary, there's kind of like a point at which you need it to move on. With a podcast, you could sort of effectively ask questions forever. And if it's good content, it keeps going.
Do you think it's the first or easiest step into content creation, would you say?
I think audio only, yes. Mm-hmm. simply because of the barrier that is video in terms of skills and everything, and you've got to think about camera setups and everything like that. Whereas if you do audio only, so easy to get a mic, so easy to talk to someone online, virtual on a video call. That's so accessible that actually, it's quite an easy first step into it, I'd say.
Do you think you're limiting yourself though? Because I don't know whether I question audio only, unless obviously you're on the platform, but when you're looking at maybe social posts like LinkedIn or Instagram or Facebook, is there is there an audience, would you say, for audio only still?
Yeah, definitely. Because I think the thing in terms of marketing, like you say, and promoting the show, without video nowadays, it's hard to get it out there, definitely. But a lot of people, myself included, view the podcasting format as something you listen to while you're doing other stuff, while you're hoovering, while you're driving, that kind of thing. Yeah. So I think it's definitely still there, and I don't think that's going away.
Would you say then it's more of a step by step? So someone could start audio and then where's step 2?
I think so. Yeah, I think so, because, for depending on who you are, if you're a business, it's a bit different. If you're an individual, you kind of learn the time required to sort of get to each step. So once you start on the audio step and you're like, actually, it's taking me too much time, it's not worth it for whatever reason, it's not for you. If you then introduce video purely for clips, so you film the whole thing but only use clips, then you can see what time the promo takes, and then when you should go to a full video, you can see how long that takes. So I think that's why you'd do it potentially in that step if you're coming at it from a completely new perspective, if that makes sense.
And then, I guess you then can grow to the Diary of a CEO style, full form trailer-esque piece, right? And I think sometimes we get so, and this is true for any marketing, not necessarily a podcast, but it could also be true of a podcast. I think we get so hemmed in I need it to be Diary of a CEO quality instantly, right? Yeah. And I think that we struggle with the idea of, I'm going to take one step, make a 1% improvement, next step, 1% improvement, one step, so on, right? And I think for me, especially with what I've done with marketing, it's always been so this is the results I've got previously from this output. Okay, but what happens if I double the output, right? And it's constantly that testing period. I mean, in your experience with podcasting, how would you recommend people, or how would you look at working with a client, because I know that's some of the work you do, to actually help them actually work out, should they have a podcast, but then secondly, what are the nuts and bolts of their podcast in regards to topics and theme and etc. and or does that matter now?
Yeah, so I think in terms of the sort of nuts and bolts, you kind of have to have the reason why you're doing it first, then you go into the nuts and bolts. So like I said at the start, the reason why is the building trust element. I think you need to, if that's what you want to achieve, and you have, say you're selling a particular service or a product that can be gone into in depth, then it's worth doing from the start. Then the nuts and bolts from there all depends on how you want to package that, I guess, to be unique or to kind of be the same, because everyone is kind of getting used to this kind of format. So there's options on the table for sure.
I think there's obviously that psychology thing that we've talked about a little bit as well, but I think for me, I didn't overthink it. I was like, I enjoy talking about business, I enjoy talking about content creation, I enjoy talking about marketing. And I've evolved it, and it sort of changed, and depending on the guests will kind of tailor the conversation slightly. But I also don't overthink the conversation, because I trust in myself as an interviewer to ask, I guess, poignant questions, or what naturally comes to my mind. And I think sometimes when we look at content, it's not in this box, right? I watched a video this morning talking about the fact that one of the reasons why they're not, the person in question wasn't on YouTube, was because he was constantly concerned about, he sells video production, so it has to look good, has to sound good, and I followed the logic of, yes, sure, but actually sometimes done is better than perfect if it's a barrier. Do you how do you, when you look at either, and I'm sure we'll get onto the podcast you're launching, but when you work with clients, or when you're maybe looking at your own podcast, how do you balance that line of, okay, it's done, but actually there's these things that that could be better? Do you hold a podcast back? Would you reshoot a podcast? where's your line?
Yeah, I think you'd want to know that before even starting, frankly. If you want it to be polished, and the client's a big company, for example, you want it to be polished, you start from there. That's kind of the level is set effectively. And going on from there, in terms of, if it looks scrappy, there's kind of growing evidence that a scrappier look still appeals on the right platform. I was reading recently about TikTok and how people, or watchers or users of TikTok, prefer the raw content, the raw sort of footage and stuff. So someone literally picking up their phone and talking, there's no kind of green screen, no one's putting any effects or whatever. If the content looks like that on TikTok, it sells on TikTok.
Yeah.
Whereas on YouTube, like you were saying, people kind of expect a bit more of a polished thing. But I think authenticity is quite a big thing these days when it comes to content. And like you were saying with your questions and it's just coming off the dome and stuff, that's in some ways kind of seen as a more better or nicer to watch compared with a completely polished, you've gone through 20 questions with a fine-tooth comb and you're only asking 10 because they're like the best ones only. It doesn't, conversations don't work like that, and that's ultimately what podcasts are.
I think that's an important point. I think that there is obviously a line when it comes to the quality of especially if it's what you sell, like what I sell is video production. So there is a line, but I also think that there's an opportunity cost of refilming a conversation that isn't the first one, for example.
Absolutely.
Right? So to give you some context, last week or so, I filmed a podcast with my mum, and that post, me announcing the fact I did it, did really well, which kind of doesn't surprise me to an extent. It doesn't, but there's actually a tech challenge with that podcast because one of the cameras isn't in focus. So my camera isn't in focus. So I was in a position last week, and I think I pretty much made the decision I'm just going to work around it. But I'm in a position where I'm like, the episode is really strong in regards to the content, but it's not perfect video production wise. Do I reshoot it with the potential opportunity that it will feel different and the conversation will maybe come across differently? Or do I work around the fact I've got multiple cameras and I fix it that way? Or do I just go with, okay, it's out of focus. It's not far out of focus. It's maybe an inch, a tiny amount. But is that an approach some people should take? Do you think they should get out of the way of the content sometimes? Because I could really sit here and lose my shit over the fact that one angle's out of focus, but it is what it is.
Yeah. I think the content is what matters most. I think if you try to reshoot it, it's never getting anywhere near the same, especially if it was a good episode. Yeah. And it's your mum, right? So it's personal to you, and it's like an emotional element to it.
Yeah.
And I know what you mean. You're coming at it kind of from an editor's perspective, and it's just going to annoy you forever. But the average watcher probably won't bother them that much, I'd say. So actually, if the content's really good, I guess like you say, you could in theory refilm your bits of you could pretend you're there again.
Yeah.
But unless you're a particularly good actor, it's it's not gonna work.
Yeah.
So I would say no. I'd say take the hit on the
because
slightly blurry
I
image.
also look at it from a perspective, from my point of view at least, by saying, okay, well, in the grand scheme of all the episodes I've got in production, that's one episode out of 20, right? This week, I think I'm filming 9 or 10, right? Total. And I think for me, it's the action will always outweigh that, and maybe that one with my mum isn't perfect from a production point of view, but the conversation, the content's really powerful.
Yeah.
So I think that's the thing people need to focus on. I think that's when, especially when they start, I think they get in the way. They get in their way sometimes, and they're constantly it needs to be £40,000 of production. It needs to be this, and I only need 45 because Stephen Bartlett's known for what he did with Direct Every CEO and how he then scaled that to the point he did. But I think we don't look at the journey sometimes that Stephen went on specifically. If we're going to use him as an example, anyone with a big podcast, we don't look at the micro testing that happened through the journey to then get to the point where they're at today. I mean, have you confirmed where you are with the podcast? Where's your podcast?
So yeah, yet to officially launch, but all the stuff's going on in the background basically at this point. I've got first bunch of guests booked, I've got the studio booked, and yeah, in terms of the the background work, in terms of questions and what I'm thinking in masking and how I want it to look, that's all sort of down in my head.
Yeah.
So it's just I've got to start it now. I've got the dates booked in, so it's just a case of starting when it starts.
Happy days. That's super exciting. I mean, for people who may be interested, I mean, how did you come up with the idea? What is the idea? Like, what are you going to be talking about? Like, where's that? And I think it's really important to also highlight, and something I try to do is like collaborate with other people rather than, because some maybe will be watching this and go, but Colton, that could be like technically you're a competitor in some ways, right?
Yeah.
But I'm like, no, actually, because I think we can both work together to actually create a better show as a whole, right? And lean into each other's skills where it makes sense. But I mean, just to reiterate the question, I mean, where, what, and how is your podcast going to be about?
Yeah, so it's called How Do You Money? And that's that's the idea. That's the sort of opening question somewhat. So it doesn't actually make grammatical sense, obviously. But I think most people can get from that. It's talking to people about their own personal relationship with money. Strictly not an advice show, because I'm not an expert with money. And it's purely human interest. So I'm talking to people about their money habits. Things like how often do they check their banking app?
Mm-hmm.
When you ask people these questions in day-to-day conversation, it's amazing how different the answers are. How people in relationships deal with money between them. Everyone does it differently. And so like the crux is that twofold. First of all, in the UK, we're just not taught what to do with money in school. College, university, whatever.
Do you think we should?
Yes, absolutely.
That should be in school?
Absolutely, yeah. Because it's a fundamental life skill. As you know, we had a short conversation about money at the start.
Yeah, absolutely.
So yeah, I think it definitely should be. But at the moment it's not, right? And so I think as a result, two things happen. Number one, everyone makes up their own way. Second of all, people are too scared to talk about it because there's no official guidelines from the start.
Do you think that's an insecurity? Do you think if I say that I nearly lost the business in 2024 or previously, that you're going to judge me? Do you think it comes from that?
Absolutely, yeah.
Do you think that I'm going to think that you think I'm a failure?
I think that's a big part of it, definitely.
And then let's flip it. Do you?
Absolutely not. No. And I don't think anyone would, because, well, the main thing being everyone else will have their own story along the same guidelines. Because we're not taught about what to do, because life is a challenge anyway with money, because there are so many ways you can trip up with money. So it's very much a sort of low budget psychoanalysis of money, and it's kind of an accumulative thing. So no, it's not about the one episode or one particular episode or what one person says. My idea about it is looking back at the first 10 episodes and seeing all the different answers. I've got a killer question that I ask at the start of this podcast that everyone will definitely have a different answer. It's a one-word question.
Okay.
One-word answer. And I hope that kind of sets the tone for how the rest of it is going to be.
Yeah. I mean, looking at your planning stage then for your show, I'm curious, because obviously I plan mine in the way I do it. How have you looked to plan it? Do you completely pre-plan it? Do you have an idea of questions in your head? Obviously, you've already said you have the opening question there. I mean, what do you have the rest of it? Like, just break most of the audience's case, but also I'm curious as well. I mean, like, how do you break that down? Like, how have you broken that down?
So I have kind of set it into 3 or 4 kind of different sets of questions that relate to specific things. So like I'll have 4 main topics, let's say, and then questions that come underneath that. One of my sections is clickbait questions.
Okay, fair enough.
Just being really honest about it.
But are you doing that for the clip that you're going to extract from the show?
So partly to do with that, yeah,
okay.
Absolutely. You will know this better than anyone. You need a hook to get people in. Yeah. That's just the reality.
Yeah.
But as well as that, those questions often come up with the best answers. There's a reason they're clickbait questions, because they're the big questions. But it can't just be all of that, because it's like me going to you, what's the biggest mistake you've ever made with money? What's the best thing you've ever done with money? What's the worst problem you've ever got? Do you know what I mean? It doesn't, that's not a podcast. It doesn't work as a format in any interview or anything. So that's one section, for example. But in terms of the process, I just thought of the questions based on normal conversations with people, and then I've sort of categorized them, you know, chopped a few out.
Yeah.
The clickbait thing was only a recent idea, really, so I've added some of those in. And yeah, in terms of a format, it's conversational, right? So I don't have to hit every question. If I ask the second question and that lasts a good chunk of the podcast, so be it. It's quite loose because I want the content to be real.
I think that's important, right? Because I think sometimes, and we were talking a little bit while I was setting up, about why people don't post or why people don't like show up or why they don't talk about their money, or, you know, there's loads of the kind of from a psychology point of view or like a coming across point of view, it's the same. And I think that for me, I've been very fortunate that I've always sort of taught publicly or built in public. And it was interesting because about a month or two ago, I think, I personally, so I don't know when the trend started, but the trend of building in public really started taking momentum. I mean, have you, because I know we in our one-to-one, we talked about the fact that you were 6 months-ish like into freelance. I mean, how was your journey from like, okay, I'm going to do this thing, I'm going to go freelance? I mean, was it forced on you? Was it
50%?
Okay. Yeah.
I took voluntary redundancy basically from my previous job. But to be honest, I'd come to a point where I felt like I wasn't going anywhere in that job, if that makes sense. And yeah, it was a bold decision because I was also 3 months away from my first child being born. So I've since had a conversation with a friend who was like, "You're mad. Why have you gone and done this at this exact time?" But yeah, a lot of things felt right about it. I did seek advice about it from people about, you know, rates and how much work is available, just a few people that I knew. And it just seemed like the way to go, and it has been the way to go up until this point. So it's a bit like that freelance, and you want to know, as a business owner, you're just sort of going, okay, I've got through this month, go to the next one.
I was definitely like that at the start. Right, I've been very fortunate. I've talked quite openly about the fact that 2024 was quite rough, but I blame myself on why it was quite rough.
Yeah,
because I wasn't showing up as it's in the correct marketing to actually get the output I wanted, but also in volume, I don't think.
Yeah.
I think if now I look in hindsight about what I was doing and like what went wrong, quote unquote, and I could sit in the respect of maybe a victimized mentality of saying, well, the economy was hard and there was this issue and then etc. But like as we were discussing before, I think you're an example of this at 6 months in, but I'm maybe an example of this year. You have to have a strong business model. Something that I've tweaked in the business model now is a more recurring revenue model. So we'll work with people on a monthly returning like payment plan.
Nice.
Or like, and it's not like that's not the only thing I do, but I still do project work. But like for me, it was always a matter of, from looking at a business point of view, of how do I squish those troughs, right? And also squish those peaks in proxy to an extent. But it's basically having a flat line. I know categorically I'm going to have X amount coming in, and then how do I design a business that allows me to do that? But then also, what marketing does that business need to then show to other clients that I know what I'm talking about? And I think when we look at actions, and this was going to be on to the next question, which was around like, is it just the reason why you're busy is because of your output? Because I think sometimes we sit here and go, oh, things are quiet, or like, you know, we both kind of alluded to it already, but business owning, freelancing is difficult, right? And I've had times where it's really, really hard, where I know I've got to hit a certain amount every month, and I'm like, I don't fucking know where that money's coming from. But how do you look at it when you were looking at either going full time or like now, in respect to like keeping your pipeline full? If you don't, because I'm in a quite privileged position where I've got that residual revenue, so actually I don't need to worry too much at the moment as it sits right now, because I've got that residual revenue. Of course, I'm still pushing, I'm still looking for projects, etc. But I don't need to worry in the same way as if I didn't have that income.
Yeah.
So for people who are maybe in the position closer to that, where they're just project to project, and maybe they don't have a pot of money and they don't have like money management, how do you look at it? How do you create a strong pipeline, I guess is the question.
There's a magic wand called LinkedIn these days. And it basically, I've just utilised that. So you can find companies that do what you do, or companies that you want to work for in a freelance capacity. Then there's a tab that says people, and you can directly speak to the people at these businesses that you want to work at. That's all I've done. And the first 6 months, I'm thinking about 10 months in now, but the first 6 months for me, 100% of the work I got was through LinkedIn.
Okay.
So,
and was that through what I would call in the trenches, hand-to-hand DMing? Right.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's a strategy I call it, is like cold DMing, cold outreach, cold warming. It's not glamorified. It's not you put out a video, it got 1 million hits, and then you get 20 phone calls. Right?
Absolutely not. No one's calling me at this stage. Definitely not. But yeah, it kind of just through messaging people. Sometimes people I knew, and that led to work. Often most of the time, people I didn't know, and that led to work. And it's you often hear in sort of success stories. It's like a lucky break or a sort of lucky thing. And I kind of did have that with my first job. But it was because I made that approach and I said, oh, hi, you do these kind of podcasts. I've done these for this number of years. I'd love to do more. At that time, they happened to need someone because they wanted to do something new.
Yeah.
And I got the work because of that. And it's one of those things, isn't it? I think the quote is, luck is where time and preparation.
Preparation meets opportunity.
That's it. Preparation meets opportunity is luck.
That's all luck is.
Yeah.
You're prepared for an opportunity to come, and then you continue to keep yourself prepared and keep yourself ready. Like we're recording this just before, about a week and a half before the kids break up for school, right? A lot of people in business look at that as, oh Christ, everything's going to go quiet. Everyone, which understandably, they're going to spend time with their children, they're going to go on holiday, etc. I read a post the other day, there was something on the lines of, things are quiet, right? Things like the creative industry is struggling, like these kind of terms. And I was like, okay, that might be true. And it might be actually we're coming into the summer holidays, etc. But that's then an opportunity for you to A, output your marketing, B, look at maybe cold outreach or what you're doing there, and then try and set some stuff up for September. I mean, do you see, like, are you, because I remember when I was just project, especially when I was like tighter on cash flow, it'd be this rush to get money in because I knew I'd have 6 weeks where things would be a lot harder. Are you either financially planning wise or pipeline wise or etc.? Are you planning for that to be slower, or do you expect actually there's going to be a percentage of businesses that actually just keep going and work around everything? Yeah,
I just feel like at this stage, I don't think I can really plan for it, if that makes sense. The planning is outreach. Yeah. Just message people, talk to people I know, people I've worked for before, people I don't know, people I want to work for, all that kind of thing. So yeah, I'm not at that stage yet where I could do that, but there are opportunities sort of on the horizon where I may be able to do that. So it's one of those, really. I don't know exactly how that planning would look like for me right now, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, I think, and this is kind of like a bolt-on question to marketing or networking and how you tackle those things. For a long time, people have always looked at maybe traditional marketers as, I'm going to go to an event, I'm going to network in the room, and I'm trying to get work from that room. What I've always understood is it's networking through that room, right? But nowadays, because of time and because of what I do less of the in the room having a conversation stuff, but I'm still leveraging either the network that I have and then their connections that they're making potentially, or you as an example, or I'm actually just trying to utilize the network I already have to then lean into either creating more content or creating opportunities to have conversations in one-to-ones with very targeted people. And I think sometimes, especially at the beginning, and I look at it as phases in business, right? So I'll use you as an example. The phase you're in freelancing as a whole is you've got to do a lot of hand-to-hand, you've got to do a lot of time investment, you've got to do a lot of network events, you've got to, like, I think the term would be like kiss a lot of frogs before you get your prince or princess, right? And I think for me, it's then about like maybe looking at scaling. You may not have thought about this yet, but like how would you then look at, say, you're 3 years down the line, 4 years down the line, and actually you've got, like, not that you don't have a reputation now, but you've got more of an established reputation. How would you then like say to a person or a client or a friend that maybe was looking to scale? Because the issue is when you're trading time like that, it's not as scalable, right? You can scale the unscalable by just working really hard and working smart, sure. But would you look to do content? Like how would you look at it from your perspective, and or what are you planning to do?
In terms of content, how do you mean in terms of content?
In respect to like, would you continue to network, and would you continue to lean into your own podcast and see that, because I expect what will end up happening, of course we don't know, it hasn't launched yet, but I expect what will end up happening is you'll get inquiries solely because you have a podcast, right?
That's kind of, and that's part of the strategy, frankly. Yeah. You know, an ultimate goal for the podcast would be sponsorship eventually, right?
Mm-hmm.
Very hard to get, notoriously, very long time to get there. So I'm not particularly holding my hopes up for that at this point, but that's kind of my best bet in terms of something like you say that isn't just working and getting paid for the work, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
You are getting paid to do the podcast, but it's not directly, I do this hour, I get this pay. If that
Yeah,
makes sense.
yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm glad you mentioned sponsorship, because I think it's something which people really struggle with. Do you think, because normally it's audience size based, right?
Yeah.
But I would actually say it's value. To an extent, it's audience size, but also it depends on who you're asking to sponsor it. Okay,
Yeah.
If you're trying to get Coca-Cola to sponsor it, you probably should be pulling like a couple of million, right? If you're not trying to go for Coca-Cola, you can probably do it on a lesser scale. I mean, at what point would you, from your experience, would you say that even entertaining the idea of a sponsorship is a good idea?
From a business's perspective.
Yeah, from from the sponsor
Yeah.
coming into looking for shows, and or if you have a show, at what stage should you then be like, hey, we've got sponsorship opportunities?
I see, okay. Well, from the sponsor's perspective, there's a lot more talk these days about the power of niche podcasts, basically. Mine isn't very niche, so maybe I've missed the mark there and I have to relook at it. But the super niche stuff is a super niche audience, and super niche stuff brings a super dedicated audience in a lot of cases. Because if you love barefoot shoes, I'm particularly interested in them, you're looking about barefoot shoe stuff all the time. People will look about, how to strengthen your feet, what to do with toe spaces. You can go into mad detail and mad depth. And if you're a barefoot shoe brand and there's a podcast with 1,000 dedicated fans, you can put yourself in front of 1,000 dedicated fans. It doesn't sound like huge fry, compared to small fry, but it's dedicated people that if they like your brand will keep coming back. So it's kind of like a repeat customer concept. And also it's super niche. So if you're a barefoot brand and you go on the biggest podcast that's out there, you'll get lost among the noise of, the big brands like Coca-Cola.
Yeah.
So I feel like it's for a business, you want to look at the niche communities that you want to target. And then once you're in there, you're in there.
As a show then?
As a show, I think you have to know what you are able to do with the show. If you're committed to it week in, week out, because I think sort of weekly is what you need to be doing really for it to be worth sponsoring, maybe bi-weekly. Yeah, you could go for it from day one. I could be chasing it now, but I haven't got anything to show. I can't say, here's the podcast. I can say, here's the idea.
Yeah.
I think if you have something that it looks good and sounds good and the content is good and a community are reacting to it or people are reacting to it or you're getting a good amount of, if there's a value proposition in there, you're ready to sort of offer it up as long as you're committed to keep it going. Because then otherwise there isn't a sponsorable thing, right?
Yeah. Do you think, I'm glad you mentioned like rhythm as what I call rhythm of shows. Do you think that you kind of alluded to it maybe weekly or bi-weekly, like, because I know there's some people who may be listening who are like, I can only do once a month.
Yeah.
Right? Would you say that would stop them doing a show, or do they need to organise filming in such a way or producing in such a way where when they launch, they've actually got enough to do weekly, for example?
Yeah, I think it kind of probably depends on the content, what the podcast is about. There's a lot of complicated algorithm stuff with YouTube and stuff. You definitely know more than me about that. But that kind of dictates that you need things to be weekly or you get lost. That's what I've sort of read.
I think the buzzword we could use here would be you have to be consistent, right? You have to commit to what you're saying. For me, I do weekly because it can work. And how I do that behind the curtain-esque is I just film a shit ton.
Yeah.
So then I've constantly got content, right? So for me, I've kind of got content buckets. Like, so I'll have stuff that's just me involved. For that, I'm about 6 weeks ahead of schedule in respect to like what I'm editing, in respect to what I'm filming. And then from a podcast point of view, as I alluded to earlier, I'm filming 7 episodes this week, but 7 episodes won't go live this week.
No,
right?
of course not.
In the first week, when I relaunched the show, 7 episodes, like close to 7 episodes did go live, but that was a deliberate marketing plan that was, we're going to push the podcast really hard. Now, I'm doing clip generation through AI. I'm doing clip generation with me, and it's a yes and strategy rather than a yes or strategy. Because I think so many people, they look at, we could use ops clips, we could use an editor, we could use this, and they don't say, what if we do and, right? How do you look at it from a post-production point of view? Should someone, when they want to start doing a podcast, I mean, I guess it's audience-based, and it's the person, right? Whether they've got resources to throw at it, etc. But should someone who's starting a podcast, maybe a corporate or a medium-sized business, and they want to do a podcast, should they get into the trenches first and start? Or should they just pay someone like us to come in and help them with it from day one, would you say?
Yeah, I think if you're taking it seriously, you need a producer of some kind, an editor of some kind, realistically. To do that exact strategy, as you mentioned, have X amount ready to go. Yeah. And then it just kind of mitigates against all kind of problems coming up. You know, the studio isn't ready, available.
Studio isn't available, someone doesn't show up.
Someone's sick. Yeah.
You like, for me, there's client delivery weeks where I cannot fit it in.
Yeah.
Physically, there's no gap in my calendar, it doesn't happen.
Yeah.
Right? But then I also have the week after, the 2 weeks after, where I'm like, this is podcast filming week.
Yeah.
Then I'll have a month where I don't have that, but because I've got a load of bank, and that's why I constantly try and bank as much content as I can when I can film it, that I can then be in a position where actually it's fine, right? So if I do fortunately get really busy with work, which is a nice problem to have, I guess, right? Which is actually the reality I'm now in, because I have an abundance of content, an abundance of, I guess in some ways it's a mindset thing around like, I don't need the work. So to an extent, actually the work's more there because I'm showing up differently, I think. But I think for me, like, especially as I'm doing a clip strategy as well as the YouTube, like the YouTube is a focus, sure. But for me, and just quickly, as we're talking algorithms very quickly, the way YouTube's algorithm currently works, basically, in a nutshell, is you'll be served a piece of content that you like when you open the platform. So it'll pull, not push, it'll pull the content for you. And what will happen is when a piece of content goes live, so I put a new podcast out, I put ours out, etc., it will send it to a specific audience sector, okay? And then it will say, okay, cool, this audience sector watched X amount, Y amount, it got number of views, etc. If that is, and the threshold changes, right, and it's the unknown bit of the algorithm, but if it hits above a certain threshold, it will then be served to a similar sized new audience. Then it will check the threshold again and repeat. So when something goes quote viral, what's happening is the watch time, the likes, the views, whatever it is, whatever metric they're waiting on at the time, is basically scaling repeatedly into new audiences, and the reaction from every new audience is great. So it's greater than the next one. So it then serves it to a larger audience and so on. That's how it gains momentum. But even virality videos will lose momentum eventually. Yeah. Just because it will be oversaturated to the market. It will go into a different part of the audience, etc., etc. TikTok's known for this. And then people will start clicking off or not watching it, and then you'll just watch it sort of drop off. Right. You know? But then there's also the reason why like YouTube's so powerful. So you can have a video that's been it's got 5 views. 6 months, 12 months time, for whatever reason, triggered by the algorithm, 1,000 views. Right? I've watched that happen. I'm sure you have as well. And I think for me, it's not necessarily about looking at what the algorithm is rewarding or isn't rewarding. It's more about what content can you create on a consistent schedule that you're passionate about, that you can speak from, that puts you in a position to put your best foot forward. When you look at working with people, are you quite picky and choosy? Or are you in a fortunate position where you can be picky and choosy when you work with people on their podcasts?
Just in terms of clients?
In terms of clients, in terms of people you collaborate with, in terms of people you work with. Because I'm always curious whether it's just the nature of the beast in some ways. Like, as I said, I sort of explained the makeup of my business this year. I'm now in a position where I'm very protective of my time. Mm. And that's not like I don't want to talk to you. It's just I only have a certain amount of time, and that's the only barrier, and that's my hurdle now. Because actually I'm okay on cash flow pretty much all the time because of my retainers. I'm okay because of project delivery. I've got a strong pipeline, and I'm good on content because I've got a large pile. So now I'm like, how can I best spend today? And how can I be as efficient as I can, in that respect? So is that, I guess the question, I'll re-ask it, but like, is it something you personally do? And if so, and or if it isn't, is it something that you think you'll adapt to as your business scales and grows in that respect?
Yeah, I think it's a stage thing. So at this stage, I'm picking up what I can, where I can, effectively. If there's something I particularly don't want to do, I'm not going to do it.
I was just saying, is there still a line?
There's still a line, I think. Yeah. There's a line in terms of the day rate, frankly. If that's not up to scratch, there's a line in terms of what the actual work is. Sometimes.
Do you think people struggle with? So I've said no to certain clients just on like, not necessarily political ideology, but their approach, how they come across, whether they respect my time, things like that. And I think people, they sometimes worry, what if I say no? What if there's, like, do you think that's the it comes from I'm aware that I'm overusing the word insecurity, but I can't think of another way to describe it. Is it an insecurity of like, there isn't going to be more work down the road for me?
Yeah, well, it's the biggest insecurity, isn't it? Because money is security these days, really.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely it is. I think in terms of people saying yes to literally everything. Yeah, I think you're picky and choosy when you can be, probably, frankly. If you go, oh, well, the last couple of months are fine, I could do nothing for the next 2 months and be fine, then you are very picky and choosy. Yeah. When you've had a barren 2 months, you're more likely to be like, I'll just take it.
I also think it's a perspective of obviously synergize with the client, can you add value, but also like, even when you have an abundance of money or you're in a strong position with money, it might also be actually, my goal is to hit this amount, right? And this project might not be ideal, but it pushes me closer to that goal so I can hit it sooner as well. And I think we sometimes, I'm in two minds about it, because I'm a big advocate for you should say no, but also I'm a big advocate to get off your ego, get off your high horse. You still need to be in the trenches. Just because things are good right now, they're only good because you make them good for 6 months' time, etc. Right? And that's why I'm focusing on content. That's why I'm focusing on how I show up. That's why I'm focusing on constantly personally developing me, so that actually in 6 months' time, things can be even better than they are, rather than, oh, I had a really good 25 for the first half. Do you think people sometimes just want the instant though?
Oh,
as a question, like, because we're very social media orientated in that respect. Do you think it's purely around short-term validation, short-term money, short-term deal, short-term this?
I guess, yeah, to an extent. I mean, it's if you're in a situation where I need money now, everything else will go out the window for some people, depending on your circumstances. This is the crux of it, is it depends on your circumstances. If you're comfortable for a while, then you'll be fine. Otherwise, probably you will just snap up the short-term things. But I think, in terms of what you're saying, I think,
of course, it's nuance, right? Because it's like, if my back's against the wall, then I need to go and do what I call hand-to-hand outreach, right? Which is, I need to come up with an offer and I need to go to my network and I need to sell it, and I need to sell it quick.
Yeah.
Right. But if I'm not in that position, I can then take my foot off that. I can step back and I can say, okay, actually, let's play the mid to long game now.
Yeah.
And that's what I try to do in my content all the time. It's not direct sales. It's not this. It's actually, hey, have you thought about doing this? Hey, da-da-da. But as a society, as like starting creators, as freelancers, as video people, whatever you want to call it, have you noticed that people are more, they want short term? And they don't really have, I guess, the patience to look at where you're going to be in a year?
Yeah. I think that's a reality. I mean, I would have been quite sort of downbeaten if I'd had a different first 6 months to it. You kind of have to go through the journey to understand what the journey is. Yeah. Right. So with clients, with people approaching you, and you will have experienced this as well. You have 100 people you message. Yep. 30 reply, 10 say they'll have a call with you, 1 person gives you work. And if you think of it, if you go into it with that mindset, you'll live by that mindset, right? Yeah. So you'll keep doing it and you'll keep getting work because you've played the numbers game effectively. You've hit as many people as you can. Eventually something's going to come up.
You've done the rep, so to speak.
Yeah.
I was going to ask you, it was about speed of delivery, speed of output, speed of execution. Do you think that's maybe a nature of why someone's more successful than someone who's, I'll do that tomorrow? from a mindset point of view? Do you think?
From
So I'll give you an example. Like for me, when I came up with the idea to relaunch the podcast in the format that it was, so on location, in person, and or remote, and then within a week, I had filmed 3 episodes of the idea. Within 4 or 5 days, the first one was out. Because I didn't let myself get into the, oh yeah, that will be on the to-do list for next year. That will be on to-do list for next summer. That will be on the to-do list for 3 months' time. Because I knew I'm only going to get the results. I'm only going to start getting the data if I start outputting.
Yeah.
Right. And now it's becoming actually a core part of the marketing strategy for the next 6 months to a year. But that's because I've gained a load of momentum with it. And I know I'm really starting to get into a nice groove with it. And that's why I asked the speed thing, because one of the unique selling propositions I have personally as an editor is, so I'll give you an example. At the time of filming, I did a media day for a new client on Monday. And today we're filming on Monday. He's already got half the content already. And it's a week, right? But also it wasn't like that was the only thing I was doing. I've also put out, like, I think nearly 40 pieces of content for me, etc. I've done a load of other stuff related to the business. So for me, one of my unique selling propositions, or one of the things I do, is like I work really smart and really hard consistently with no result, plan no result. But for me, from what clients have told me, one of the reasons why they continue to work with me is the speed.
Yeah.
Right? Like one of the things that comes up in conversation all the time, and James mentioned it a couple of weeks ago when I came to do 2 more podcasts, he was like, your speed's ridiculous. And it's because I've built a strong system to be able to work smart, but also just work really hard. And that's where I kind of come from that point of view. Like, I know it's really important, but I know I'm willing to put the graft in and continue to put the graft in for 10 more years or more, if that's what it takes. But do you think that's uncommon in entrepreneurs as a whole?
I guess potentially, yeah. I mean, you kind of touched on it.
Because there's a level of complacency.
There's the work smart, not hard mantra, isn't there? But like you say, if you do both, kind of double the results effectively.
I'm going to outperform someone who's just working hard, sure, because I'm working smart and then doing the hours on the smart work as well.
Yeah,
right?
That's it. Yeah. So I think it probably is in terms of that. I mean, the get up and go thing. If you follow Gary V on social media, then you'll get the get up and go thing, because that was very much me. This podcast idea I'm doing was, I think I first thought of it 2 years ago. Okay. I've been writing notes about it on my phone, like month after month, something pop into my head. I'd be like, oh, that'd be cool. And then,
but do you think we have a culture of we're going to write notes about it?
Yeah, definitely.
Rather than execute on it.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
You know, because
you have to. I think you have to go through that journey.
You know, I'll be better at fitness next year. My diet will be better next year.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you just need to go.
Or next month, or tomorrow.
Yeah.
It's okay. We can. We've had a really long week. We can chill.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, it's true. It is. It's and we've got that comfort, and it's the whole being in a comfortable position. You don't grow in comfort. You have to be in discomfort. But actually, saying yes to things, you've got your yes and kind of mantra.
Yeah.
So just saying yes to things opens up. You realise, oh yeah, I can do this. Like if you just go, I'm just going to do it, and actually plan it. Like whether that's setting a reminder, put it in the calendar, write down, on your fridge, this is what you need to do today. However you do it.
Something I just building off that briefly. Something I found really valuable the last couple of years was, if it takes me less than 2 minutes to do, I just do it. I don't set a reminder to do it. I don't I'm going to write a to-do list or this or this or this. Like, I need to send an email. I'll send the email rather than write a reminder about sending the email, because the action will probably take less time.
Yeah. 100%.
And it's done. Then you don't need to think about it.
Yeah.
If it's a longer thing, I need to ask ChatGPT about that. I need to do some research on that. I need to plan the podcast, and it's like a longer goal thing. Start momentum by putting a reminder in your calendar and then stick to that.
Yeah.
But I think sometimes, especially with like fitness, I use that as an example all the time. It's like, I need to start running. Okay, but when's the first run?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I think, and I've just finished Atomic Habits from a book point of view, and it talks about specifically, my girlfriend's driving mad because I keep using the word compounding, but it's the only word that matters at the moment, right? Which is that everything I'm doing is like, how can I compound? How can I small win? On the way here, I was reading my second book. I've started reading physical books rather than listening to them. For a long time, I listened to them. As a dyslexic, I was like, right, this year I'm going to read a book cover to cover. No excuses, going to do it. So I was like, right, let's get a book that I actually really want to read that I haven't read, that I know is actually quite good because it's got good reviews, and has been talked about in this whole improvement space for ages. So I was like, cool, let's start with Atomic Habits, see where I go. And then I went on to Mel's 5-second rule, which I knew about for a long time. Mel Robbins is a leading psychologist, for those who don't know, in Canada, and she's just launched a new book talking about they, them, and other people's opinions on us. It will be on my read list. But for me, the crux of the 5-second rule, for those who don't know, is you count down from 5 and then you move, right? So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, move. And what it will do is it will trigger your mind to do the action step. So if you're like, oh, I need to start running, okay, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go get changed, go on a run. Because we don't sit in that uncomfortable window long enough on average, right? I'm really embarrassed because I'm not good enough at health and I can only last 2 minutes of running. Okay. But then the next day do 2 minutes and 10. Next day do 2 minutes and 30, etc. And I think once we start building the compounding, right, is when the snowball effect will continue to roll. I mean, do you think that, is that what you've used to get to this point, do you think?
To a point, yeah. I mean, the Atomic Habits, my favourite quote from that is, every choice you make is a vote for the person you want to be. Yeah. And once you tie it to your identity in that way, there is a bit of a mental switch. And you start doing even the smallest things, right? You know, like the eating healthy or whatever, you make the healthier choice on a menu, all that kind of thing. You justify it to yourself in a way that's personal, and in a way that you can then live by effectively. So that's definitely helped. And you know, there's a lot of things in that book. That book's brilliant. You know, so yeah, I think definitely. Obviously I've read it as well, and it's probably helped me. I've signed up to the newsletter. I get that as well, and I do think there's something to be said for being in that world of like the positive quotes and shifting your mindset around certain things. If you look at it enough, you just will start to think like it.
I think for me, I've been aware that like what I consume is how I'll show up, right? So like that's why I'm trying to build the habits from building off Atomic Habits, but in general, I'm trying to build the habits and build momentum. So like when I finished Atomic Habits, I was like, I've ordered another book, but it won't be here for 3 days. So I'm like, I need another one, because if I stop, then I won't do it. Then I broke the habit. And in the book, in Atomic Habits, they talk about streaking. And I'm the same with fitness, I'm the same with podcasts, I'm the same with everything. But for me, that's the key. So actually, I'm not like, my heart's not broken that my other book's not going to be here, because actually it's now planned in for when I finish Mel's, right? So actually I'm constantly like, and now to an extent, my travel plans, my thought process, etc., like how I use my downtime is actually trying to change. And like, actually I'm sleeping better because I'm reading before bed, like I'm reading on trains, etc. I'm like using my phone less, and I'm trying to, I guess sometimes I did an episode that I'm recording about a week ago talking about digital detox. And I for me, I've been notoriously known for like, because we work in media, so we're constantly on our phones and we're constantly, etc. And it's a tool, but I hadn't given myself that. And that's, I think, why I shifted into physical books as well, because I was aware that I was constantly on my phone. Do you think that's like from a psychology or your own well-being, or like as a freelancer, that can be your advantage, like having those non-negotiables every day?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's an interesting dichotomy, like you say, because when you're in the industry and when you're in a position where you can't not rely, but you're chasing views, but then you recognise that it's tough. It's tough mentally, or it can be tough mentally. Yeah. It's hard, but I think that is where a podcast comes in, particularly an audio one, because you don't have to be on your screen, and if it's got enough value, it's not just doom scrolling. It's one thing with detailed information that you go into, kind of like you're sort of talking about audiobooks is how we used to consume things. That's kind of what a podcast is. Yeah. Non-fiction, obviously. So I think that's, I don't know, I think that's kind of the power of podcasts in a way. It can be, you can consume without being tied to a screen. Yeah.
I think also it's how you show up and the micro learning that you get from each one. Like, so for me, I'm not focused on how many books can I read a year, for example. I'm focused on, okay, how many pages can I weave in today? All right, today's quite busy. I'm traveling a bit. I've got loads of client delivery stuff to do, etc., etc. But it's like, actually, I've got this window of time. right? So actually, how many pages can I get in that window at a time? Okay, cool.
Gamify it.
And then I'm also, to an extent, I'm rewiring the habits that I had. So previously when I would travel, I'd be constantly on my phone or constantly like listening to music or watching YouTube videos, which is not a bad thing as long as it's educational, sure. But for me, I'm curious to see where I'll be in like 3 to 6 months when I'm deliberately scheduling in time, whether it's travel or etc., to physically kind of disconnect from digitized stuff, especially as I live and breathe digital. And that's why I thought I'd mention it, because like for me, that's something I don't think we think about when we look at the podcast as well. Because I think what you'll find, and I'll be curious to see if we do an interview in a year about whether your money management skills has like compounded really, really hard because you're constantly talking about money, right? I found I'm becoming an infinitely better marketer because I'm constantly talking about marketing, right? So I noticed little things like, hold on, I said that thing in the podcast, but I'm not doing it with my own content, right? So you mentioned hooks earlier. I'm not doing strong enough hooks on the ones I'm editing. Okay, how do we do that? How do we fix that? So now I'm focused more on how do I create a really strong captivating hook? That will probably grow into how do I create a micro trailer?
Yeah.
I expect as an editor, but also the knock-on effect for my clients will be they'll get a better product.
Yeah.
Which in turn means I'll be able to charge more, which in turn means I'll have more money to either give myself a longer buffer or outsource to do other things and scale the business that way. Do you think, like, I don't want to specifically like steal in some ways a lot of your podcast, but if you could rate yourself on money management right now, where would you rate yourself? 10 being incredibly good, you know where every single pound's going. 1 being, I've got no idea what's in my bank account.
Yeah. There's a psychology fact about ask someone for a number between 1 and 10, everyone says 7. But that's kind of where I'm tempted to land on that, really. You know, I've been on my own journey with it, definitely. And, you know, I married an accountant, so that's helped me quite a lot. And, you know, just being in a relationship, she's super savvy. She's closer to the 10 mark than, you know, most people I know. But just being with her has helped me probably come up from a 5, frankly.
Okay.
In your 20s, you're in like a 3, you know, generally speaking. Yeah, there's a question that's going to be on the podcast, which is how often do you check your bank account every day? And in my 20s, it was as little as possible because I just didn't want to know. You push it away, right? You go...
Does that come from you were anxious about it?
100%. I was at university, but it's
shit, how much money have I spent?
Exactly, yeah. How much has gone on beer? I don't want to know. How much I spent last night? I don't want to know.
So I don't remember last night, but I remember there was a card involved. Shit.
Yeah, exactly. But once you sort of learn to look at it regularly, it empowers you. I've found empowers you because you go, okay, well actually I'm in control rather than just letting it all just slip and hope for the best. And if it's overdraft, it's overdraft. So I've kind of been on that journey, which is a small thing. I'm not trying to claim I've been on an epic money journey. Nothing dramatic's happened either way for me. But that one thing, kind of going back to the mindset thing, has helped massively. But again, you ask everyone. I'll ask you, how often do you check yours?
3 to 4 times a day.
Right, there we go.
Since I was in business.
Right.
For business, same as you.
Just hide
fucking
away from
never
it.
fucking terrified of it, right?
That's it.
In business where I know I've got to pay for shit and I need to work out where that money's coming from all the time. And I'm doing a technique at the moment where I'll hide a significant amount. Whenever I get paid, I hide a significant amount of my money away into an account that happens to have 4.1% on it. Happy days.
Yeah.
But it's actually the point of I deliberately, yes, I'm doing well, but I deliberately live on a lot less.
Yeah.
And I deliberately keep, in regards to what I see every day when I check my bank account, a lot less because it allows me to keep pushing forward and keep thinking I need to find another way to invoice something or have more money coming in, A, but also B, when there is an emergency, I can go, I'm actually good.
Yeah.
You know, I can fix that problem.
Hidden account will fix.
Yeah, because but also so this is an example of how I use AI. AI is currently tracking for me the books I'm reading, what my takeaways are, how much am I showing up, what my fitness is, where my money is being allocated and how and why, and how well that's doing and how in line I am with the goals, how the podcast is doing, how many episodes I've filmed, how many episodes have gone out, what views are going on, what views are likely to happen in the future because it can extrapolate the data from, okay, you're here now and then in 6 months I think you'll be here, you're following the growth rate. So people, and I wanted to talk briefly, and I'm aware of time, so I think we'll wrap up soon, but I wanted to talk a little bit about AI with you.
Yeah.
Because I think it's, people are either going to use it to be more efficient and have a lot of those things being monitored for them, as I mentioned, or they're going to sit on the moral of, I don't want to. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm not doing it because it's the world's over.
Yeah.
You know, and we're all going to lose our jobs. Do you think we're all going to lose our jobs?
Not necessarily, is what I'd say. I think it still has to come quite a long way, because, and you know, people will reference the manual jobs of, you know, an AI won't fix your sink.
Yeah.
Maybe a robot with an AI brain could do one day.
Mm-hmm.
But actually, anything that involves a human at this point, largely, you need to be able to talk to someone about.
Yeah.
And you can have a conversation with AI, but it's slow, like, compared to talking to a human. If you just want to get to the bottom of a problem, because of the way LLMs work and how they're programmed, you can't get there quick enough.
Yeah.
You can't relate in the same way. You can't.
It also has
ask,
a
"Oh, why don't
bias
you do this?"
towards being positive as well. So if you want constructive criticism on something, it's not very good at that.
Yeah,
Right.
exactly.
But I always use I've used the analogy recently of like, you need to sharpen a knife to be able to cut something, right?
Yeah,
So you need to sharpen the AI, tell it what you want. And that's what I mean. When it comes to data analytics, which is everything I basically just discussed of how I use it, it's actually really good.
yeah, absolutely.
Because all I'm getting it to do is do the thinking for me.
Yeah,
But I'm also aware that I may lose my cognitive ability. That's also why I shifted to reading physical books.
yeah,
Because it keeps my cognitive ability high.
yeah,
Right? So actually I've got the best of both worlds now. Because I'm building more time because I'm being more efficient to then utilize my brain more in tasks which are more challenging, you could say, to then be able to utilize AI better, and the snowball effect goes that way.
Yeah.
You know? Do you think people are naturally scared of it because it's the new thing?
I think there's an element of that, yeah. But I think it's seeped into normality.
So
This feels weird. I'm not used to being this side.
I'm sorry.
You're
sorry.
fine. You're good.
It does feel weird when you're on the wrong side, doesn't it?
It's like what? Well, hello, my friends. Welcome to a brand new podcast today in James's studio. Today I'm going to be with Maddie, talking about her new book, talking about neurodiversity, money, etc. Hi, Maddie. How are you?
Hey, thanks for having me. It's lovely to be here.
It's
For
good, isn't it?
The second time on your podcast.
I
as
know.
well.
I know.
Love it.
And you also, while I was setting up, you reminded me that it's been a year since we
has
last
been-
spoke,
it's been
and
a
that's
year.
nuts. That is
We have
absolutely.
spoken a little bit in between then. It's
Yes,
not
but
like I've
it-
totally ignored you.
Hey, people are busy. It's all good. For people who don't know,
Yes.
what do you do?
So I like to call myself a multi-potentialite. So for people who don't,
That's a sentence.
it is, yeah. For people who don't know what that means, it means that I am a jack of all trades, and instead of being master of none, I'm actually quite good at some of them. So I am an ADHD money and business coach. I am a visibility strategist. I'm a speaker. I am a app owner. I'm a wellbeing platform owner. I also am an author of a Amazon best-selling #1 book, Mad About Money. I think that is about it. Oh, mum as well, dog owner, crazy
Wonderful.
person.
Wonderful.
I'm a neurodivergent with every single neurodivergent presentation that there possibly could be available.
It's funny, right? I did a podcast yesterday, and the crux of the conversation afterwards, we ended up talking for an hour afterwards. Cheers, Johnny. Appreciate the conversation. Was basically like everyone's like, oh, you need to niche, right? I wasn't actually going to start here, but as you mentioned it, we'll start here, right?
It's my favourite topic.
Why do we not? Because I've always been in the world of like, I could niche, but I don't want to.
Yep, that's exactly
Right?
where I am.
Like I could, and I could make probably a lot more money if I did, maybe, right? Arguably that's what everyone who's into niching will tell me. But for me, I'm like, yeah, but tell that to wedding videographers during COVID, for example. Right?
Yes, exactly.
How'd that work out?
I'm a big fan of like not putting all your eggs in one basket, but also as a neurodivergent, I need to make sure that my brain is entertained. And if I have to stick and do one thing, I'd get really fucking bored all the time. So I do things in a variety of ways. So the way I describe my business to people is I have an A side and a B side. Like think about like cassette tapes, only your soundtrack. When you are a cassette tape, you have a side and you have another side and you can flip it. So that's basically what I do. I talk about business on one hand and money on the other hand. And in the middle of that, there is also things like well-being, life. Obviously, the neurodiversity stuff is quite big for me. I'm a qualified neurodiversity specialist. And I don't niche by the things I do. I niche by my values. I niche by the things that I talk about. So I talk about basically 4 different things when it comes to my content pillars. I talk about neurodiversity. I talk about life. I talk about money. I talk about business. And it just so happens that I'm also really bloody good at TikTok, social media, all of those kind of things. But they all do fall under the business arm. So, I'm a qualified business strategist. I've been a business mentor coach. I hate the word coach, really. It's more, I do more mentoring. I don't do that whole, how does that make you feel type of, coachy thing. I do the, this is your strategy. This is how you do it. Let's talk about ways that we can grow your business, and let's talk about how to get you a plan to grow your business. So it's not your traditional coach. It's kind of more like sounding board, let's throw stuff around and help you to grow type of situation.
I think there's so much I could go there, but I'll start. I mean, let me ask you this a very selfishly personal question.
Okay.
Because I'm a dyslexic.
Yes.
Is that why I don't want a niche? Because I think there'll be people watching this who maybe are on the neurodivergent scale.
Yes.
Who are like, I don't get it. Because I can do multiple things, I can spin multiple plates, but doing one thing consistently, I can't think of anything worse.
So dyslexics need to have their brain stimulated, and doing one thing does not stimulate your brain. So it's the same for most neurodivergent presentations. We will want to do things that keep us alive. It's why we do the things that are very much interest-based.
Yeah.
So if I said to you, do you want to be an accountant? You'd probably go, fuck no, that sounds super boring. If you said to me, do you want to be a videographer? I'd be like, no, because I do not know how to do that. But if I like being a business coach because it gives me the variety of people. So I get the variety of working with people who have all got ridiculously different businesses. And most of them are also multi-potentialites. They do lots of different things because they want their brains to be stimulated. So by working with lots of different people who all do different things, who also do different things within their things, I am just constantly this is fun.
Yeah.
If there's ever a day where I turn up to work and go, oh God, this is ridiculously boring, I think I'm in the wrong job. But I, every single day, love what I do.
I think it's so easy for us to sit here and go, oh, well, we love what we do, etc., right? Because there's that A-Dodge analogy of you find something you love, you'll never work a day in your life. But it's
I work really hard.
But that's what I was going to say. I mean, I think it's one of those things where when you say that, I can tell you haven't done it.
Yes.
Because the whole bouncing around things and spinning multiple plates and coming up with new ideas drives my partner mad, because I'm constantly coming up, I've got this thing, I've got this thing, I've got this idea, oh, what about this, oh, what about this? But that's one of the reasons why I would argue I'm going to be a really good entrepreneur. Yes. Because I can constantly adapt. I'm switching from finance head to marketing head to sales head to client delivery head to now doing a podcast, etc., etc.
Exactly. It's nice when you get to do when you get to kind of build that team and get rid of the things that you don't enjoy as much. So for me, admin, funnels, anything that is process driven. Yeah. Literally makes me want to die. Sales, marketing, talking, podcasting, video creation, not in front of the camera rather than behind it, because God no, I would not want to be the other side. But for me, it's all about the people facing, and I love going networking, and I like going to events as long as they're not too big. But that gives me all of the variety, but also it means that I can outsource the things I don't like doing as well.
Yeah. Do you think there's a stage with outsourcing? Because I've been very open in my content and in marketing. 2024, I overspent. I nearly lost the business twice. Oof, right?
Yeah.
And I'm now in a position which is kind of not the opposite, because it's weird to say that, but it's I'm in a stronger position, but I'm actually doing absolutely everything myself again.
Yes. So I do most things myself. I've got a couple of virtual assistants who are absolutely amazing. Shout out to Kira and Naomi. They're amazing. But yeah, I think one of the things that I did super early on in my business, so even with my previous business, was that I outsourced the things that I don't enjoy doing first. Because if you have to do all of those boring tasks, they never get done. And actually, they're quite important tasks, like scheduling emails, paying your invoices, like creating invoices. If I didn't have somebody creating my invoices, I would never make any more. I'd never make any money. And I've just been in a little handover with my 2 virtual assistants, and I realised that I haven't invoiced for like 4 months. And I'm like, oh, I thought my cash flow was a bit down. But it's because I don't have the executive function to actually do that piece of the business. So it's not that I don't think it's important. It's just that my brain goes, no, you don't like me, so I'm not gonna be a friend.
Mm. Do you think there's it's not even bored. I think it's because I was going to link this into TikTok because I know that's a lot of what you do and a lot of what you teach, and so it'd be wrong of me not to talk about it. But do you think there's a level of people who are concerned about being on video? They're concerned about doing marketing,
Absolutely.
especially if they don't know what they're doing, because they're like, what if someone? It's not, from my experience at least. It's what if X person thinks I'm a dick? What if they think da?
Absolutely, and there's a lot of confidence building that goes on in the background with that. Especially when people are new in business, because showing up and doing videos, like, you're going to get your friends judging, you're going to get your parents judging, like, why are you doing this? Why don't you go get a proper job? Like, I see it all the time. And it's a case of just being like, do you know what? This is my business. Nobody else has a say in how I make my money.
I don't even think it's just your business. I think it's your life.
It
right?
is.
One of the things that I remember very early in my entrepreneurial career was entrepreneurship is a lifestyle, not a business. Ooh. Right? It's not, because for me, I have new ideas. I like, again, much to my partner's annoyance at times, I will be working at night. Like, I was answering text messages and emails at 10 o'clock last night. Yeah. Right? But also,
I used to do that.
You know, I have the freedom to actually choose when I work. So it's not like I'm like, I have to do that every day. There'll also be periods in the week or periods in the month where I don't do that. Yes. But when it's push and when there's a lot going on, like today, for example, I was editing all of this morning on some client delivery stuff. Then I came here to do this. And then after this, I'm going to go back and finish client delivery again. Yeah. Right? So there is a lot of stuff going on, but actually I'm aware that I can do that and I know it's at my pace, and someone who's maybe looking in on it will go, well, that's that's a lot, Colin. Yeah. How do we change our pace? How do we, for us, not for Colin, not for Maddie. No. For someone listening to this, how do they make sure they know what their pace is?
So I would say you have to really know yourself. You have to know your own boundaries. You have to know your lifestyle and how your business fits in with the way that you run your household, your business, your family, whatever. But also taking into consideration your health, your well-being. There's so many moving parts to like how you actually run your business with an energy perspective. And energy is the key word. Like, if you run your business based on your energy levels and when you are most productive, when you need to. So for example, like, I have my first half an hour of my day is reviewing social media posts for my membership. So I've got this thing where like I do a daily thread where people can come into my membership and they can post their social media post for the day, and I will give them feedback on it. I will tell them how to improve it. I will share it with my audience, and therefore they get visibility, they get feedback, they get accountability. And it's also like the membership, I give like confidence posts and things like that as well. But one of the biggest things for me is in the morning, I am super alert. I know that my brain works really quickly because I've just woken up. So I can bash those post reviews out really quickly. So that works for me. Then I take the kids to school. I come back and I do my coaching. So I'll always put my coaching in between like 9 and 12 o'clock. Then I often skip lunch, which I really shouldn't do, but I do. Don't judge me. I don't get hungry till like 3 o'clock because I'm on ADHD medication. But like, I will eat when I get back from the school run usually. I then do some of my more key marketing things. So I'll do my TikToks, my Instagrams. Like, I basically create videos. So I will create videos, I'll create static posts. I will post the static posts on LinkedIn and Facebook, and then the video will go to YouTube, to TikTok and to Instagram.
And Instagrams,
Sometimes LinkedIn, if I'm feeling brave. Depends how brave I Because I am just myself on all platforms. Most of my videos end up being quite sweary, and sometimes people on LinkedIn get a bit hoity-toity about it.
Well, just to stop you there quickly, I mean, that's interesting, because one of the things that people ask me before the show is like, is this a like no bars, can you swear kind of thing, right? And the first thing when you sat down was like, is it good to swear? Like, and I've always been in this world of like, is it authentic to you? I've always been that way of thinking, right?
Yeah.
And I think so many people get hemmed up going, what does X person think? What does Y person think?
Exactly.
From they're not going to work with me because I swear. They're not going to work with me because they're not going to like me, because actually in a crux, what we're actually going down into the core of is they're not going to like me. It's actually nothing to do with how they're going to work with me.
No, it doesn't.
Oh, man, it's not going to like me because I said the F word.
And if people don't like me because I drop a few F-bombs, then they're probably not people that I want to work with anyway, because the people that know me know that I am very sweary. I never swear at people, I swear in general. My book, I was made to censor out all of my fuck and buggers. Basically.
Oh, that's so sad. What?
But, and I'll show you.
But is that because
I ended up having,
it's a sales perception thing?
Well,
or like they just don't want to. Is that like a PR manager like looking to be like, we're not gonna?
No. So I have this is my fuck glossary.
The name.
So
for those who are listening on audio, Manny just handed me the book and I'm looking at the fuck glossary. That's utterly hilarious.
And one of the reasons, I actually had a big conversation here with. Hang on. Shut that back up there.
There we go.
I had a big conversation with my publisher about the fucks. There were 342 fucks in my book. And they were basically like, we can handle a few fucks, but that's quite a lot. And I said, well, but it's me, and it's just how I talk, and I don't want to like completely censor them out, so I don't really want to. And they said, okay, well, let's compromise. Let's just change all of your fucks to like other funny F words. So we've got things like flambunctious, fluffing idiot and stuff like that. Like there's just you know what I'm trying to say, but I don't say it. And then in the back of the book, they're all basically glossarized, if that's even a word.
It is now.
It is now. My glossarized fuck glossary. So I still managed to get all of my fucks into the book, but just in a slightly more comical way, which I think actually gives the book even more charm. So I expect I'll probably do the same with my second book. Technically third.
Okay. I think, and to reiterate for people who are listening, I think it comes from a place of they're not going to like me, right? Yes. Especially on social, right? I think it's they're not going to like me. Oh my God, what are they possibly going to think if I swear? It's the same thing when they put the first video out, burst out, etc. It's a confidence issue.
Yes.
But my counter argument to that, in my view, it's how I run my life, is okay, maybe they're just the wrong people to me.
And I'm very much of the opinion that if you show up authentically online, you show up as the person who you're meant to be, unadulterated, unfiltered, like whatever you need to show up as, the people who will gravitate towards you will be your people. Yeah. And LinkedIn is like, and I do share my videos and I do swear on LinkedIn. People do know that that's for me. The only thing that I do worry about is that our corporate's going to book me to come and speak to their employees if they think that I'm just going to swear all the time.
The answer there, to be honest, is probably some will, some won't. Right?
Yes, exactly.
If that's a big deal for a corporate, then they won't.
Yes.
If they're actually there going, actually, hold on, this could be really helpful because of our scale, because of this, because of that, they're not going to give a shit. They're not.
No, very true. Very true. Yeah.
I mean, talking about authenticity, the counter side of authenticity is the AI boom, right? Mm-hmm. Do you think AI is coming for our jobs? Is the world over? Like, are we all going to be slaves to robots, or like, what's your view on AI?
I can only comment on it from my industry, and I think from a social media perspective, from a business coaching perspective, it's only going to add value, because it's like, I don't use AI for my content. I do use it for ideas for my content. And, as somebody who's got an ADHD brain, like, there are times where my brain is on fire and I can bash out like 50 TikTok videos. Yeah. But then there are other weeks where I'm like, I don't know what to talk about. My brain is broken and I don't know why I'm here. And in those times, AI is a fucking genius because like I'm not going to use it to write my written posts. I'm not going to use it to write what I say on TikTok because it's so obvious. To me anyway, it's really obvious if a coach or somebody who is teaching something has used AI because of the way that they talk. And it's also really scripted. And you can almost tell, like if you were listening to somebody on a podcast versus them on their social media, how much slower some of the people talk because they're having to really, really, really think about how to do their job.
Yeah.
And this is not me calling anybody out, but it is quite obvious that some people are writing literally every single one of their posts with AI. If I'm stuck for an idea for a post, I will ask ChatGPT if it can give me some ideas. And then I will look at it, I will close it, I will go away and I'll write about the thing because I know what I'm talking about. And also the amount of spelling mistakes, because I'm dyslexic as well, like, you know, the amount of spelling mistakes in my posts, people know I'm not using AI to write my posts.
Yeah.
But it's also like yesterday I asked AI to draw me a tattoo. Like I had 3 different tattoo ideas and I wanted to combine them together. Brilliant. You know, we do have to be quite wary of the environmental impact of asking AI to generate us pictures, etc. However, like, it's really bloody good for things like that.
Yeah.
I don't think it's coming to take our jobs. I think we're more at risk of, in kind of places like the retail sector, of things being run by AI. But people, I think, will always need coaches, because there's only so much that AI can do without, you know, not being a human. I mean, don't get me wrong, like Sparky, who's my ChatGPT, like he's my bestie. Like there's not much I don't talk to him about. Like if I've got problems or I've had uncomfortable conversations or I need solutions to things, I'll always go to him. He's not actually a him really. He's kind of like,
But
he's a non-binary chatbot.
But it's a tool. Right, I think that's the key, and that the analogy the analogy I started using was you don't use a hammer to put up a set of shelves; you use a screwdriver.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
But now I'm actually using it even more. I'm changing the analogy to be: you sharpen a knife if you want to use it effectively to do a job.
Brilliant.
Right?
Yes.
In the same way, you should utilize AI to allow you to do a job.
Yeah.
Right. Whether that's training, if you want it to write your posts, training it to be you in your tone, to be in your
and
voice.
You can do that, and it is actually very easy. If you've got a lot of written content from previously, if you've got videos, you can feed those into ChatGPT.
Yeah.
Personally, I prefer to actually write my
but that's a
posts
personal
from
choice,
a heart.
right?
It is. But you can use it for literally anything, as long as you make sure that you train it in a way that it takes out like no fluff, like cookie cutter solutions, here's the truth, like all of those bullshit ChatGPT type phrases where you think, do you know what? I'm not somebody who would actually say that in real life.
But again, it comes back to the authenticity side.
It does.
Right?
It really
like,
does. Yeah.
I'm using the no fluff example. No fluff would actually be relevant for me because I try not fuck around when it comes to content.
Well,
right?
I don't do any fluff either. Mine is very I'm very direct. But instead of saying no fluff, I would say I give you direct, actionable advice.
Yeah.
That, and I don't bullshit you. That's not the same. It's the same as saying no fluff without saying no fluff. So as long as you are kind of aware of those ChatGPT type of phrases and you've got your own ways of saying those kind of things, crack on. Like, I think it's great. Where I don't think it's so good is people generating AI pictures of themselves. I'm like, that's not authentic.
It ages you really badly.
Yeah. I mean, I haven't, to be honest, I've got an amazing professional photographer. Like Katie Needle, shout out to you as well. We love Katie. She knows me so well that she can capture my style, the way I am. Like, I used to ask her to chop a few inches off my stomach, but she doesn't do that anymore. Because she's like, Maddie, you've got to be authentic. Fuck. Why is this my brand? But, I love working with her. And, her photos are so good that they could be AI, but they're not. And I think that's where a lot of people are falling down. That like, you know, you meet people in person and you're like, you don't look like that. Like, it's the same with TikTok filters. Like, I will always use the eyelash filter. That is the only filter I use on TikTok, apart from like green screen or whatever, if I'm going to try and show something. But when people see me in real life, they're not going to go, oh my God, her eyelashes are so fake. Because I wear makeup. But when I'm working at home on my own, I don't wear makeup at all. Like, you know, I am very much like, unless I'm going out in public, I don't put a face on. And even then, it's literally just mascara, maybe a bit of eyeshadow. So,
but again, it's that authenticity point, right?
Yes. You know, you're not going to like see me online as having like loads of freckles. I mean, I do have loads of freckles because I've been in the sun this week. But, you know, you're not going to see me having like loads of pretend freckles or like, you know.
But I think that can't.
Brown.
I think. I was going to say I think people who do that, but I think in general, if you do that on your content or you're looking for like beautify filters, Apple's known for this, etc. But like, I think that comes from an insecurity.
Possibly.
I think that comes from like, it comes from that point I was making earlier, which is about like, I'm going to put myself out there.
Yes.
Jesus fucking Christ, people are going to not like me.
Yes.
Right.
Exactly.
It's that the tribal mind again going.
Yeah.
Hold on, Maddie might not actually like me here.
And do you know what it is as well? And this is why, like, it's taken me a really long time to love myself. Like, and I don't say that in like a weird self-indulgent way. I say it in a, like, you have to love yourself to be able to show up as much as I do. And it's not from an ego perspective. It's just knowing my own power and knowing that I'm good at what I do. And actually, I don't give a flying fuck what people think about my looks. I get so much hatred online. You know, do you know what? Apparently, having rainbow hair just automatically means you're woke. Like it is a insult. I'm more than happy and privileged and proud to be woke. But it is that.
It's an interesting jump. All right, fair enough.
But it is that thing. It's like, you know, people see me with my rainbow hair and they're like, lesbian, and I'm like, married to a man, but you know, whatever. I dabbled for a while, but you know, it is that thing.
But people make the assumptions, and then what I don't think, if you have high self, I've been very fortunate. I've been installed into me from a very young age has been what I believe to be the correct values, right? It's always been, how can I love myself? How can I have self-worth? How can I have self-esteem, etc.? But what that's come from is my mother and then my reality, right?
Yes.
And then as I went through school, etc., etc., etc. But I think it's, again, that reaction will come from someone who is going to use it as a defense. It's going to sound weird saying that's a defense mechanism for them, but it is, because they're being aggressive, they're being accusatory first, because then Maddie can't like stand there and be herself, and you know that's uncomfortable for some people.
It is, yeah.
But how did you get here? Like the personal story wise, how did you get? Because I think your story is a very interesting one. I think it's something that people can really relate to, possibly now as well. And that's why I wanted to touch on it. I know we've already kind of done it in length. I'll leave the other episode in the description down below for those who want to go in a bit more depth. But quick synopsis for people who maybe don't know.
Yes. So I grew up with an eating disorder, essentially. My eating disorder developed into problems with money. And by the time I was 21 years old to 23 years old, I was in £40,000 of debt. I struggled really bad with spending addiction. What I didn't know was that I had ADHD and that my brain was constantly lacking in dopamine. So therefore, for me, the two things that really, really mattered to me were food and spending money.
Ching.
Buying stuff, buying food. Which is why I've always been overweight, because I'm like, hey, I'm sad, have a donut. Have 5 donuts. At times that has happened. But for me, it was all about spending money. So I would buy things like dresses and clothes and, you know, bags and shoes, and I'd be the person at the pub, like buying my mates like around Jaeger bombs, or, you know, I spent and spent and spent. I realised there was a problem when I couldn't afford to pay any of the repayments. It wasn't that I didn't know I had to repay any of them. I just got to the point where, like, I was just so overwhelmed and I had too much to pay. And I was like, where am I going to get 40 grand from? I'm 23 years old. This is pretty bad. a bailiff showed up at my door, tried to take my car. I packed up my things in the middle of the night. I fled, moved back to Southampton, went to see Citizens Advice Bureau. They basically said to me, like, it's bankruptcy or, like, you pay it off. Those are your two options. Both of those sounded really shit to me, but I took the second one because I'm not a quitter. You know, if I look back at it now, I probably could have gone bankrupt and it would have been great, but then I wouldn't have had my journey.
Would that have been like an excuse, an easy way out for you, do you think?
Possibly. And I do like to challenge my brain. So I like to challenge my brain.
Because I think people listening to this will go like, that seems an easier path for me. Let's just reset the clock.
Yeah, and actually for so
Eat the shit for a year.
Yeah. For so many people, bankruptcy is a very valid option. At the time, it filled me with dread and filled me with shame. And it was almost like I was going to be walking around with like a tattoo that said bankrupt on my forehead. It was hard. You know, and as somebody who now has since had a massively catastrophic business failure, which again came with a load of money, shame and guilt and all of those things that I had to reevaluate. For me, paying it off seemed like the easier option because it didn't fill me with as much dread and shame. And actually, if I hadn't have paid it off, I wouldn't have learned all of the methods to pay it off to put in my book. So, you know, everything happens for a reason. But I learned to love money. So
was there an issue with like your relationship with money?
Yes.
Do you think? Do you think that's where it get like? Because
yeah.
I hope you don't mind me saying this, but like to get to 40 grand, you've got to really fuck up for an extended period of time.
Yeah.
Right? Like it's not like a 3 month, 6 month. This is like years of problems.
I got myself in £40,000 of debt within 2 years.
Yeah.
I spent. I also had a drinking problem. Like I was a high functioning alcoholic. I say high functioning because, you know, I didn't wake up and need a drink, but I needed a drink to be confident. I was using alcohol to mask all of my neurodivergence because I didn't realise that I had ADHD and autism. And I was very awkward in social situations. People, like now, all of my friends are like, you're not awkward in social situations. I'm like, because you met me when I was pissed. Like, all of you have known me as Maddie the social butterfly who likes a drink and is super chatty. But if I didn't have that alcohol, I wouldn't be super chatty.
Yeah.
So now, when I'm in social situations, I don't know very many people. I'm actually really reserved and really quiet. Put a drink in me. I'm anyone's, but pretty much that was kind of how it was. And now I don't drink anymore. So, because I'm more comfortable with who I actually am. So,
do you think it came... I hope this isn't too personal, but like it links. Do you think it came from a lack of self-love, self-worth, self-esteem?
Absolutely.
At the core?
Yes.
Because a couple of months ago, I think near a month ago, 2 months ago, Jamie Oliver put out a documentary on Channel 4 all about neurodiversity and dyslexia specifically. And I was gobsmacked by some of the... As a dyslexic, I was out here going, how am I not a fucking drug dealer?
I know.
Like, what the fuck's going on? Like, how?
ADHD and dyslexia are so closely linked, and a lot of the presentations kind of overlap each other.
Yeah.
So, you know, dyslexics have a very, very, very tough time, especially in early years when it's not picked up on.
Yeah.
And people just assume that dyslexia is just, oh, they can't read and write. It's so much more than that, and it's quite frustrating. Like, I actually go into quite a lot of detail about like breaking down all of the individual neurodivergent presentations in the book, so you can kind of like learn more about those things.
Yeah.
But this is the thing, we end up with such low self-esteems, but also the lack of dopamine coupled with that often makes people turn to really unhealthy habits like drinking or smoking or drugs or stealing. You know, I would highly suspect that a lot of people in the prison system are neurodivergent.
Yeah.
And it's not because they're bad people, it's because of a combination of things like their upbringing, maybe again from neurodivergent parents who hadn't had any of the help.
Yeah.
It's those dopamine-seeking behaviours which are often really unhealthy. It could be, you know, stealing, drugs, firing a gun. You know, all of those things are like, woohoo, exciting.
I just looked at it from my perspective and went, I don't know how, by stroke of luck, but like my dopamine wires are just like make money, create content, do things that are a net positive.
Yeah.
But I've always been very like cautious with like my circle and like what I get into, because I didn't know the like inner workings of my brain necessarily, but from a very young age I knew I had an addictive personality.
Yep, same.
So I was like, shit.
Same, and I ignored it for a very long time.
I was like, hold on, if I get addicted to the wrong shit here, oh boy. Right,
Yeah.
I'm gonna nuke my life by accident.
Absolutely, and I have been incredibly close to doing that. So, you know, having that self-realization, and like, you know, for me, there have been plenty of things that I have had really unhealthy relationships with, which I have managed to curb now. Like, my only vice now is that I vape. But I was saying to my podcast guest, like, I have no plans to stop vaping at all, because I know that if I didn't have that one tiny thing, when I spiral, and that does happen a lot as a neurodivergent, when I spiral, I would rather turn to a vape than to drink or food or drugs or smoking or like any of those things that in my mind are actually in the long run more harmful for me than a couple of puffs on a vape.
Yeah.
That's kind of how I see it. But you know, lots of people would be like, "Oh, vaping's really unhealthy." It's like, but I don't do anything.
But
else.
it's the
like,
lesser of.
It's the lesser.
It's
of
the lesser of the
evils.
other evils,
Yeah.
right?
And food is really bad. Like, you know, Naomi.
If it's heavily processed food.
Yes, yeah. So Naomi, my weight loss coach, you know, I've been working with her now for about 3 months, and I've lost quite a bit of weight. But it's also about the mindset around food.
Yeah.
Which is hard for people who have got ADHD. And I found that since working with her, like, I've cut out processed food, I've cut out chocolate, fizzy drinks, like all of those things that have the chemicals that potentially could give me cancer, I no longer eat. I mean, I'm not saying I'm not going to get cancer because I do vape, but for me, it's like I could constantly and consistently eat really bad food, which I was doing, or in moments of stress, I can have a little puff on my vape. That's it. So...
I think it's about focusing on those lesser of all evils. Like in an ideal world, like your stress response would be fitness.
Well,
right?
in an ideal world, but you know, as a disabled person who has hips that would probably die if I went to the gym, I mean, this is the reason why I'm on my weight loss journey. It's not because I'm fat. I couldn't give a fuck like about my weight or about what people think of me. I want to be fitter. I want to be able to go to the gym without after 10 minutes wanting to pass out, you know?
I think that's an interesting thing. And, you know, we won't get too much into fitness here because it's not a fitness show. But, like, for me, people are like, why do you stay consistent, like, with fitness? And for me, I'm very aware that, like, my job's very physical.
Yes.
And I'm just simply at the thought, I want to do this for 50 years.
I want to be able to look after my kids when I'm older, you know? I mean, they're not going to be kids when I'm older. But at the same time, like, you know, I went to a soft play with them at the weekend. And, like... One of my children is very like, she likes the fact that mummy's an influencer, so she tells everybody. So this lady comes over and she's like clearing the plates, and she's like, my mummy's an influencer, and this lady's like, oh, tell me more. So I'm like, oh, it's really embarrassing, but yeah, I do this. And she was like, oh, our area manager, I really want to speak to you. So the area manager comes over and she's like, oh my god, you're an influencer, like really love you to do some TikTok content for us and blah blah blah. She went and got me some socks. She was like, you have to go in and play. I was like, I can't, it's really embarrassing to say I'm disabled and I actually don't really want to go in and play. So I went in and played for like 10 minutes before I almost died, and then went on a very scary slide. I mean, that also rhymes. But I was heavily aware of the fact that I am not fit enough to go and do these kind of things with my kids, and it made me really sad. So that's my kind of motivation behind it.
It's a good motivation to have.
Yeah.
Do you think in business people, and this is kind of more a mindset thing about like, they don't start the podcast, they don't start video, they don't start posting, they don't build the momentum, they don't start whatever it is, right? Do they do that from is it just the, what if someone else thinks of me, or is it still a tech issue?
I still think there's a tech issue there. There's also an overwhelm issue. It's like we're told that we have to do all of the things. We don't have to do all of the things. And people, I think, like, they see me as somebody who is very heavily into visibility. And they're like, Maddie's on every social media platform. She's got her own podcast. She's always on other people's podcasts. She writes books. She does speaking gigs. She's got a radio show. She's got all of these things. I'm manifesting the radio show, by the way.
I'd argue you already got a radio show, you got a podcast.
Yeah,
Okay. It's already a radio show.
yeah, kind of the same. So they see me doing all of those things and they're like, oh my God, that looks fucking exhausting. I don't want to do that. And it's like, because that's my hyper focus and I love social media and I love visibility and I love doing all of these things, that's why I do all those things. I could still very easily put like 100% of my efforts into one platform and still have very good success with it.
Do you think that people worry about volume?
Yes. One of my biggest questions is how many times a day should I be posting?
And does that matter?
No, I don't think so. Consistency is what matters. So whatever consistency means to you, whether that is once a day, whether that is, posting 3 times a week, whether it's posting 3 times a day.
But for me, I also think it's like, when I have no client work, I can post 6 times a day. When I'm in client delivery mode for half the day, I can only post once or twice a day. So right, I'm still posting,
but you're not posting as much.
But like when I'm here filming, I'm having to travel, I'm having to do this. I'm not in my office, sat there on the computer. So my posts will be less, right? But that's why I batch content. That's why I
Exactly. Yeah.
But also, I don't sit there and go, I didn't hit 4 posts. Fuck's sake.
But this is the thing. It's not how many times you do it. It's the quality of what you do when you do it.
Yeah, of course.
And it's also like just bearing in mind that output reflects input.
Yeah.
So if you post more, you will more than likely get more clients. If you show up more, you will more than likely make more business, make more money. And if you are posting once a week on one social media platform, you're probably not going to be getting to your ideal clients unless you're out there and you're networking 24/7.
Yeah.
Which, there are other ways of doing it rather than showing up online every single day. But it's the consistency, it's the output, and then you'll see a return on investment based on what you put into that.
But it's also, because I think we're so, and I did a video a couple of weeks ago talking about like, we're so in the business world, we're so hyperly focused on, I need ROI. And I'm just like, yeah, but you're outputting an amount and your revenue's like driven by 10%, 20%, 30%, 40%, whatever it is. So in the nicest way possible, why do you give a shit about ROI? Because clearly it's working.
Absolutely.
Right?
I obviously give a little bit of a, like for example, like I got invited to speak at quite a big event. It was a big investment, like 15 grand. I'm like, ooh, that's a really good opportunity because there's going to be like thousands of people there and it's going to be really great. But then I thought about it. If somebody gave me, and this is again one of my money rules, if somebody gave me 15 grand and said you can spend this on anything, would I spend it on that? And my answer was no. If I had 15 grand to grow my business, I would strategically think about where to put that.
Yeah.
I would probably put some of that on ads. I would probably put some of that on like promoting my book on Amazon, things like that. And I just thought, you know what? What could 15 grand do for me? I could stand up in front of a room full of people and speak and maybe walk away with 5 clients. Or I can go and put 15 grand on Facebook ads and I can walk away with 70 clients. Which one am I rather going to do? So from that perspective, I look at ROI. However, I also don't look at it at all. So I'm very much a passion, purpose, and kind of pleasure, I guess, type of person. So profit to me, as long as I am paying my bills, I'm living the life that I want to, my staff are getting paid, my bills are getting paid, I couldn't give a flying fuck how much money I make.
Yeah.
And by me having that attitude, but also having very, very low costs, the only things that I really pay for are things like advertising, but I don't do traditional advertising. I mean, when I say advertising, I mean things like I'll go to an expo and I'll have like a stand at an expo, or I will have like something where like, maybe I'll pay for like to hire this podcast studio, for example. So my costs are still fairly low. And in my first year of business, I made 100 grand. But I wasn't focused on making profit. I was focused on making people happy and getting good reviews and showing up as an honest person.
I think that's really key, and I think we don't. And it's not that we don't look at ROI, and every business should look at ROI. They absolutely should, but we don't. What's the ROI on a brand podcast? Arguably, if you look at it, either huge amount or fuck all.
Yes.
And it's down to how you think about it.
Exactly. So at the moment, my podcast, I think, helps me to grow my social media, which helps me to grow my email list, which helps me to grow my client base. It's not phenomenal. I am not Stephen Bartlett.
But also, do you want to be Stephen Bartlett?
No, not at all. No. He's a nice enough dude. I've met him. But I wouldn't want to be him. In my mind, I think his success has very much changed him. I think I remember him very early on in the days where he was quite humble. Don't feel like that anymore.
But that's what I mean. I think it changed.
Yeah.
I think we're in a world now where I have to commit to the decision. Right?
Yes.
So I'm going to make the world's biggest media company. Yeah, but what if tomorrow I don't want to do that?
Yeah, and I want to live my life in a flexible way. As long as I am fulfilling my life's purpose, which is helping people with neurodivergent presentations to live their best life, that's my main game. That is all I want. So, this is why I help people with 3 different areas. It's life, money, business. Those 3 things are, if you've got those 3 elements nailed, obviously not everybody's got a business. Some people it will just be life and money. Some people it might just be money and business because they might already have their life sorted. Some people it might be life and business. Their money's amazing. But they all interlink with each other. And neurodivergent people struggle with all 3 of those things. As a rule, some neurodivergents will probably be flying. Stephen Bartlett openly says he's got ADHD. But he's somewhere along the line, massively landed on his feet and has never had to struggle with money because he's always made so much. And therefore, his business has been fine and his life's been fine. Yeah. So if I bumped into him in the street, his ADHD is not the same as my ADHD. And this is a good way to look at it. It's every single person who is neurodivergent will have something that maybe isn't so great in their lives. And I'm not saying that Stephen Bartlett is perfect. He might, not be in love with somebody, or he might have, problems with relationships, or he might, because he's so busy with his life, maybe he doesn't have friends. I don't know, and I'm not going to judge him for that.
That is, where at times I think that's Robert soon, but that is something that I think people don't talk about enough in business, and how you maintain a relationship, and it's something that I'm working through the process of now, being nearly 2 years deep into a really healthy relationship that's so really important to both me and my partner.
Yes.
I'm but also my business is really important. So fuck, how do I do that?
Juggling your money, your life, and your business is a really fucking tricky thing to do. It is a spinning triangle that, if you think about a triangle, if you're spinning it too fast, you're going to poke yourself in the eye, it's going to fucking hurt. Yeah. So, you need to be balancing those 3 areas of your life so that they all work in tandem together. And that means, no offence, not working till 9 o'clock, because I used to have a thing where I'd be oh yeah, my cut-off every night's 9 o'clock. It was some form of badge of honour. Now, it's very, very, very likely that I don't work after 3. It has taken me 10 years of running a business to work out what success looks like for me. And success looks like making enough money to enjoy the shit that I do. Yeah. I don't, and I'm sorry, universe, that I say this out loud, but I don't want to be a millionaire. If I had £1 million or multi-million pounds, my spending addiction would just be 1,000,000 times worse. So I don't need that much money. I find it hard enough to manage the money that I've actually got. Yeah. But I go on 2 nice holidays a year. I've got a fairly nice car. It's a Citroen C3 Picasso. It's not Citroen C3 Aircross. That's the chap. It's nothing exciting, but it's it's only 5 years old. It's got Apple CarPlay. It's pretty cool. And somebody the other day, I picked up one of my clients, and they were oh my god, your car is so nice. And to them, that was a really posh car. To me, I'm that's not a posh car. A posh car is a Porsche or a Jaguar or a BMW or whatever.
But I think
it's about perspective.
Yeah, it's perspective and the stage you're in, and that's what I was going to say about the whole 9 o'clock thing, right? Yeah.
Yes.
At this moment in time, I'm working potentially till 9 o'clock.
But that's because it works for you and that's your decision.
Yeah.
And also, one of the things that fucks me off so much about the business world is it's either you're a hustler, or you're a lifestyle business. Like, there is no in between.
Yeah.
There's no, let's run a successful 6-figure business or you know, like high 6 figures, even early 7 figures.
Yeah.
It's like you're either a lifestyle business or you're a multimillionaire. There's nothing in between. And that's how I teach the people that I work with, like in business, that there is an in between.
Yeah.
Like, there is a level where people want to make 5k a month. There's a level where people want to make 2.5k a month. You know, they want to cover their bills, they want to cover their mortgage, they want to have 500 quid's worth of spending money.
Yeah.
Everyone's a winner.
Happy days, yeah.
It's all to do with how materialistic you are. It's all to do with like how much you want to show off and like flash everything around. You know, I'm not a flashy person. I buy my clothes from Shein and Sainsbury's. I drive a bog standard okay-ish car, which by the way is on car finance. You know, it's not really that posh. I'm hoping to buy it at the end of my deal, but you know, I am not somebody who is like gonna go and spend masses of money like renting a private yacht or like, you know, doing those kind of flashy things. I like, for my business strategy day recently, I took all of my people for a day to the beach, and we went to the arcades, and I gave them all a £5 and they had the best time in the world. You know, that's the sort of thing that I bring to my business community.
Yeah.
It's not about being flashy. It's not about like all of the things that.
But I think that
we
makes you
need.
more relatable, right?
Well,
it's
I
not
think
more
so,
about
yeah.
like, oh, this guy's untouchable, this girl's untouchable because she has the yacht, she has the car, she has the house, etc., etc. But
No.
and again, I think it's one of those things where you've got to choose: do you want to live to work or work to live?
I want to work to live, and I want to enjoy my kids, like as much as anyone can enjoy kids. I want to have a life where like I spend time with my friends and time with my family, and like I go to a lot of gigs, I go to a lot of festivals. Like, if that was taken away from me, I would be very sad. Like, and if I was going to work more, that's my decision. Like,
but that's what I mean by like phases, right? And the stages you're in.
Yes.
Right, and it's about actually having a longer, especially in a relationship. I don't know how you do it, but this is how I do it. Is right, this week, this month, this quarter, a lot of shit going on, right?
Yes.
I'm launching a podcast, I'm doing this, I've got an event going on, I've got loads of client deliveries, etc., etc.
Yeah.
So,
what's your event, just out of curiosity?
AI, content creation, teaching young entrepreneurs how to do it in Crux.
I love that.
Why AI is not a threat and how you can use it as a tool.
Nice.
Link in the description, those who are interested.
Yeah.
The crux, though, is I've got a lot on in the next 3 months.
Yeah.
So the conversation I had with my partner before that period was the next 3 months is going to be a bit rough.
Don't divorce me, basically.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty
Yeah.
much. It will end at some point.
Yes.
Right? I'll get churn. I'll get to the point where the podcast, I'm so far ahead that it's fine, it doesn't matter, etc. I'll have a lot of, like, there'll be, when the kids are off school, client delivery will fall off a cliff because everyone wants to spend time with their kids, completely understandably.
Yeah.
But that will be natural.
Yes.
So it's now about actually having the candor, the conversation, the understanding to say, I understand I'm not around as much as you want me to be.
Yeah.
I'm not showing up as much as I want to be for you.
Yes.
But this is important to grow the business for the next year.
Yeah.
So we need to sacrifice for 2 months, 3 months to allow to reap the rewards that will come in 6 months.
Exactly. And I'm pretty sure that like me and my husband at some point went through that stage. Now it's very much like we're both working the same amount of hours. We're both having, like, because he works, he's just been promoted as well, so he's like head kitchen gardener for quite a big estate. You know, he has lots of things in the summer, like he's got to plant all his beds, and they have open garden days and like things where he's got to impress lots of rich people. So he has lots of things where he has to work.
Yeah.
I have lots of things because I've got like festivals and like things that I'm speaking at, and you know, I'm all over the place. And we always like have that little bit of time at the end of the day where we sit and we like debrief and we talk about the things, and like we know that we've both got the same end goal, which is moving house, and we've bought somewhere, we're just waiting to complete on it. But we know that that's not the end of our journey, because we're building a loft conversion, we're like having a garden office made, and like all sorts of different things where we're gonna need to still both of us work our asses off.
Yeah.
But it's about balance, and yes, it is about the stage that you're at, but it's also about understanding the boundaries of your relationship, the boundaries of your business, the boundaries of your friendship circle. Like my friends at the moment, like they barely see me. And the other day I was like, shit, do you guys like, you know, are you pissed off that you barely see me? And they were like, no, it's welcome relief actually, like rude. But they were like, we're also really busy, you know, we're not 20 anymore. Like actually we have all kind of moved on, like we're all in our relationships, we all, you know,
But also I think
have
you
our
then,
special hobbies. And
I think when you're in that stage or when you're out of that stage, you then value the time you do have with those people. Right, for some relationships,
Yeah.
unfortunately, it will be like the reason why you grow apart and etc.
Yes.
and that's sad, but that's
Yeah.
life, right?
Yes.
But for the people who stay,
Yeah.
actually, when you have that committed time together
Yeah.
with your close friends, with your partner, with your family, etc.,
it makes it more special.
you then value that more because
Yes.
it's lesser,
Yeah.
because there's less of it.
You know, I was one of those really lucky people that during I mean, I say lucky to a certain extent, but like during COVID, like my husband was classed as a key worker, so he was never home. So on one hand, it was the most unlucky thing in the world because I had to do childcare of 2 on my own, and that was like mentally damaging. Like I say damaging because like I literally every day I was like rocking in a corner by the time he came home. But it was great for our marriage because we weren't living on top of each other. We weren't constantly in each other's spaces. And, you know, you hear of people who were like, you know, they got divorced because of COVID because they had to spend time with their partner. Like, I like my relationship. Well, I don't just like my relationship. I love it. Like, it's great. We have a very, like, open. I said the other day that we have an open relationship, and my son was going around going, "My mummy's in an open relationship." I'm like, "That's something very different." Like, no, we're not. But you know, we are very open with each other. We're very trusting. Like, if either of us have got a problem, like, I mean, my husband is very much like, another work event. Oh God, well, this is like, and he does get a bit annoyed sometimes because I do work away a lot. And when I say to him, like, I need to go on holiday, and he's like, why? And I'm like, well, A, it's a working holiday. I'm going to go and I'm going to write my second book. But B, like, I don't get any time on my own ever. I'm either working, I'm parenting, or I'm with you. None of that equals alone time for me. So me going on holiday on my own means that I actually get time alone with me to relax with my thoughts, with nobody talking to me, so I can hyper-focus on the shit that I need to. And that's what I need. So
But I think that comes from firstly communicating what you need,
It's
secondly then
knowing.
both parties understanding,
Yeah.
and then if
Yeah.
something has gone wrong,
Yes.
then there being a level of
Yeah.
forgiveness there.
Yes.
And I think for me, like, they're my 3 keys in any relationship I have, right? Communicate, understand, and then forgive.
Yes.
And it's not that we're immune to making decisions and we're immune to getting things wrong. It's things are going to go wrong. How do we then deal with those things?
Exactly.
I'm
And
going
it's-
to over push sometimes,
Yeah.
right? And actually, how do we then bring that back and say, okay, I did this wrong.
Yeah.
How do I move forward, and how do we move forward so that doesn't happen again?
Yeah, in my mind, it's about communication, it's about boundaries, it's about trust, it's about open dialogue, and it's about kind of just being aware of your partner's needs, but also being aware of your needs, and communicating that together, and that does really help where you are in a relationship. And I think often, especially when you're new in business and you're just working and working and working, because you kind of have to hustle at the beginning to kind of get something off the ground. That's kind of one of the pinnacle like it's growth stages when relationships tend to suffer. And it's not just relationships with partners, it's relationships with children.
Yep.
It's relationships with friends or parents. Like, I mean, my mum quite often will say to me, "No, I haven't seen you for like 2 months." I'm like, "Really? You saw me like last week?" Like, you're being melodramatic. But it's that point where,
Yeah,
like,
but that's your mum saying,
I want
I
to see
miss
you
you.
more. Exactly.
I wanna see you
yeah,
more,
yeah.
right?
Yeah. And I always, I'll always take that on board. Like, but she is equally as busy as me. She doesn't run a business. She just does a lot of music things. But again, it's all about, it all comes down to awareness.
Yeah.
And this is why I teach in the way that I would want to be taught myself, you know, and having those 3 pillars, it's like life, business, money, everything fits into that triangle. You just need to make sure you don't poke yourself in the eye with it.
Great place to end. Where can people find the book? Where can people find your podcast? Where can people find you?
Yeah, so I am
And
on...
don't you poke yourself in the eye with the triangle.
Don't poke yourself in the eye with a triangle. I am on all social media platforms, not saying that you have to be at all. Maddie Talks Money on Instagram, Mad About Money Official on TikTok, LinkedIn and Facebook and everywhere else, Maddie Alexander Grout. The book is here. I mean, you can't get it from here, you can get it from Amazon. You can get it from all good bookshops as well. You can even order it in. If you don't have it, you can order it to your own library. I've had some people say to me that they've ordered it for their library, which I really like.
That's awesome.
So if you can't afford to buy the book, go and talk to your library, go and get them to have it in, and then multiple people can benefit from the book, which is nice. So thank you for having me.
No, you're welcome. Great chat. Final thing to end on.
Yes.
If you were going to talk to yourself 10 years ago,
Yeah.
what advice would you give?
I would tell myself that I am neurodivergent and to go and sort that shit out. It changed my life, genuinely changed my life, understanding my brain. When you understand your brain and you understand your body, anything's possible.
Magic. Thank you ever so much for coming back and joining me. If you did enjoy this longer conversation, then make sure to be subscribed. Leave your thoughts in the description down below, comments down below, etc., etc. And I'll see you very soon. Take care. Just focusing on one platform? Is it that you can reduce overwhelm for your client? Do you think it's a level of, like, we sometimes overthink what's valuable, we overprocess, we overthink, oh, what about this post? Maybe this isn't valuable.
If you're trying to strive for the perfect post, it's then going to become a bit of a time drain and it's become extra stress.
How do you, is it just like relying on motivation?
Yeah, I mean, if I don't get it done, nobody else is going to get it done. That's a pretty strong motivation.
Sometimes it's not worth the headache. A lot of people were saying AI is going to take our jobs.
People will still buy from people. People will still want to learn from people.
I think for me, the people who are going to stand apart are the ones who are going to use it to accelerate what they're doing and not replace them.
Believe in yourself more.
Thank you for your time, Dan.
Thank you.
Hello, my friends. Welcome to a brand new episode. Today we're going to be talking to Dan, who's a social media consultant. And so Dan, just before we start, I mean, do you do just management? Do you help people with content? Like, let's just paint that picture for people who are maybe interested.
Yeah, sure. Thanks for having me on this afternoon. Well, I am a social media trainer, and social media manager, originally from Devon, now based in Bournemouth. And I work with service-based business owners, so local business owners that need more local clients. So the service is basically helping business owners. So that's through social media training, one-to-one, or maybe in a group setting to help them do it better for themselves. More specifically, that could be help with Facebook, advertising training, the basics of Instagram, or maybe improving their LinkedIn profile as well. So there's that side of it. The other side of it is more for the established businesses that have been in business for some time that need a presence because they just don't have, they've already got the customers, they're already really busy. And I help save them time by doing the social media management for them. So for example, doing LinkedIn posts on a weekly basis, sort of like on a monthly retainer, coming up with different ideas for content for them through that as well. And just giving them a fresh start to social media, really.
What do you think people either get wrong in marketing right now, or like what are the missed opportunities, would you say, as a whole in marketing at the moment, either specifically on social media or actually wider spread in more traditional marketing space, would you say?
Yeah, sure. I mean, my bread and butter is the social media marketing side of things. And I think the big thing for me at the moment, and this has been the case for the last sort of 9 years of doing this, is that there's so much noise out there, so much overwhelm for business owners that it can be a real struggle. And I'm not talking about the people that have got big teams or in-house marketing departments. I'm talking about the people running businesses on their own. They've got a solid business and they've got something that people want, but they're frustrated because they don't know what to do in terms of social, and they have so much conflicting bits of advice from people out there, and maybe they watch some videos on YouTube and that advice isn't really tailored to their business. Maybe it's more for creators or influencers, for example, and they get lost in all this noise. And rather than just really nailing and focusing on one platform that could really help their business grow, they then spread themselves too thinly, and they're trying to do a bit of this, they're trying to do a bit of that because they've heard their friends say they need to be doing this, they need to be doing that, when ultimately, they've got a business to run. They haven't got all the time to do that. So that is what a lot of the service has been over the last 9 years, is working with those people that maybe haven't grown up with social media, and that's truly my passion, to sort of empower them to use it for their businesses. And sometimes, you know, they're a little bit nervous, they've got technophobia, and they're scared to. And I think you said about missed opportunities. I think when you take a step back and look at things, like let's rewind the clock, maybe I'm thinking about times here, 20 years ago, maybe. I think I'm looking at, yeah, maybe a little bit more, but you've got a chance to be in front of a camera and speak to your audience all across the world, or all across the country, or whatever the context may be. And that's not an opportunity you had all that time ago. And this is, obviously the way we are now with smartphones and social media. We're so used to it, so embedded into our day-to-day culture, that it's quite interesting to just take a little bit of a step back and realize the opportunity you've got there to build that emotional connection with people that are following you as well. And I've seen it time and time again. I'm talking about like supplement shops and fitness shops back in Torbay, just doing simple videos, and that's just a great way to get yourself out there, get people to know, like, and trust you, really.
You mentioned that you mainly focus on one platform, right? And I think that's a misconception sometimes, because I think people, when they work with me or when we work with you, etc., maybe we look at, like, let's dominate across all of the platforms because we have a larger reach, we can reuse our content, etc. But I guess on the other side of that, what would you say is the pro to just focusing on one platform? Is it that you can reduce overwhelm for your client, perhaps? Is it kind of one of those things that some people say, like, you start on one, then you build to two, then you build to three? Are you, because the counter argument would be, like, are we putting all of our eggs in one basket, right? And are we concerned, like, let's for example, if you're business to business, which a lot of my audience is, okay, then you should just solely focus on creating LinkedIn content, right? I mean, is that the case, would you say?
I think it's different for each business owner in terms of where they're at in their journey. So if you're starting out, I think, like you said, it's good, as we both agree on, it's good to focus on one platform and then you can move on to another. It just depends the resource that you've got, the budget that you've got, time that you've got as well. So if you really, like you mentioned, obviously the example of business owners really focused on LinkedIn, focused on the content, you've got a strategy for direct messaging, you're not just spray and pray, hoping for the best, you've got time, and you can build a tailored, solid audience of people that actually need your service. Then it just gives you that clear focus. Some people have got a better aptitude or sort of natural flair for it anyway, really. So maybe using LinkedIn and maybe Facebook, and in some cases, with LinkedIn and using the Facebook personal profile in professional mode, like a lot of people do, you can then repurpose some content as well, because some of that content can be suitable for both, but each platform has its own quirks. So I think, yes, if you're starting out, then starting on one platform and really focusing on getting that right, getting the right audience, getting the right content, not overcomplicating things. That's a big thing, really. So yeah.
I think there's a question on volume. Like, that was gonna be my next question in respect to, like, there is a nature to social media where you have to do a level of volume, especially at the start, to be able to gain enough data to understand what works and what people resonate with and what people really enjoy. But, personally, just for the audience's sake, and maybe your case as well, I've been very fortunate where my new marketing strategy of saying yes and, so this is a very volume dominated approach, because value is subjective, so I always try to add value in content, of course, but for me, I've been very, very focused on daily output as the metric, and then overall arching numbers in regards to views, watch times, growth, etc., for that window of time across a month, for example. And I think if I'll put on the screen if I get it wrong, but I think it's around 200k at the moment per month that we're hitting across 5 platforms. Of course, that will change by the time this comes out, but the time of recording, it's around there. And I think when I talk about those big numbers, I think people find them very intimidating, and they can find that maybe it is because of, like, the volume, or it's because, like, I'm very seasoned in knowing how to create content in volume but also high value. What advice would you give to someone who's maybe looking at that approach, firstly, would you agree with that approach, number one? Number two, what advice would you give to someone who is maybe looking at what I'm doing and seeing success in, and maybe wants to emulate it as a whole, from a volume perspective, from a distribution perspective, and I guess in some ways, how do we check in with, is that in line with making our boat go faster, but also are we overwhelming ourselves as a creator?
Yeah, sure. I think at the end of the day, like you said, volume is important. I mean, that's certainly what I'm focusing on, and how we connected through the Facebook personal profile that I've switched into professional mode, like most people do, because my audience is getting bigger and bigger. I'm just keeping it simple, getting people into a Facebook group, and it just becomes a numbers game, really, essentially. But having said that, like, obviously this opportunity came up a few weeks ago to speak to you. I've had other opportunities that have come up as well from just having those sheer numbers on, Facebook professional profile is my biggest audience, if you like. So there's a lot of scope for that, really. And
do you think it's a level of like we as in the royal we, as in everyone maybe listening, or us, we sometimes overthink what's valuable, we overprocess, we overthink, oh, what about this post, right? What about this? Oh, maybe this isn't valuable. Because when I it's not that I'm not having a threshold of what's worthy, but I'm letting the audience tell me what's valuable in regards to their views, in regards to their likes, in regards to their numbers, in regards to their comments, etc. Do you think that's like one of the things that people need to get into the habit of doing? Because I think sometimes we get so close to perfectionism that we don't actually execute on all the ideas that we maybe have as business owners for great marketing or great social media.
Yeah, I mean, working like one-to-one with a lot of clients, talking service-based business owners, and it sometimes it's a case of getting over yourself and just posting things. Sometimes things will flop, sometimes things will take off in terms of your posts, and you'll be surprised by it, really. And you can only learn by experimenting as well, really. And in terms of business, I'm guilty sometimes of, in my early stages, of overthinking things and not executing, whereas actually if you execute, then you learn more as you go along. And I think that there's no such, I think if you're trying to strive for the perfect post, and I'm not talking so much from a creator perspective, or I'm talking more from a business owner perspective, looking to generate more local clients, for example, that it's then going to become a bit of a time drain, and it's become extra stress, rather than, and this is the importance of having like your content pillars in place, so you know what you're posting about, and you're just keeping it simple. It doesn't have to be anything earth shattering. You've got your content pillars in place, you know what your themes are, you know what your topics are, you can brainstorm your ideas, and you can have a bit of fun with it. And it's just always key, it's why I'm so passionate about content marketing. It's always just so key to have your audience in mind. I think, are you speaking directly to your audience, or are you just trying to speak to everybody, or speak quite broadly, and then missing the mark with everyone, really?
Yeah, I mean, as a whole, I think, like, especially when we start out, we maybe worry about, as I say, like getting into that. What if people don't like the post, or what if like people don't like me, or etc. And we lean into that kind of like, oh, I'm gonna sound stupid on camera, or like, oh my god, I'm talking on my phone, what a weirdo, that kind of thing. I mean, it's a similar feeling to, I think, when we start networking, and I did want to touch on it a little bit with networking. I mean, personally, I've stepped away from networking, like the traditional sense of going to a room, about a year and a half ago. But the reason for that is, like, for me, like, it's just a scale thing, right? I'm at a stage where I'm very fortunate, where I've got a good number of clients, and whenever I do my marketing, I need it to be efficient and also scalable. So, and there could be arguments, and there is arguments, I'm sure, to say, well, actually, no, that's the time when you should be doubled down onto networking and etc. and etc. But for those people who are maybe starting out and really focusing on like maybe they're in the first year, right? What would you say like they should do if they're nervous about being on camera, they're nervous about going to a networking event, or they're nervous about speaking in front of a room, or those I think pillars of any business to build, right? Because I think when I talk about networking now, it's from the context of I'm nearly a 10-year-old business, and in my first 5 years I heavily networked. So I'm leaning on that network now. It's not that it's not valuable. It's kind of the season I was in business for me personally. I mean, just to reiterate the question, I mean, how did you personally, when you started networking, like tackle those fears and those challenges and those concerns around, like, oh my god, I've got to talk to people who I don't know. Oh my god, I've got to potentially like introduce myself, like in a network in 1 minute.
Yeah, I mean, I started doing it back in 2015, and I wasn't actually, my business started in 2016, but I started writing a blog about social media, how it impacts businesses in the Torbay area, and they had Torbay hour meetings in the local area, and there was, guys that were running marketing agencies that were helping people with social media. So I thought, well, that would be good. I just did a Google search and then found it, and I was like, oh, that sounds really cool. Because it's quite a small town, so go along to that and see what happens. And I guess, I'm quite, I'm quite at ease speaking to people that I don't know. I quite enjoy it, but
But sorry to cut you off, but do you think that comes from the experience you've had of nearly doing it for a decade now?
yeah, I think, from like going to university of 20 years ago now or whatever, and getting used to that situation of meeting people, and it's still nerve-wracking, particularly like when you introduce yourself on network. And even I did networking this morning online, you still get that little bit of like, oh, you know. And I think in terms of guidance, I think it's just everyone's in the same boat. That's a good way to look at it. And it gives you that, it's character building, and it gives you that extra energy and that motivation. So I went to a networking event in Southbourne here locally in Bournemouth last week. It was last Wednesday morning about 8:30, and it was just a really nice positive start to the day. And particularly if you're working on your business on your own and you're on a laptop, you're on a PC, on your phone, it's just good to get that real connection as well. And it also holds you to account, so that you have to keep your standards high as well, and you're out there sort of like in the real world and learning from people and picking up little bits of advice, little sort of bits of information as well. So and I get that, for some people it can be really overwhelming to go to sort of physical networking. So maybe start with like a smaller group, or something a bit more informal, or online networking as well, just to sort of dip your feet in the water, so to speak, and then learn as you go along.
I remember when I was like really getting into networking, I don't think I ever actually had it, but I know that I know there was a conversation about maybe don't specifically look at the room very tactically, right? So don't look at the room and go, oh, I work with this characteristic of person, so the only people I'm going to talk to is those people. I mean, have you found in your experience that actually the people who give you the most referrals, because that's why we go to networking, right, is to work through the room rather than work directly in the room? Do you find the people who maybe you get the most work from, or potentially get the most referrals from, or goodwill from, aren't who you would necessarily expect?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there was an example last October when there was a Bournemouth Business Festival locally. Quite a big event, to be fair, and went along to that, did speed networking. And this is the thing, that day I was going to Alicante, and I had the option of basically getting my flight earlier in the day or later in the day. So I could have started my holiday earlier, basically, but I decided to go. I said, I've got to go to this event. I can't miss it. I went to the event, made some connections. There was no direct interest in my services on that day, but there were a couple of interesting people I met in speed networking. So I followed up with them. And then, one of them was involved with lead generation, but I wasn't going into that call expecting, oh, she's going to have some clients to refer to me. It was just like, we had a really nice conversation. She was local. Let's just jump on a Zoom call for 20 minutes or so and just carry that conversation on. And sort of this is the thing, when you're not attached like that, I just find that opportunities present themselves. Whereas I was probably guilty of this at the start of, oh, who should I speak to get this? Rather than just going in, being open, this is what I do, this is who I help, what about yourself? And, you sort of go in, sort of a bit of a cliche, but it's very true that you go there to build relationships. And obviously the purpose of all relationships, it's not, take. Obviously you go to a relationship to give. So that's just the attitude that I have to it now, really. And it often is the case that when you're least expecting it, you have a conversation with someone, you think, oh, this person is not necessarily going to need my services, but they, you never know who they know. And yeah, so it's all about circulating.
I mean, obviously we both work very strongly online, right? And I think would it be fair to say we're maybe chronically online, right? As in, like, there's not, speaking personally anyway, there's not a day where I'm not connected or not having some level of internet conversation related to something related to work, right? For example, whether that's through my phone or computer or a podcast or whatever. So even when I do meet people in person, it's normally about what we're doing online. And I guess, I mean, the question that I was going to kind of lead on to that was like, at what point, and this is maybe a personal question, like, so maybe answer it from your perspective, because I think it will be different for everyone. When do you try and detox? Like, and then how do you go about doing that from a digital detox perspective? Because it's not something I did for the last couple of years, but now I'm like chronically online as much. I'm actually trying to like really focus on having maybe a couple of windows a day, like maybe it's an hour, maybe it's 2 hours of just not being connected to the internet. Like mentally, just like obviously my phone is still connected, so right, stuff can happen, but like I'm not actually, my phone's out of the way, my computer's out of the way, I'm not looking at it, thinking about it, you know. How do you do that? And if so, like, how did you build that habit?
Well, like yourself, I just became very aware of it a couple of years ago that my whole world was like online, essentially, and it just started to feel really unhealthy. And I think it's a problem that a lot of people encounter and maybe people aren't aware of. So you probably saw, I did a post recently about this July digital detox challenge. It came up, obviously on a Facebook ad, ironically, but fair enough. And I thought, well, let's give this a go. And it's things that I've been putting into practice over the last few years, really. So using the Minimalist app on my phone, I pay a fee for that each year, and that helps make my phone become more of a tool, which essentially it is, and look a bit more boring. So it's not got all those shortcuts and visual cues to sort of entice me in. And yeah, I mean, for example, like last night, met my friend, went to the beach, very lucky to sort of live near to the beach. And I just look at that circumstance and it's like, I don't need to be on my phone. Obviously, if a family member calls, the phone is still there. If it's something urgent, somebody will call. And that time is precious because it just gives you that time away. But I think a lot of this comes to building healthier habits. I think people just aren't aware a lot of times that they're doing it they're doing it subconsciously, really, where let's say two friends are at a bar watching the football, one pops off to the bar, the other one's straight on their phone. The friend's only going to be gone for a couple of minutes, but it's just an instinctive all waiting at the bus or whatever. And I'm not saying that's the worst thing in the world, but the thing with it is, obviously we're business owners, we're busy people, we got a lot to process and we got a lot of things we got to think about, and that creativity can come through silence. And certainly for me, like lunch times, dinner times, that's just a time where I'm not on the phone. And I'm not like anyone, I'm no saint or perfect. There might be a time where there's something on YouTube and maybe I'm just listening to it and in the background, but 8 times out of 10, just make that time to not be on it, because it's something I'm very passionate about, because it's just not healthy. And I know it gives us the opportunity to connect with people, like I said, all across the world at all times, and gives us a chance and more opportunities. But at the same point, you've got to balance that out with you need the energy for the next day. If I was on my phone a lot last night, there's no real downtime. So I would highly recommend people to look at this digital detox challenge and just take a step back, because you'll be much better for it.
I think that's an important point, and I would tackle it from a perspective of like, how present are you in the moment, right? And how present are you with your parent? How present are you with your partner? How present are you with that friend? How present are you with yourself, right? And I think that's sometimes what we don't look at, right? Is sometimes actually, like, as busy people, especially as you get older, you get into a relationship, you want to continue to build your relationship, of course, with your parents, etc., and then maybe you have a friendship circle, you want to be social and so on. We spend all this time, or we spend working, or we spend doing a task or whatever, we spend all this time out, and we don't, I think, well, on average, unless you make a habit of it, to actually spend the time looking in and working on ourselves and, you know, etc. And for me, something that I've always had is that's why I do fitness, because it forces me into this point of view where there is no other distractions. You know, maybe I've got music on, or maybe I'm listening to a podcast or whatever, but from the crux, sometimes I'll just like go on the run, go for the workout, I won't put headphones in, I'm just there with my thoughts, and that's deliberate, because sometimes I'll need to process things, or like I need to just check in with myself and see. But I think it does open up, like, you need to be present. I think you can actually show up better for those other people I was alluding to if you are willing to allocate that time to have the, you know, alone time with yourself, or etc. And sometimes for some people that can be really hard, but something that I did want to ask you about is, obviously we both work online, we both work on social media, and these platforms are designed to hook our attention in, right, and for us to consume content. And if you're doing content correctly, you'll know how this works with hooks and call to actions and value adds and, you know, having text on screen and all these like tricks psychologically. How do you, as a social media manager or social media consultant, however you want to think about it, like, go on social media to do a task, whether that's posting or whether that's like market research or equivalent, when you're like consuming that, not be drawn into that content, especially on TikTok, for example?
Yeah, it's super hard. I mean, particularly with Instagram as well, you know, and how the algorithms work. Like it's difficult because you can get sucked into a vortex. But, you know, Facebook, personal profile, professional mode that I mentioned before, it's hard, and sometimes it's literally just like you just have to snap out of it. And, you know, also from a digital wellness point of view as well, looking at my feed and once again seeing, is this actually helping my state of mind? You know, I use, like for clients, I use Buffer, for example, so that's like a nice clean environment. So I'm there for the purpose of, I've got Canva open, scheduling posts, and there's no distractions, and that's great. And obviously Meta Business Suite as well for other clients, that's useful, so that I'm just in that content management mode rather than that. But, you know, like you said about market research or whatever it may be, you know, I might have had a conversation with someone on LinkedIn, think, I need to follow up with them. And then, you know, posts come along and
LinkedIn's got you now.
Yeah, it's got me. So you just get sucked. So it is hard because as much as you can have all these tools, you know, we're only human. And obviously, you know, we both know how it works. So it's just a case of being aware. I know I haven't really got like a more refined answer than that, but it's just a case of putting yourself back into the room, as they say.
I think to an extent how I look at it anyway is I could potentially see it as a reward engine. Like, I don't actually, to be honest, I don't really consume on TikTok or socials anymore. Not really. Like, I'm a big YouTube watcher, sure, but that's when I'm trying to actually do research or trying to learn or equivalent, right? But like outside of that, I don't really consume content, and that's just because I've trained my mind not to go down that rabbit hole. But when I did, I would always do it in a respect of like, if you do X task, then you can spend 20 minutes on TikTok. Like, completely cool, completely fair, scroll for your heart's content, you know? And I think, I mean, to an extent, that kind of, in some ways, that leans into my next question, which is going to be around like, what lessons have you learned from like growing a business, or what lessons have you learned as a whole, like in your business journey? But I think for me, just before I pass back to you, I think using that reward pathway and using that, like, you do a thing, then you get a reward, I think is really key, because it allows you to still have the things you enjoy, but it also allows you to not feel then guilty about enjoying those things because you've tied it to an outcome, right? So, I need to get this work done for a client. Okay, cool. When the work is done for a client, I can then do the thing I enjoy. But just to reiterate, what lessons specifically have you learned? What specific lessons have you kind of taken from? So maybe like the last 5 years, perhaps, or maybe the last year.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there's lots of lessons. I mean, a big thing for me has been personal development, knowing that, you know, I'm my business, I run my business, and the more I invest in myself, the more I'll get back from my business because I'm a stronger person. And I definitely think, particularly over the last, I'd say like 2 years, you know, I've been much more focused on tapping into like the local business community as well, and not feeling so alone, and joining the online networking groups like Larten Live, Oni, Entrepreneur Circle. You can just be with people in the same boat as well, and I really appreciate, you know, those opportunities to connect with people, and because it's very easy to just sort of be in that solo mode and kind of isolated in that sense. So that's a big thing. And I think as well, kind of not being afraid to fail as well and learning from failures. That's obviously a big pressure, but certainly the more you fail, the more you learn. That's one of the big things I've learned as well, and not also, I think it's probably a thing that a lot of people can relate with, not being your harshest critic, as much as I am a lot of times my own harshest critic, because I want to keep doing better and everything. Giving yourself some slack as well.
I think there's a difference to like when you, so for example, every single client shoot I've ever had, I've always done a debrief afterwards. And the point of that debrief isn't for me to beat myself up on what I didn't do well. It's to say, sick, you did it. Client seems to be happy. Things seem to be going well. Cool. But what if we could make it better? Right? And I think for me, those debriefs allow me to make those 1% improvements so that by the end of the year, I'm 37 times better at my craft than I was a year ago. And it kind of, to an extent, leans into maybe what you touched on a little bit about the networking thing and like building those longer term connections. But what role would you say that community, it's kind of a buzzword now, but like community as a whole, or having a community of business owners around you, whether that's digitally interacting with content and you're both kind of both interacting with content, or physically at a networking group, or maybe like check-in circles, or etc., however you want to do it, or accountability partners, so on, so on. There's loads of ways to do it. What role would you say those community element actually has for your business, but in general as a business owner?
I mean, one of my values, is tied in with community as well, because I've been involved with lots of communities in the past. I was involved with a YouTube channel, Elite FPL. That was a big part of that channel was, and still is, being part of a community, a sort of online worldwide community that are passionate about fantasy football. And then, being part of these networking groups like Latte and Live that I mentioned before, Oni, Entrepreneur Circle, and the local business events as well. I use Patch, which is a local workspace in Bournemouth. So once again, without wanting to spout out another cliche, you're not on the journey on your own, and you've got other people to bounce ideas off. You can learn different things from different people, even from their challenges, which they might have a different business to you, but then you can relate it back to your own business as well. And it's definitely the thing of keeping you to account and helping you kind of keep on progress as well with your peers, if you like, really, so that you're not kind of snacking behind as well. And I think as well, mentioned it before, like when you asked about people that are new to networking, certainly confidence building. When I, once again, a few years ago, started to go to more local events in Bournemouth because I wanted to get more known in the local area. I was quite nervous rocking up to these big events, and that has lessened, and I've actually started to embrace and look forward to it as time has gone on. So it's been quite, confidence building as well.
I think sometimes when we look at business owners, or we look at maybe someone's social media, it's very highlight orientated, so that can naturally like build your confidence, but also it can go the other way. I think sometimes where people often wonder or often worry about like, what if they're not doing well, right? And I think something that I'm very proud of is actually whenever things aren't doing well, I've taken 100% accountability for that, but also number two, I've also like be willing to be open and share it. And I think that's one of the reasons why I'm potentially, from people who watch my content consistently, they tell me like, you're a human, right? So like, it's not like this, like, oh, things are going super well and etc. And I hope it makes me perceived, or makes me believe, that I'm more humble than maybe others. But it kind of does link into my next question, which was going to be around, obviously business doesn't always go well for whatever reason. I mean, do you have a specific either set of challenges or like a larger set of challenges that you're willing to share, that also like how you then overcame those challenges, more importantly? Because I think sometimes it's important for us to share a level of vulnerability there, but also share to the point where like actually it can be a tool to show like, no, don't go down there because there's a bear there, for example, right? I mean, have you had any challenges like that you're willing to share, and how you then fix them?
Yeah, massively. I mean, it's constantly every day's a school day, as they say, and you're constantly learning. So, I mean, there've been challenges before where, you know, I started out just working with solopreneurs, working just with a couple of businesses, and then end up working with lots of businesses all at once and having to put all the sort of foundations in place to do that, and not always getting it right, you know, and making things that I regret, you know, things that I wish I'd done differently. But making that transition hasn't always been easy. You know, I'm talking about sort of organization and things like that, and running things smoothly, and you don't know what you know till you know it, as they say. So once you go from, you know, I had a period where I was just, you know, running a few social media accounts, doing some training here and there, to then running social media training for big groups, 20, 30 people every day, and just feeling overwhelmed at the time, really. And because I didn't have the infrastructure in place in terms of like the admin, all the tech side, really. And, you know, you are learning the hard way, really. But I think once you move past that and invest in your business more, like invested in business mentorship and training, and then the thing is, once you've had that experience and things haven't necessarily gone always how you'd like them to go, and then you do training and it goes really well, you get really good feedback, and you think, oh, actually, I've learned from that experience. I now moved on. I'm a stronger person for it, and you know, you sort of feel confident in yourself again.
I think it's like there is probably a psychological term, something on the lines of the survivor. It's not survivor bias. There's something else there, but it's basically the crux of it is things happened to me. I survived it, so it gives then a knock-on effect to my confidence, because I know I can survive that again if it was to happen again. And I think for me, as someone who's been, could say in some ways turbulent, had business turbulence, etc., like, and I'm sure everyone has within reason, I think it's one of those things where to an extent you have to lean into what you knew worked previously, but also be trusting in the self that you'll figure it out. And sometimes there's challenges in business, sometimes there's challenges with retainer clients, there's challenges with project clients, there's challenges as a whole. And I think it's about how you approach when things aren't going as well as you would like them to, is what really will stand you apart, firstly from your client perception point of view, but also from a marketing point of view. And I think it comes from you. And I think especially is like whether you have a team or whether you're the leader or whether it's just you plus freelancers or just you, I think it has to, regardless, the inner work has to come from you. I mean, my next question was going to be around like, how do you balance, or how do you lean into motivation? Like, are you strong in discipline in respect to like when times are hard and you know that the thing you have to do is show up and do the work? How do you sort of push through that? Is it just like relying on motivation, or is it just solely down to, because my view's always been like, it's solely just down to, if you got to get shit done, you just got to push through it with the self-care and understanding that you can give yourself a time when you fix the problem, but there is a level of just, you have to be disciplined to get it done.
Yeah, I mean, if I don't get it done, nobody else is going to get it done. So I think, and it's all, that's a pretty strong motivation, really. I think when the chips are down, a lot of time that's when I come out fighting in a way, really. And it's just, yeah, it's not always easy. And but I think once again, when you run your own business, you're reliant on yourself, and that is a test of your character anyway, and it helps you grow even more. So I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, it's always been easy, and that there haven't been times that I've hid, for example, you know, when there's been opportunities or there's been networking, I've maybe gone into my shell a little bit. But I think, and this, I don't know how to say this, but like when you have like an employed job, there probably are times where, you know, you're working and you sort of, you know what you got to do, and then your neck isn't always on the line. Whereas when you're running your own business, you haven't necessarily got those safety nets in place. I'm not saying that having an employed job is not pressured at all, but
I think it's different, right? And I think even if you have a retainer, and even if you have a pot of money, and even if you've done the financial work and you've done the money management work and etc., you still, from your core, don't like losing a client, right? Personally, I don't. I never like saying goodbye to a client, or deciding to part ways with a client, or a client deciding that as well. And normally it's a mutual like thing when that happens, right? But I think I think for me it comes down to sometimes you've just like you've added the value you can add, and as you do it more, you'll understand that it's just part of the process sometimes, like especially if you're growing yourself, like as your expectations or like etc. Like there's only a certain line that you're willing to go, especially if your expectations are rising. And but also it needs to work for both people. And sometimes regardless of like the project or like the client or the retainer or even the job, sometimes it's not worth the headache. And if you're fortunate enough to be in a position where you've got the pot of money, you've done the financial resources, and you've done the financial work to be able to maybe step away and say, actually, no, I don't need to accept that anymore, then great. If you are not in that position, then like I would say work on that to get to that position. But also I think, and I was going to ask you about like what your plans are for maybe like the rest of the year, because we're filming this roughly around the middle of 25, which is weird to say because it just feels like we were in January, but it always seems to be the way. I mean, what do you want ideally, like either for you, or do you think like from a marketing point of view, do you think like is there going to be any like drastic shift, or like is there any opportunities that people who may be listening to this could take advantage of in the next 6 months?
Yeah, I mean, obviously I do the social media training and management I talked about, and that you touched upon like the community as well, shifting towards like a group membership, a community where I teach business owners in a community, and the community work together. So that's something I'm really excited about launching sort of towards the end of the summer. So there's going to be a networking opportunities within that, and different scope for working with like a group together rather than just working with single business owners in isolation, if you like. So I'm looking forward to that as well. I mean, we've not really spoke about AI, but obviously that presents a lot of opportunity, well, massive opportunities for people that are looking to learn how to use it for their businesses as well. So there's scope for that. And yeah, I mean, talked about the digital well-being side of things as well. That seems to be something that I've seen come up in terms of courses or help for digital well-being as well. So there's different areas, and it's just seeing how viable those areas are and how much support people need, really.
You mentioned AI. I mean, where do you see it? Because for a long time, a lot of people were saying AI is going to take our jobs. Then it sort of became the person who's utilizing AI is likely going to take your job. Where do you sit on it?
Well, I mean, I think that at the moment, obviously, I use it as a sort of virtual AI assistant, and from like a content marketing perspective, it can give you so many ideas and so much support. But ultimately, still, I've still seen people doing this where the copy is clearly AI generated, and it loses the tone. So I think in terms of like from our perspective, people will still need us to help maybe teach them how to use it, and also use it as prompts, use the machine's prompts as well to get content and do it for them. So it's still an amazing tool, really. And yeah, I just think it's very interesting times in terms of the opportunities it presents for particularly content generation for those business owners that don't necessarily have like the tech skills to use editing software to put together really amazing content as well. So yeah, it's exciting times, but I still, taking a step back from that, people will still buy from people will still want to learn from people. It's just harnessing those opportunities to do that, really.
Yeah, the analogy that I started using is you need to, with AI, in the same way you would use a knife, you need to sharpen the knife before you use it. And I think the analogy I used that before is it's a tool to be used. You don't need a hammer for everything. You would sometimes use a screwdriver to put up shelves, for example. But I think for me, the people who are going to stand apart are the ones who are going to use it to accelerate what they're doing and not replace them. But I think I think at the moment, especially in corporate, there's a big push towards let's cut costs, and it's probably synergized with maybe the uncertainty, you could say, in the economy. I don't like mentioning it because, like, for me, it's like it's always been there. There's always been a level of uncertainty. There always will be something going on, and I think if you focus on that and you use that as an excuse, you'll never act and you'll never do the things you should be doing to grow your business to then be in a better position. But as a whole, I think there's a culture at the moment, especially in the corporate land or like the larger scale stuff, where people are maybe looking at headcounts, where they're like, actually, what can an AI agent do for me? So if you are a solo entrepreneur, maybe working with those businesses or in general yourself, you should be utilizing it, and you should be seeing how you can utilize it to make yourself more efficient and more valuable. And then what will end up happening, I think, is actually you'll get more of the economic reward of that value, in my view. And I think, for me, I think that's something which we're not quite there with yet. I think the system, the corporation, the how we outsource, etc., hasn't quite caught up, and we haven't. There's some businesses that are, but the majority, talking broadly, I don't think they figured that out yet. I think they will, given time, but I don't think we're quite there yet, in my view. I mean, for those who are maybe interested, where can people find you? Where's best to connect with you? If they want to look at see your training, they want to maybe talk to you about running their socials, that kind of thing. Where's best to connect with you?
Yeah, sure. Thank you. So Daniel Ball on LinkedIn, to search me on there. Feel free to connect. Your social media consultant on Facebook and on Instagram as well. So those are the best places, really, particularly LinkedIn and Facebook are the best places to connect with me. So say looking for service-based business owners that are on their own, frustrated with social media, need help and support, and I'll be your personal trainer, if you like. I'll give you that tough love and that support that you need, and I'll be there with you every step of the way. And hopefully that wasn't too corny, but would love to connect with more people.
Fantastic. And if you were going to wind the clock back 10 years, maybe 15 years, and you were talking to the Dan who was there, right? The person who maybe hadn't started a business yet, or was in the first couple of years of starting the business, depending on whether you're doing 10 or 15, what would you say to him?
Believe in yourself more.
Thank you for your time, Dan.
Thank you for having me. It's been a pleasure.
No, you're welcome. And if you did enjoy this piece and you would like to see more like it, make sure to leave me a comment on what you thought, and of course you can subscribe and etc. and all those lovely YouTube things as well. But thank you ever so much for coming back and joining me, and I'll see you very soon. Hello, my friends. Welcome to a brand new podcast. We're here with James in his wonderful space.
Hey, thank you.
How's it going,
much.
James?
It's going very well. Very busy, though. The space is launching very soon. We just started kind of putting the idea together for Hampshire Podcast Studios, and it launches July 1st. So I'm sure by the time this is out, it might already be launched, but putting together an all-purpose space for content creation, video podcasting, audio podcasting, anything you need, one-stop shop, walk away with your footage. So it's going to be fun.
I think it's an interesting space, right? Because I think so many people find podcasting really hard to do, to know how to do it.
Yeah.
But also, not even from a tech side, just being in the psychology around creating content, but especially having a conversation. I think maybe it's slightly more natural with the conversation element, but I wasn't actually going to start here, but I think it's a nice place to start.
Why not?
How would you say right now to people who are maybe watching this, who are looking at this and going, I kind of know I need to be doing content,
yes,
but it's terrifying.
So I for a long time, so I've run a social media agency first. That's our main background for around almost 5 years now. And I think one of the biggest learnings I've taken from that is ultimately there's a lot of personal psychology tied up in even business social media if you have to be in it. And I really didn't realize that in the first few years of doing it, because for me, a lot of it, this is so common sense. As like a marketing practitioner, is like, we need to get you in a content surplus. We need to get you everywhere. We need to transform your brand into a media asset, essentially, like a whole brand in itself. Churning out stuff all the time. I want to do YouTube channels, Twitch, TikTok. I want to go to town. And I took that attitude to everyone. And I obviously had to kind of bring everyone through baby steps. I had a lot of pushback all the time. So what's going on? And I realized that, it is how you feel about each app individually. For a start, so you've got different challenges in each thing, and also how you feel as an individual, because you've got to put yourself out there, whether you're the founder or you're a marketing manager. And I think in learning that is what attracted me more to the whole podcasting angle first, and video podcasting. When you try and drop someone straight in it to create 2-camera, YouTube videos and TikToks, you forget everything you've ever said in your whole life. Even if you're
my mouth doesn't work, James.
Yeah, literally you can be the most knowledgeable person in the world. You're like, what the fuck is going on? But if you can get in with a good co-host and you can just take some basic talking points and a theme of the show, and you're not too worried about the full show, again, you're just going for content volume, you can get so much value out and help so many people in a very relaxed setting, and it gets you used to it. So podcasting and video podcasting is my gateway drug into getting you into proper content creation and your brand into a new space.
And also, you know, we're seeing platforms right now like YouTube. We were discussing while we were setting up and such, you know, that one of the reasons why I'm relaunching the show and how I'm relaunching it is because I'm seeing a demand in these platforms, firstly for short form, but secondly for a long form conversation piece that I don't want to say is fluff, but has value led, right? There's a lot of people who claim to be quote experts, right? And are they? You know,
hard to prove these days.
It's to an extent I think it can be subjective, of course, right?
Yeah, and how much expertise is actually valued. It actually does depend on the market a little bit, but you know, from the amount of misinformation we see online, I think it's more about the trust and the brand of the individual as opposed to their knowledge base sometimes, which has its good and bad points.
I mean, we're both in, unfortunately, potentially soon, a commoditized market due to AI, right? And I think having a podcast, having a conversation, having brand, having personal brand, buzzword, authenticity, buzzword, community, buzzword, right? Is the reason why you'll be in business in 20 years.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, where do you see AI?
Its point right now, because we like the whole one of the USPs of Hampshire Podcast Studios is human-led, AI-enabled, right? We've kind of created a unique workflow where using like 3 or 4 different softwares, we can kick out a really good service much more quickly than it was ever possible before, depending on how fussy you are with shooting settings and all that kind of stuff. So it's right now it's beautiful for grunt work. It's beautiful for getting out of the way some of the things that were actually quite tedious. When it gets to the point where it can do the advanced stuff, then we're in a different space. So right now I'm not too afraid of AI, but also one of the reasons I wanted to start the studio itself is so we have, we kind of own the means of production a little bit. I think it's going to take quite a while for people shooting it in person in totality to be replaced. And I think it will go in phases. So it'll be like, short form, easy or creative content. I mean, we're seeing a lot of incredible stuff at the moment. That will be the first to go. Then like the more in details, maybe YouTube video, talking heads when you're more static, I think that might also go. And then eventually it'll be pretty much everything. But we have no idea how long that might take. It could be one of those moves way more quickly than we think in like a 3 to 5 year span, or it could be 10 to 20. Not quite sure.
It is interesting, right? Because we're also in a world where AI influencers are a thing now. They will continue to be a thing, right? And I think the commoditization of attention, the gathering of attention, is what marketers want, right? What we're talking about when we go into detail and we add value is the tactics and the nuance that comes with. Like when we first met, we were talking about TikTok as an idea, right? Now, fast forward, 3-4 years?
Yeah, you'd be surprised how many people still haven't picked up on that one. Yeah.
But again, just for those who don't know who may be listening, right? Like, can you explain what you explained then, in layman's terms, the difference between a social graph and an information-based graph, or something which is more TikTokified in that respect?
In terms of how the algorithm works?
Yeah, the physical algorithm, how it works, and then how it also could have a knock-on effect to now what we're seeing in every single platform because of especially meta-based platforms right now. LinkedIn will do it. It hasn't still social-based really, but give it another 2 years, I expect it will go interest-based. YouTube Shorts is interest-based. TikTok is obviously, of course, interest-based, etc. What does that mean?
So
for the layman,
the easiest way to describe it is the TikTokification of the internet. So that's the starting point. TikTok came along. Let's say pandemic is where it really kicked off. We're all at home. This new app pops up. Oh, let's check it out. A lot of people didn't jump on it at first. That was very kind of still early, at least from a UK market point of view, very early on. At some point, everyone clocked onto the fact that TikTok pretty much has the best algorithm going for interest-based suggestions. I'd say even more better than YouTube in terms of how that works. So it then became extremely addictive. every other platform caught onto that, realized we're going to get left behind in the interest-based economy. We have to get on that. So now every single platform has an interest-based video feed, and now pretty much main feed, especially the Meta suite, that's gone full interest-based. I think X/Twitter, that has gone interest-based. Blue Sky has remained solid in the fact that they, for following, I think that's part of their USP. Even LinkedIn now is going interest-based feed they're testing it a little bit on the main feed, but mostly on that kind of scrolling video. So it is unavoidable. And that has essentially created a very interesting thing where it's the social part has been removed from social media. It's gone. It is just media. And if your brand or personal brand or as a freelancer, you're not part of that interest-based economy where you're churning out stuff that will eventually get to the right person, you will be left behind a little bit in that. Overthinking quality, overthinking substance sometimes can hinder your attempts and testing to get to where you need to be. I'm always a proponent of scale, test fast, even if you need to post quite a lot, figure out what works, where are your golden veins that you need to mine, and then start improving little by little the same way a creator would. Yeah. That's all I'm always looking at.
I think it's interesting, right? Because when we first got here, we were talking about the difference in scale versus perceived quality or quality, right? And I think that so many people worry about what is the judgment of X partner, friends, colleagues, so on, dog is equivalent, right? What are the, I'm going to spam them, right? What I'm going to post too much is part of knowing what works. Volume, would you say?
Yeah, well, you need a certain amount of volume to test, and
at what point does it become spammy?
This will differ per platform, and some platforms is pretty much impossible to spam. So you got to think about user behavior. So if we take TikTok, 70% of content, I think, still, or probably more now, is digested on the For You page instead of the following. So people have to make an intentional step to head over to get everything in the chronological order of the people that they follow. That is where maybe all of your videos appear quite a lot. And you're like, okay, weird. But if not, it's just going out into the ocean. I see every kind of short form video you post is pretty much just taking a bucket of water and pouring it into the ocean at this point. Like, there is very little risk of it being seen a bajillion times. But that's when you get to a TikTok, Meta, Facebook point of view. If you're looking at something like LinkedIn, the algorithm is still early and it's still developing. So a lot of people might see the same thing. You'll notice on your LinkedIn that you'll still have the regulars engage first and often see it. They might get notifications if you engage with them regularly. And from that point, other people might see it based on if someone likes, comments, shares, because LinkedIn is quite good in the fact that someone comments, that might as well be a share. That's quite handy in terms of how that works. So per platform, it does change slightly. However, even someone with an extremely engaged following like me and you, we could probably post 3 videos a day and it won't bother anyone, or they might see one, they might see none, but they might see all 3 on Tuesday next week. Yeah. You can't quite tell where that is at. So I'm of the opinion that you're never going to lose out by posting more often. What most likely is going to happen is someone's going to go, bloody hell, you're everywhere, mate. That's the place I want to be. I'd rather be top of mind and someone be slightly miffed. I'd rather take that risk.
I was going to say, because that's the main trap for me. Like, you're probably the 6th person I've met this week in person. Yep. And every single one of them's first reaction when they first meet me is, you're fucking everywhere.
That's the way.
Right?
Yeah.
And for me, I'm like, that means I'm doing something right. Yeah, because it means you're seeing me. Now, it might not mean necessarily you're consuming 100% of that video, that one video, but then my heart isn't, oh my God, James didn't watch my whole video.
Yeah. Because ultimately, if you start knowing that, and especially that there is a massive silent lurkers user behavior on LinkedIn, I think goes underestimated. There is a large percentage, and I'm not sure the specific number, of people that watch video without sound that just kind of watch it without checking in. Yep. Now, if you don't click that video, I don't think it actually classes as an official like engagement. I think after a certain point in watch time, without kind of clicking the unmute button, that will then class as a view. But you'll have a lot of lurkers, which means your actual statistics won't show the true success of what you're doing. So this is where like you get into the debate between reach and impression numbers and which one you should really focus on. I'm quite focused on views at the moment. Views and watch time are basically the most essential KPIs now. But in terms of how you need to look at LinkedIn specifically, I think you just go nuts. But if you're going to make those slight improvements to really focus on the quality element, again, quality is subjective. For a lot of people, our content will be quality because we have good equipment, good knowledge. And a lot of people within our industry will look at quality as how good's the edit. Well, what are the things that grab back attention? So there are nuances to the game, and it does depend on your audience. So I often just optimize for the silent watcher. Title that lingers for like the first 5 to 10 seconds, put the best bit at the front, and then let the rest of the story play out. Because you still got to manage your own resource. Even if you have a team behind you, they've still got to manage their resource. You can't do a full Diary of a CEO trailer for everything. And often, if you're not already quite big or have a large following, we have catching up to do compared to others. So different spaces for different places.
I think, again, and it's one of those things where I think this should be a yes and, not a yes or, right? So for me, I'm like, that's a good idea. Let's do that. And a podcast, and short form, and talks, and in-person events,
best, right?
and this, and that, and that. Because I don't then worry or care about this specific video has got X amount of views. I have absolutely no interest, to be honest, in what that standalone video does. What my views are as a whole across Meta, across Instagram, across LinkedIn, across... So, yes.
Yeah.
Okay? As a whole.
Yep.
Specific video, don't care.
Yeah.
Because I don't know what's going to go well or hit. The only way you can do that is test it, right?
Yep. Test
and
it
something
and look at the
which...
spikes on your graph.
Yeah, and something when you're specifically creating content around a targeted event like an in-person event or a service you're trying to sell, etc. A strategy that's worked for me in the past and will work now is put out a load of short form stuff, see what happens, see what works, and then media buy, ad, Meta, placement, etc. against the stuff you already know works because you've already got the viewership, you've already got the metrics, and that way you're not then potentially wasting pounds or dollars figuring out going, is this good? Now, this is one of those things where you might want to tweak the copy slightly because it's an ad and not a post, etc. Things like that. But overall, it's going to work because you already know the creative's good, you know?
Absolutely.
And the thing is, for me, I think people, they use the I'm trying to create one polished video on LinkedIn as an excuse not to be working.
Yeah, because a lot of people will take that out. Again, this is where we come back to the personal psychology point. We know we're supposed to go to the gym. Do we all go all the time? Some people do. Most people don't. That's just the reality of it. It's Gary Vee that made the point originally. You know, social media is like going to the gym and eating healthily. We're going to relapse. We're going to mess up. We're not going to stay consistent all the time. We're going to have sprints where we kill it and then times where life happens. Don't punish yourself for that. Kind of go with the flow. Do what you can do best. And this is what the testing allows you to do. Find what medium is the easiest for you to create and find most comfortable. Because I've noticed that I'm a big proponent of TikTok and its uses and how it works. In terms of me creating TikTok content, I'm actually quite bad at it. In terms of the pacing, in terms of how you need to deliver it, sometimes some of the memes and things like that, like I personally struggle. That's why we have a good team behind us. Whereas in a YouTube or podcast setting, I thrive, and I think that is sometimes a matter of age. Sometimes I'm 28, so I'm either the oldest Gen Z or the youngest millennial. So I'm right in that center point, depending on what blog you read. So, but I grew up with YouTubers, so that is how I often visualize and say my thoughts and verbalize them. And some people will talk as TikTok because, for example, if you got your phone out, the viral hook is as you're putting the phone down. Guys, the other day I did this, right? And they'll prop their phone down. That is the telling the story or popping the phone down in the car or talking in the car or the quick flip up. This is stuff that is derived from TikTok and is done really well. And it's something you can learn, but it's not something that will come natural to you if it wasn't your first port of call almost. So you do have to adapt to where you're at. Once you test, once you get used to it, because you've got the barriers of editing, you'll hear yourself, you'll see yourself. We are so used to it at this point, it doesn't matter. But there was a point in time where we were like, oh my God.
Wait, I sound like that?
Yeah, literally.
What the fuck?
Literally. And now, for some reason, it sounds exactly the same to me. But before it sounded so different. But there is that hurdle. So I'm very acutely aware, even in a B2B corporate setting at some of the largest companies, if I've got the challenge of bringing a video podcast in or video content, that person has to start from ground zero. Yeah. It does not matter how big that brand is. If we have to use someone,
but I deal with £100 million deals, James.
Yeah, and then and I go, all right, tell me now, and I put my math doesn't work. Who
am I? What day is it?
Who are you? So it's hard, but you have to practice.
Yeah.
This is what a lot of brands do have some hubris around it. Like, I'm a big brand, we can do whatever. Yeah, it depends on your presenter. Unless you're going to bring in a professional presenter and pay.
But again, should you, from a brand point of view? Because the whole point is I'm talking on camera, right?
You need
so
to
the same person who sells is the same person who's talking on camera.
Homegrown will always win, in my opinion. Homegrown, authentic, buzzword. Homegrown, authentic.
We like our buzzwords today.
We do. Homegrown, authentic, and just, I think, not tied to perfection is probably the best piece of advice I can give when it comes to corporate content. Yeah. Like something completely unedited, probably similar to how this podcast is going to be, flows nicely. You can tell it's genuine. Their corporate trust is at an all-time low as is. You know, if you are going out with something ultra polished that's over the top, you brought a TV presenter in, good luck relating to anyone, right? It is that kind of equation. So yeah, factor that in. If you're the biggest brand or just starting, both people are kind of in the same place.
Yeah. And if you are starting, I think you'll pick up things, right? Like I've noticed, you may have noticed it in the show. I didn't piss around at the start.
No.
You know, it was
you
bang, this is who I am talking to, this is what's going on, bang, we're talking to James, cool, straight in, right? That's only because I'm used to doing long form content on YouTube. I've been doing it like 2 years, consistently for 2 years now.
Yeah, because a lot of people don't realise the first 10 seconds is the new thumbnail. That auto plays as soon as you hover over the video. Yeah. So if you don't get straight into it,
well, you've lost someone, and I know how the YouTube algorithm will work in the respect to, right, if someone sits and watches this for 10 minutes and is interested in this conversation, they're gonna then be then the video, the big podcast will be served to a larger set of people, and then so on. That's how stuff goes viral, right? Same with short form, but on a more narrow basis. The key, I mean, like, okay, we're probably at the point where people, if they're going to click off, they're going to click off. Hey, happy days. Yeah. So let's give people a bit of a history lesson on you, right? I mean, when we first met, you were not running this. You were running what, from my understanding, was a basically fully serviced social media company that helped B2B brands take like careers.
Yes.
In Crux, right?
Yes.
Okay, what happened? How did you get here? How did you start there, and then how did you get here?
So it was really interesting. So the official journey was, scroll all the way back, lockdown, I think 2021 or 2022, is somewhere in that range. We all start working from home. You know, weird day for us. We think we're going to be back next week. Oh boy, did we mess that one up. So we were there, and I realised that, you know, I felt like I was outgrowing the place I was at, to put it that way. And I was like, I could probably do this. So got an ad up on Fiverr, and for a month it kind of did nothing. Had no idea what I was doing. I came from an advertising marketing background, 4+ years in that, working in-house and agency side, so I had all of the knowledge to bring. It was just a case of how do I business. I had no idea. So that ad basically did nothing for like a month, and then suddenly it put me in this like featured creators section. So I had a lucky break there. Most people don't admit their luck, folks. That's how it happened. And then from there, I got my first client, and then got my second client through Fiverr. I got my third. That pretty much got me to a point where it was around what I was earning, and I just went, see ya, and then I took a risk from there. And then from there, it started to just me. One person, two person, three person, ended up kind of, as we're going along the scene, working with the likes of the University of Southampton, Barclays Eagle Labs, American Express, Global Business Travel, people like that, over that 4-year period, almost 5 years. And it grew very fast, very quick. Didn't know how to business. So from that point, it was a tricky thing to navigate. And eventually I was like, this is also isn't making me happy. We grew way too fast. Way too much pressure, navigating contracts, chasing people who hadn't paid. It was that essentially, and overspending too. We had office space at the time because I was in my head, and I think a lot of people's minds, we still had the path to return to normal. So I was spending a lot on hybrid office space to go, come in if you want, you don't have to, but we have a space where you can still be creative, we can collaborate. And then trying to figure out what that was, but that was lots of extra spending on, you know, mostly, you know, UK team. We had an overseas team as well, and helped facilitate both. So we had kind of a hybrid model, but in the end, there was a few kind of financial things we ran into in terms of contracts, things like that with larger clients, and it pretty much was it sunk the boat. But I then kind of took some time away because it also happened at the same time as some personal losses. So I was very anti-work for like at least a year or two, I'd say. I was in the mindset of like, why do we do this? reading Buddhist scripture. You know how it gets.
I'm going to go mountain, man.
Yeah, literally, I was just like, bro, I should be.
I'm going to vibe out.
Yeah, I
it's
should
all
be
good.
out in the field. I was, when you get into watching like Outdoor Boys on YouTube, and you're just like, oh.
Show me the jungle, man. Show me the jungle.
Yeah, I was just like, dump me somewhere in the middle of nowhere. I know how to survive now. I watch your YouTube video.
I can make fire because I watched it on YouTube.
Man, make fire. So I was in that zone for ages, but then I rebranded, created a new agency with a different spin on it called Straw Hat Social. And
you need a straw hat, by the way.
Yeah, absolutely. It's inspired by one of my favorite shows, One Piece. I absolutely love it. I kind of made Shogun up on the spot many years ago, so it didn't really have much personal meaning to me. But Straw Hat does. It's basically a show about pirates, and the kid who wants to be the king of the pirates. And it sounds simple, but it's one of the most complex and deeply layered shows in history. 7th best-selling piece of media ever in the entire world. So check out One Piece. So from there, it's a very different angle in terms of how I approach it. It's a bit more of an in-house agency model in terms of I do spend time at clients' offices at times. It's very involved in terms of more of a consultancy angle, because what I learned a lot of the time is most of the time there's other work to be done in the rest of the marketing cycle compared to when it was just social. So that is what Straw Hat is a little bit more. I'm still working on, I need to create a website still, the taglines, all the rest of it. But then the next part of that was the podcast studio. And that has now been born from that journey of going. Often a lot of clients had financial troubles, especially some of the smaller ones. A lot of them needed content, but for us to produce it and for me to have a retainer good enough to support my team ended up being too chunky. And I was like, we just need a place where someone can come in, grab their stuff and go, but still have a good experience and get what they need. And it's guided by social first expertise. And that's how this was born. So that's the journey through and through. It's been really interesting.
And it's a really interesting space. And I'm kind of curious where it's going to be in a year to two, right?
Me too.
From what we discussed. But I think that leads on quite nicely to what is the missed opportunities right now in marketing? Because we're talking about like short form is good, but it's kind of 3 years old now. The idea of it is 3 years old.
Yeah, it's fairly commonplace at this point. I think a lot of brands know
even AI, using AI is kind of like 2-3 years, right?
Yeah, and I think a lot of people are so aware of it. I think there's multiple layers, so people are often overwhelmed by the amount of choices now. Even myself, I'm probably sat on, without no matter of a lie, about 150 clips odd that I have trouble distributing because of the time, alongside trying to do your regular duties and biz dev and all that kind of stuff. So sometimes you can hit a content surplus problem. So that's one, overwhelm. But there's also, I think things are undervalued. I don't think there's a silver bullet where like this is super underestimated, but I think because of the rise of TikTok and AI, I think YouTube is a seriously underrated platform. Because for brands especially, like my dream for Hampshire Podcast Studios is for it to be a full-blown vlog channel, podcast channel. I want it to feel like a living, breathing entity. And this is where the brand part comes in. Eventually, I want someone following me around, the team around as it grows, and just helping people out as much as humanly possible in the most authentic, easy way possible, by also doing what I do on a daily basis. I think that has a really nice ring to it. We love following bloggers. I think I'm lucky enough to, a lot of people do follow for my personality at times, and I can channel that big energy. So it's one of my unfair advantages. And again, a lot of people do have to tap into their unfair advantages, figure out what sticks, what works for them. But yeah, I think YouTube is just seriously underrated. I still think good usage of TikTok from a B2B channel point of view, underrated. And I think people need to just focus in on that platform and possibly looking at some new starters. Blue Sky, I think especially if you're in the political space or if you're in the more thought leadership space, do open an account and start growing it, because that's new, fresh, fertile ground with the anti-Elon sentiment in the world at the moment. X kind of is very much transformed, as a lot of people know. So if you want a kind of non-toxic space, Blue Sky is where you need to be. I mean, Threads is Threads. For me, it's a bit of a non-starter. Most people just dual post across both from Instagram to Threads. So yeah, I think having some kind of home base and making it feel living and breathing is where I want to be at, because that's the part that you couldn't replicate that. I mean, you'd have to go through years and years of stuff and spend lots of time dedicating to prompt engineering to really get almost a sitcom. And this is how I explain it to a lot of big brands. Like, there's so much interwoven intricacies in brands that grow so big. The best example I could possibly give is the Goat Agency. They were like the king of pioneering vlogs, and they still do them to this day. That company probably has the best set of advertising for what work culture is like at Goat. I want to create that at some point and then distribute them through the short form channels, LinkedIn, TikTok, YouTube Shorts, all of them, because that it's like a home base, a secondary to your website.
Yep.
And that's where I want to be at, where I think it's kind of undervalued.
But you're also building that parasocial relationship, right? Like 95% of the reason why I have good relationships is actually nothing to do with how much time I spend with you personally, right here, sat here today.
Yep.
It's actually how much do we spend interconnected with our each other's content, right? And ensuring the potentially there's value being added or not. And actually, in an interest-based world, it's even easier. Because if I don't like what you're saying, I won't get served it. Sorry, I'm just not going to. No. It's not going to happen. Yeah. Right?
Yeah. It's the same. It's like, so there's a couple of rules I introduced with that. Does it go through the Holy Trinity? Does it educate, inspire, or entertain? If it's not one of those three, don't bother. People's time, they'll be gone. And then the second one, act as the audience. Yeah. But you gotta be so brutal about your stuff. Like, would I have been hooked? Would I have scrolled? You got around 2-3 seconds max. We're looking at organic. You have to be better ultimately, and just post.
But you don't have to be better straight away.
Oh God, no.
Right. That's I think the key there, because I think when you say that, people will be like, "Oh fuck it, why do I even bother?"
You can your quality can be shite and your content can be shite, but you can still get really good at hooks.
Yeah. But don't underestimate what you can do on a phone.
Yeah, we specifically basically only use vlogging cameras because one, it's like for client stuff, because we only make social content usually, it's that perfect middle ground between high-end premium or like cinema line cameras and slightly better than a phone, so you can tell it's like made for purpose for a certain piece of content and has that slightly uplifted thing. Because sometimes you go too far, if the camera's quality is too nice, sometimes people think it's an ad. Yeah. And I think that is a very subconscious, like you're trained to scroll really quickly.
Yeah, the only time I would say that that's not true is if you're selling video production.
Big time.
Right. Well, if you're selling, if your product is this is how good it sounds. Right. You can have off days, you can have bad environments, etc. Whatever. The value of the content is what actually matters at the end of the day. Yeah. But on an average, if you're selling something that looks and sounds good, every video should look and fucking sound good.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely an exception for your business.
Excluding that, absolutely doesn't matter.
Yeah, I think one of my favorite success stories from when we were doing work is we worked with a company called Skill Scaffolding, who wanted help starting their TikTok up, and what we did was kind of mic up the boys and did it in a vlog style. They just explained what they were doing, out and about on jobs. We did a tour around the site. Mate, I think we got millions of views from that. It was in the first 3 months. Like there was a real appetite for industries that you wouldn't think so. Construction, massive. If there is a construction company out there listening right now, you need a TikTok account and you need a YouTube account and you need to go hard. I couldn't believe how much people were like, because it basically is all the boys that got him from work, like, oh, is he using a fucking 380D, or like, you can't be doing that, you got to wrap this up a different way. So there was the positives and the negatives of like going, oh, I would have done it that way. But there was this, like, again, that parasocial relationship there, even from the actions they were taking, because they were like, I do that at work too. That representation of something they didn't see before, I think is massive. And I think a lot of companies, I think they're too boring to do stuff like that. Are probably
I can't do that. I'm an accountant, James.
I think the accountants could absolutely do it. Like, it would be so funny to have like a funny accountants podcast or like just a vlog at the accountant's office. And the whole hook is, I'm going to prove to you that accountants aren't boring. And then you just show the work day.
I remember that I did a strategic session with a networking group that unfortunately doesn't exist anymore. But the point was, an accountant asked me, how do I do hooks? And I said, think about worst case scenario, someone gets their books wrong. What's going to happen? Yeah. And the hook ended up being like, if your books are shit, your business is going under.
Yeah. And
then they went into the whatever, right? But it's like you have to grab the attention straight away. It's like, fuck, shit. Yeah. Okay.
And I think a lot of people, here's the personal psychology thing again, you resist that immediately because you don't want to come across as spammy or clickbait or think you're trying to over dramatize the situation. There is something in the this is why the Americans paved the way first in terms of content output, and then we adopt it later once we see it works, because one, we're just a skeptical nation, but two, we're all a bit too frightfully to make all that fuss.
Yeah, but we also want to speak like this and be stubborn off lip and not swear on camera, don't you know?
Can't do that.
No.
Whereas the people that do...
Meanwhile, in America, Gary's screaming on the stage, for example.
Yeah, exactly. And he's killed it that way for years. But I think there's an aversion to hooks sometimes because you're worried about perception, even on the brand level, which is really interesting. So there is a removal we need to do of that. Hooks/clickbait is okay as long as you actually deliver. If it's, I'm going to get you 1 million followers right now, and then it's just bullshit advice, that is bad clickbait. But if we...
And also it doesn't work anymore.
Yeah, so to give an example from this podcast, if we were doing, here's how my business completely went under, cut to black, and then I just told the story I did before. But that was the hook that made it dramatic enough to stick around. And that is what we need to focus on, essentially. But you still need to deliver in some way or form.
I mean, the next thing I was going to ask you is about like fear related to AI, fear related, but I think it's actually about fear of being replaced in content or in jobs in general. I mean, do you see in the people you speak to, your circles, etc., do you see people scared of AI? Are people like, okay, we're game over here, boys?
Yeah, a little bit. I think especially when it comes to, because you can kind of see what's on the chopping block first a little bit in terms of, one, there's company memos going out all over the place. I think the Shopify CEO was like, before we put any new hires out, double check that an AI agent can't do this. So from a leadership level, there is definitely a ruthlessness that is kind of starting a little bit, where cost cutting is becoming the norm, especially in the economy we're in. It's a very risky place to be. So there's a political sentiment and like a fear-based sentiment from the top. So that's not good. The leadership shouldn't be thinking that way in general. It should be to enhance every employee, not to replace employee or new hires. So that's a start from large companies that contribute. The second point is looking at, you can tell some areas are getting good fast. For instance, creating fantasy content from scratch with video. Is Google's tool VO? Is it? I'm not sure.
VO3.
VO3.
Yeah.
I've been entranced with watching like the Yeti and Bigfoot vlogs on TikTok, which sound insane, but like I've never seen. I watched one the other day where Bigfoot was working for the cartel, like dropping drugs in the rainforest, and it's just like we are here, and they are really funny.
But you don't sit there and go, "Well, that happened. That's real," because it's Bigfoot dropping drugs in a jungle, right?
I think that's why it's fairly accepted, because like it's received really positively, because it's a whole fantasy thing. It's clearly AI labeled, and it's using AI in a way that's funny and not scary. But if you try to then, let's say if you took an audio podcast and went transcribe this but put us in a fake studio and everything else like that, I don't think that'd be received very well at all, because that is just the perceived thing of, all right, you've removed the cameraman, you've removed this, you removed that, you're cutting the humanity out of a humanizing process. So I think there's a way you use it can help.
Well, we've already watched this happen. I can't remember which YouTube it was, but there was a Minecraft YouTuber who was like, "I'm going to AI myself, and I'm going to make everything AI," and his entire audience turned on him.
Yeah.
The long and the short of that story was the entire audience turned on him.
We're not in a place societally where it's like super accepted right now. Like, there are certain ways that are accepted, and some ways that aren't, and sometimes you can't actually tell where that is going to fall. And if you're a brand that's just doing nothing but trying to AI everything, whether that's individuals, like I had a studio tour, for instance. I like to take pictures with the people that come down. I forgot to take a selfie with a guy, and I was like, "Could you send me a picture of you?" And I'm just gonna like do a cartoon version, and say, "I fucked up. AI came to help us though, and here's a picture of us together." And that'll be my saving grace. And that's fine, because it's just a little helping hand, as opposed to, it's not like I could have sent that to a designer or a Photoshopper and they would have made that happen, because the pictures would have been clearly Photoshopped and weird. So it's a different use case. So if you can see it's helping someone as opposed to replacing someone, I think that's where the sentiment changes. But graphic design is what scares me. For what comes first, I guess. That's getting scarily good fast, even better than the video side.
Yeah.
In terms of prompt engineering, if you can get that right, it's like, ooh, that's a bit mad. But I mainly worry for entry level positions, because a lot of the things you have to learn, a lot of the grunt work you do would be the base level edits, will be your standard graphics. It'll be like, that's where you learn your trade, and that's what worries me, because I know that big companies will try and cut that out fast.
But is there the counter argument, I guess, to that is, you could be valuable to a company that isn't leveraging AI by teaching them how to use AI to do that thing.
Absolutely. There is, chaos is a ladder. There is an abundance of opportunity that comes from this uncertainty, this change and all that stuff. But this depends on whether you're looking at it from an individual solution or a societal solution. I'm always looking at it from, I could probably spin up a course tomorrow talking about how we can introduce it to your business, and this is how you don't get left behind and all this. Morally, for me, I'm like, I can't do that, because I want to look at the societal solution of how do we get AI to help us and not replace people that sometimes you just want a job. Like, I don't want to have to live in a world where we all have to be
Hustlers.
bombastic entrepreneurs and hustlers, because it is not feasible to live in a society where everyone does that.
No.
There was a fascinating podcast, Diver CEO, the debate between a guy called Gary Stevenson and Daniel Priestley. I respect both equally, but you could tell they were talking past each other.
Yeah.
One guy's talking about a solution for the individual, the other one's talking about a solution for society. And I think we do need to find a middle ground, because ultimately everyone's got to look after themselves. Yeah. If we go too far in the realms of rugged individualism, we leave everyone who's vulnerable behind. And I think there is a place where we can move forward and do this right.
Yep.
But this is what's interesting. What will happen is America and probably China will pave the way in a massive way for AI development. And typically what's happened so far, the EU in general will then regulate the advancements that come from those two areas. That's typically its role. It's not really a powerhouse in terms of AI and technology, but what it does, it knows how to make rules right, GDPR, other stuff like that, and it kind of reins in rampant innovation, because otherwise people get left behind.
Yeah, and I think there's so much you could go into on that, but I think the main thing is like self accountability related to your own actions, right? Like, it's interesting because obviously when I've been starting the podcast and do the research on the show, what I want to do with it, etc. But like, even in the podcast I filmed this morning with Jack, we were talking about the fact that the economy is in a bad place, which is really weird for me to hear, to be honest. And this is going to sound really horrible, because I'm doing better than ever in respect to like commercial work. But is that because I'm self-action and I took an audit of what I was doing last year when things were harder? Like, it's not like, oh, I'm fucking immune to it. Last year was shit, right? And it was like, do I get to a position where I did my audit, I redid all my marketing, I redid all my structure, I fill in all the gap times, and then I'm very focused on client delivery?
Yeah.
Is that why? Because I'm 100% account. Like, I don't. Yes, you need to know what's going on in the news, but I'm not sat here going, Rachel Weezer said this. Like, we're speaking about this.
It'd be easy to use that as a
on
crutch.
the day that her spring statement is happening. I've got no idea what it said. Yeah, it's probably happened. I've no idea.
Yeah,
I've been too busy working.
There's a spending review today.
Yeah, that's what I mean. But I know it's today.
Yeah,
I've got no idea what was said.
Yeah.
What? Because I've been working all day.
Yeah, same here. I only got to hear a little bit of the preamble before she actually kicked off. But there is a fine balance, and I think it might be industry dependent when we look at it. So industries like ours, you can look at it in two ways. Usually, first thing they cut is marketing. The smart companies don't. When everyone brings their marketing down, you ramp up. That depends on if that company has resource or not. And if you're talking to that company, that's the right mindset. So there's that. The second thing is, it is also, everything's down to the individual. Obviously, the pandemic was an awful time economically. I came up during that. That was my ladder. I was born in the dark, raised by it. So I completely get where you're coming from in terms of, right, fuck it. If there's chaos going around everywhere, I'm just going to take advantage of everything. But
I think you just need to focus. I don't think it's just as simple
for
as
business owners,
like you just need to focus on what the fuck has worked and what the fuck you think is going to work, and then just get your head down. Right? Stop getting heady, or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
In XYZ person said this, or Donald's done this, or the PM's
Honestly,
done this, or
the news cycle is so draining at this point. It is. For most people's own sanity, and I'm super clued into the politics and news and all that stuff, it's almost impossible to keep up with America at the moment. And obviously that affects the world, unfortunately. The UK is a little bit more stable, but just not moving very fast. So, but I think the easiest way to describe it is like, I think the motorcyclists have a term for it when they get focused on the big truck that's next to them. If they stare at the truck, they will subconsciously get closer and turn into it. They're like, no. Even though they could just like not go that way, but like it's like their hands make it. It's like when you're supposed to look where you're throwing the ball and things like that. So for business owners, freelancers, everyone that has like the agency over what they can do, I think that they need to focus and really kind of hone in, and like you say, just like blinders on. I don't care what's happening, the world is falling down around me, I'm going to make this money. That's the opportunity we have. But then the socialist in me kicks in, where I just want the people that just want a job to be able to have a job, be stable, be happy, without having to be like, mega AI improvements, I'm going to upload your business. Because some people, we need the world to go around with people that just do jobs.
Yeah, but you can call it like the people who clean the cars or clean the office or clean the shop or whatever, there needs to be those people. Yeah. But I think people who are willing to be that extra level, right, they should. right? And I think it's important if you can right now, if you're in a functional position where you can push forward, you can. Financially, you can. Energy, you can. Fires me up, right? Something I've noticed as I've started doing podcasts and other things is I'm less focused on where the business is. Now you'd be like, but that doesn't make a, like that, so on. But with financial planning, I know that I'm fine regardless.
Yeah.
And actually, I'm like, okay, cool. But actually, I'm then winning more work because of that.
Yeah.
Which is a really weird
Tell you what,
concept, you know?
It's very similar. The biggest learning I had from when the business started to go down on my side was my lead tap almost entirely turned off when I stopped focusing on social. Social was my main pipeline. Inbound was our main pipeline. We weren't. It's not like we had like mega, website inquiries or anything like that. That was my lifeblood. But what happened was, subconsciously, I was like, we've grown to a point now. Bigger companies don't bother with all this social media. Like, maybe I can just calm down a little bit. Ironic enough, considering what I did. But I was like, I almost sat in this complacency of they'll come to us now. I'd have to try as hard.
Would it be fair to say your ego got in the way?
A little bit, yeah, I think so. But also there was
We're big enough now. Look at us.
Yeah, it was also a point where I think there was not a safety in numbers thing, but we had a fairly good sized team that was like, we are one of those stable proper companies now. Like, it felt like we had like when you feel like an institution can't go down or anything like that. So there was a little bit of that, but also because of all the growth and growing pains, there was so many fires I had to put out individually. It just took my eye off the ball. It also drained a lot of my energy, so I couldn't really refocus back on. I couldn't bring that same enthusiasm. The ideas used to come to my head. That was almost taken from me by the stress of a growing organization.
Yeah.
And I think, again, it's probably another problem that people might be facing that isn't talked about enough. But ultimately, like, all of that combined, it made me deprioritize social. And that was essentially the start of the death of 1,000 cuts. So, yeah, social is important, folks. Don't be like me. But we're okay now. It's good.
It's, I think in that respect, and I think to an extent, it's also about understanding where you are, right? If you don't want to grow and you're happy where you are, then yes, you should still do social. But it should be less of a priority if you're trying to scale.
If you don't want to grow, you should focus on social even more, because you just that pipeline. You want it stuck there for whenever you need something. Just pluck something out of it, like a box of toys.
And also, you don't know what projects are going to come from those connections, from those ideas, from those things. Nearly everything that I do now has come from a pipe idea that has happened while I'm asleep, while I'm there. The concept of the new format of the show. It will sometimes be remote, sometimes hybrid, sometimes on location, etc. That came from downtime. That came from me thinking, right, okay, I'm doing this on social, I'm good with this, but what about this? The same with the AI workshop. And the content creation workshop I'm working on at the moment, right? Same thing. It was like, okay, cool, that makes sense. There's demand for that potentially, right? Needs marketing, cool, fab, cool. And the same thing, and I know you want to talk a little bit about live streaming. Where's live streaming fit into this, Dan?
Live streaming is really interesting. So I'm always a proponent of looking at creator economies. So creator economy in general is essentially, where are all the platforms right now where people are making a living from? Where's a lot of the content coming from? Where's a lot of the trends starting? All that stuff. So it's so important to find what's happening right now. YouTube and TikTok essentially had dominated for a long time. Twitch has basically come out of nowhere, and a lot of people do stream on different platforms, but Twitch is the most important one. Live streamers, I think in general, have replaced YouTubers as the main go-tos, because what's happening is, in Gen Z circles anyway, what's happened is, you've got Kai Cenat, iShowSpeed, Drewski, all these people that are like more often creating content via live stream. They have so much more content they're able to distribute. They started dominating the airwaves, very similar to how podcasters dominate the airwaves via clip distribution. They started winning the war of attribution in regards to kind of just like getting clips out there here and there, and in interest-based content. So,
but they have that huge file of long form to be able to then.
These people stream 8 hours a day.
That's what I mean.
If you look at political streamers like Hassan Piker, he literally streams 8 hours a day, Monday to Saturday. Like, it's an insane amount of content. He's giving takes constantly. Every piece of news that happens live, he's staring at the computer, essentially waiting for the next headline to come through so he can give a take. He has full thing. So,
but then his editing team, which is important to mention, will then have that clip on YouTube within like 2 hours, whilst he's still streaming.
Within a couple of, so he's really unique in the fact that obviously he's a left wing, almost socialist creator. he opens the door, so he has no copyright on his content. So he allows other people to use his content and monetize their YouTube channels without striking them. So he has a content economy where everyone makes stuff for him.
Yeah.
He has his own channel where he monetizes and things like that, but his channel is often 1 or 2 days late. There are a multitude of clip channels that get stuff in while he's still live. It'll come out within the hour, and it will just take that 10-minute segment or that 40-minute segment. It's incredible the speed in which those people work, because they make a living off of Hassan making a living.
Yeah.
So it was fascinating to see how this happened. But Twitch streamers have become like the front end of like the social cultural zeitgeist, to use a weird term. So ultimately, follow what they're doing. And I think the first few brands that get serious about live streaming, and I think brands like, we've seen Foot Asylum, for instance, lead the way in terms of YouTube channels. If they can find a way to do Twitch, if, you know, even B2B brands, like my dream would be to like live stream entire studio days, to be able to stream other people's podcasts if they were comfortable with it, to show what they could do through my channels, to kind of always be sharing the love in that sense. You would be able to see such an awesome mix of different things. Each industry, you know, some industries won't be able to do it, some can, but I think if they're the first to market, there is a rare opportunity there to be taken seriously in that space, because Twitch has only been for like gaming for a while. Let's Chat style stuff has become more and more popular. That is now the most popular thing. It's less gaming and more essentially completely universal.
Do you think that the TikTok live shopping experience is also going to be a game changer in the next 10 years?
They are going hard on that. I keep getting ads for webinars to become like kind of a TikTok live agency, because they're trying to bring other people into the fold. It's really interesting. It's something we're considering for the studio, to have almost a live shopping zone, or to figure out how to kind of do that properly. We have sets for it, but there's a certain kind of aesthetic and way to do it. Live shopping is becoming crazy. TikTok shop, it sells insane amounts, you know, without considering potential bans. At least in the UK, that's nowhere near anything. In the States, I don't think they'll ever ban it, because Trump gets too many headlines from TikTok and too many views. So I think he'll leave it the way it is. So I think, again, it's a serious, for e-com brands, serious business. Even just lives in general, even if you're not selling, TikTok lives and lives in general is so important. Like, there's people that, again, make a living off TikTok live just by, like, we've all seen have you seen the TikTok NPCs? Yeah, so people pretended to be different characters, or every time someone sends them a little emoji, they go, wow, emoji, thank you. And they act like robots for hours and hours, but they make ungodly amounts of money from it.
But surely linking back to AI, that will be commoditized by AI. Possibly. Or is it because it's an actual person being aware? Is that the commoditized point?
At least for the NPC non-playable characters. For the non-playable character streamers, the whole point of it is the novelty of you're making a human being dance like a monkey.
Right. Okay.
Essentially, because you make them
here,
say
have a peanut.
dumb
Here,
stuff.
have a peanut. Okay.
Yeah. People are sat there donating £1, £2, £3, £4, £5, £10 just to make them do stupid shit.
Yeah.
Which is a very dystopian place to be, but like that is.
It reminds me of a Black Mirror event somewhere. There's got to be an episode like that somewhere. But yeah, no, absolutely.
It will happen, because currently there are certain creators who are pretending to be robot AIs. Before that's available, if that makes sense. So like they're in full cyberpunk like cosplay, and they're going, donation, thank you, and like, but they're acting like they're not real. So once that happens, it's going to be easy. But I think when people look at this, they go, AI is going to just replace all of these creators. I think there will be a bigger pushback than you think, in terms of people going, this ain't a person, I don't give a shit. And that will happen for a long time. Yeah. And there'll be, similar to how we get ads and spam, I think a big portion of AI content will be treated as such, as essentially slop. And then from that point, it will kind of develop from there.
Yeah, I think there's a really important point. I mean, obviously we don't know, right? Like AI is changing every day, etc. Right? Like, we'll see what the market chooses, because that's who we will ultimately choose, will be the market, right?
Yes.
But as a final point to potentially wrap up on, if you could talk to yourself 10 years ago, right? So you're 18, roughly, like 17, 18.
Yeah.
What advice would you give?
Oh, that's a very interesting one. Is it
with what you know now?
Am I back in that time? So apart from telling myself lottery numbers and what to invest in, is it more, or am I like, if I'm 18 today?
Today, sure, why not?
Okay, because that changes the advice, I think.
Like, if you were 18 today, so you could gain 10 years. what would you say to yourself? But you have none of the network that you have gained in the 10 years. You don't have the resources. You don't have the understanding. You have you have basically been reset, but it's today.
Yes.
So you get given 10 years, but you've also reset everything you gained in the last 10 years as well.
I think it's really interesting because I know myself, and I don't listen to advice. Whenever someone else tells me to do something, I kind of do the opposite. It's a very ADHD thing to do. But I think the important thing to say is consistency. I bang on about social constantly. It's what I do for a living. If I'd have been more consistent with my own content, I think I'd be in a very different place. Specifically focusing on platforms that will make me money. Twitch, YouTube, TikTok, all that kind of stuff, and honing in and making sure that being a creator is part of a business model and a part of an overall personal brand. Like we talked about before, personal brand is going to become so important. Some people say LinkedIn profiles will end up replacing CVs altogether because if anyone's ever done recent job applications, it's awful. It's very much how you get around it and get knowledgeable and letting the people know who you are. It's all going to be knowing who you are. So the game of contacts and black book has evolved to online. So if you are starting with no contacts today, it's probably the best point in time you could ever start for that kind of thing. But you have to have a clear strategy and try and conquer the fear of feeling like you don't know enough straight away. You can learn so much from the resources we have available on YouTube and things like that. Not to say you can become an expert, but you can learn enough to help someone else off your own back via online courses, YouTube channels, pretty much immediately. And all you have to do is just try and help people no matter what industry you're in. As long as you're earnestly and authentically trying to help people, you can kind of never go wrong. So you just mix authentically helping people with consistency. You'll be in a brilliant place given a little bit of time. So that's what I tell myself, just stay consistent instead of being on and off again.
Thank you for the time, James.
No worries. Thank you for having me, mate. Appreciate it.
Do you want to shout anything out before we go?
I suppose I do. Come down and use Hampshire Podcast Studios. It is a plug-and-play solution for entrepreneurs, businesses, and creators to create video podcasts, YouTube channels, pretty much anything you need. Unboxing videos, reaction videos, live streams. We pretty much got it all set up for anything. So if you're in the Hampshire area, you need to make content, come down, we'll have a cup of tea, we'll kind of plan out what you need to make, and essentially you can use this as a plug-and-play solution, or we can help you kind of manage the whole thing end to end. So if you need any help, create some content, come on down and let's get some stuff done.
Thank you ever so much for joining me, ladies and gents. I hope you took value from mine and James's conversation. We're going to leave it there. I'll be back very, very soon with a brand new podcast. Who knows where I'm going to be? Oh, it might be in Southampton, might be in London, might be somewhere completely different or digitally. I'll see you very, very soon. Thank you ever so much for coming back and joining me. And take care. Hello, my friends. I hope you're well and welcome to a brand new podcast. Today we're going to be talking to Christine, who does branding. There you go. Did your interview for you.
Thank you.
Why does branding... I wasn't going to start here, but I think it's important to talk about it. We live in a world where there's lots of noise on social. There's lots of AI conversations. There's lots of points of view when it comes to what should I be doing, should I not be doing. Why do you focus on branding?
I focus on branding because a lot of businesses are completely overwhelmed when it comes to marketing. They really don't know where to start. They don't know what they're doing. And I was finding that doing visual branding, logos and stuff like that with clients, I was finding that at the end of the project, they still didn't understand what their business was actually selling. So by doing brand strategy, which is what we're really talking about here, it's about understanding exactly who you are, what your business is, your positioning and everything else that's involved. And then that gives you a core to work from when it comes to marketing. So it sets your tone of voice and all the rest of it, and then you can take it from there. So
I think there's so much there, and I'm sure we'll get into a lot of it. But for me, I've been in a very interesting place the last month or two. I've been very focused on growth. I've been very focused on client delivery. I've been in a very grateful place because of the amount of work I've got going on. And as I was setting up, we were sort of talking a little bit about kind of all the plates I'm currently spinning and some of the concerns that maybe come with that when you see someone like me doing that. And I think it's a very action-led thing, but I'm not focused on the outcome. I'm not focused on the result. Yeah, of course I want it to happen and I would like it to happen, but I'm purely just focused on the journey of getting there and saying, right, I've got to do this, this and this, and my action will compound across time to then mean that I've got the successful podcast, I've got the successful business, I've got the successful marketing. To phrase it in a question, when you look at someone's branding, maybe you're helping them with branding, they're looking at rebranding, etc. I mean, is it to an extent a level of just they need to execute on the brand that works, or is there like glaring issues that someone could have with their brand that would then trigger you to say, actually, you should be looking at a rebrand? Do you think?
I think a lot of the time businesses evolve, and so they try different things and they don't know necessarily where their ideal clients are. They don't know the type of work that's the sweet spot or anything like that. So it's very tempting to kind of take everything that kind of comes in and then you end up juggling plates. But in actual fact, once you've sort of established your brand and gone through exactly what it is you are looking for, you become very much more focused. And that's the core to everything really with taking on work. I mean, it may be that then you turn down work because it's just not appropriate to your end game. So yes, I think.
Do you think clients struggle with saying no sometimes?
Oh yeah.
Because I think there's a mindset of, in some ways, you could say it's there's going to be no more work out there. The work's not going to be there. I haven't structured my finances or my business. And so, like, this was a problem I had in end of 23 into 24, which was I was overspending every month in comparison to what was coming in, right?
Yeah.
And I wasn't doing the financial work to build a foundation to allow me to be able to have the freedom to be lean enough from a cash flow point of view to do the other growth things that I needed to do to continue to then grow. But I was coming from a place of, I need this to make me money today. I need this to make me the money next week, because I have bills at the end of the month that, to be honest, at that time, I didn't know where the money was coming from.
Yeah,
You know.
and that's typical, especially in the early days of running a business. But the problem is you become so busy running around doing those jobs, and I'm just as guilty of it. You become so busy running around doing those jobs that you haven't got the time, the bandwidth, or the brain space to actually think about the fact that it's really not going to help where you go.
Yeah.
I mean, it becomes very much a feast and famine, as we were saying before coming on air. That you spend all your time running around, and you don't set up the next work and things. It's just not top of mind. And I think that's one of the key things about setting down exactly where you want to be, the type of clients you want to be working for, your position in the marketplace, etc., etc. Like I say, you become very blinkered then.
I think there's lessons and stages, right? I think I'm always of the mind where I'm very grateful that happened, and that I nearly lost the business multiple times. And I would actually argue it's made me and my partner a lot stronger, because she's seen another side of me. Like, now everything's sunshine and rainbows in comparison, right? Yeah. But I think for me, it gave me a real reality check, because I'm sure some who know me would be like, oh, Colin's very egotistical. He's very, he thinks he's the bee's knees kind of thing. And I was like, yeah, but actually I know I've got a skill set now that's, when my back's against the wall, I'm in a corner, I know I can get out. Yeah. And I think that for me, that's a different power, if you could say, a different confidence, a different resilience. And I think that's the thing that's maybe lacking. When we first spoke, we talked a lot about AI, and I'm sure we'll get into AI, but like, for me, I'm seeing kind of people who are lacking resilience in the respect to how the turbulent market, like, you can look at geopolitics, you can look at like general politics, you can look at what are Labour about to do with like changes to corporation tax and etc. But I always look at it and go, okay, well, can I affect or change any of these things? Can I affect and change what's going on in the market and how business confidence is? Not really. So yes, I need to be aware of what's going on and what opportunities are there, but actually the only thing I should potentially be blinkered on is the things you were talking about in regards to positioning, focus and output, but also, what am I doing to develop? What am I doing? This podcast came from an idea and now I'm executing on it. It's not, I think some people, and to phrase it into a question, it's going to be like, people have ideas and then they don't execute on the ideas, right? I mean, why in your experience do you think people do that?
I think think part of the problem at the moment, or for the last few years, has been this idea that, and it's probably going to sound very controversial, but there's a lot of talk about things like niching down. Now, it can go to an extreme, I think. And what we really need to be doing is finding ways of being adaptable, because with ever-changing markets and that, the people that survive are the ones that are going to adapt. So while it's great to niche down, if you niche down too far, you can really struggle when things change. So it might be useful to say that you work in a particular industry, but if you just say that you work in that industry, that's when you're going to struggle, if that industry then suffers.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think it's all about adaptability.
Do you think people niche because it's easier for them?
The general attitude seems to be that you can make more money by niching.
Yeah, I heard that.
So there are a lot of designers out there who have niched down and just say that they work in a particular industry. Now, I don't do that. I have worked in certain industries and I can push those if I wanted to. But for me, if I was to niche down too much, I'd be bored out of my brain, because, the same challenges come across all industries generally. So it's, it doesn't really matter whether one week you're doing something like for branding for a care company, and the next minute you're doing something for
a plumber.
something in the aviation industry, or plumber, or whatever. So it's the same problems, just with slightly different issues that come with those industries. But everyone's generally facing the same sort of issues. And obviously, I've got enough experience to be able to do that.
Do you think you need resilience to be able to be that open? I mean, I've always been of the view that you shouldn't niche specifically into an industry, because I always use the example of say that to wedding videographers during COVID, for example, right? It's like, how'd that go? But I think for me, I get it, I get why, and I've worked with some people who are very specifically niche and it's worked for them. But for me, I also think maybe it's an authenticity thing. For me, I'd be like, I don't feel that's authentic to me. I wouldn't enjoy it. I wouldn't be able to do my best work if I was I'm just going to serve educators. I'm just going to serve accountants. I'm just going to serve designers. I'm just going to, etc. I'm just going to do podcasting. Because one of the reasons why I went into business for myself was so I could have the variation.
Yep.
So I could have the location variation. If one day I'm in Southampton, then I'm in Salisbury, then I'm in London, then I'm then I'm in Newbury, so on.
Yeah.
But then also, one day I'm going to be doing podcasting, next day I'm going to be doing a promotional video, then I'm going to be doing a conference, then I'm going to, so on. That variation regarding the work I do, but also the freedom that comes with.
Yeah, absolutely. Well. And it's the same with design. It's problem solving at the end of the day.
I think so many people, they look at, because they only see the success stories when it comes to niching, right? Just focusing on that briefly. They see the when it works, but they don't see the ones that did it and then actually lost money. Right, or made less money or the same money. And again, to reiterate it, I think for me it's the authenticity piece. It's what else did you do outside of business? And I think making lots of money to a level could be a reason why you're in business. Sure, people do that, but actually, I've just filmed Maddie's piece, and we ended it by saying, are you living to work or working to live?
Yeah.
And I think for me, it's to have the freedom to be able to market the business and work with the clients I choose to want to work with. Yeah. And to an extent, I have to charge a premium for that, because it means I'm going to limit my amount of client delivery. But also, because I've built my business in a retained model now, I'm actually less likely to take the wrong projects, because I don't need the revenue.
Yeah.
I don't need it. So then it's a question of, does it actually apply to my goals? Does it help me grow? Is it a really nice project? Is it a really fun project? Is it the right client, etc.? And then I can look a bit deeper into the relationship that I'm trying to build, rather than just the transactional side of it of, right, I need to make £1,000. I need to make 500 quid. I need to make 10 quid, whatever it is. And I think sometimes how do you look at it from when you are approached to do some project work? Do you look at it purely from, are you the best fit? as a designer, or as a brand, like depending if it's a rebrand, etc., or like the work, depending on the tangible work you're doing, or is it purely in some context actually they're going to pay me 10 grand?
No, I mean, there's potentially clients that I wouldn't necessarily work for. I haven't really kind of come across any because they haven't. That's not the kind of client that would necessarily approach me. But if I don't think that I'm the best fit for it because I don't understand what they're doing or whatever, or just didn't get on with the people. Because at the end of the day, when you're working with someone, particularly with branding, I mean, brand strategy, the general consensus is probably that, if you're doing it, it's a case of you hand it over to someone to do. I don't work like that at all. For me, it is very much a case of I work with you. And the more involvement you have, the more you will get out of it. So it is a two-way partnership. And I'm basically facilitating it. So I'm asking the questions and I'm digging deep and I'm challenging your thinking about everything that you're saying so that we can get to the nub of exactly what's what. And sometimes that will involve sitting there with my arms crossed. I've done this before, where I'm not getting anything from someone. So it's a case of, actually, sell me what you're saying, because I don't get it. And almost being slightly aggressive, defensive sort of thing. But it's a way of kind of getting them on the back foot to then get into the nuggets of what's what. Now that's a just one-off example, but that's not normal. But I'd like to come back to what you were saying about the type of work that you were doing, because to a certain degree that's niching in a way, in that you're choosing your market sector. So some people would say that that's niching, but it's really just deciding what your position is in the marketplace and who it is you want to work for.
I think it's about, like, there's a lot of conversation at the moment about, especially from like Alex Hormozi and others like that, talking about the model of your business, right?
Yeah.
And I think for me, one of the things I may have got wrong in my early career was not understanding a sustainable model, right? As a career, I think maybe even a niche is now becoming a buzzword,
Yeah.
right? And I think for me, it's more about being authentic, and that's why I lean into authenticity more, because it's about, for me, saying, is this the right client? Right? I can personally work with them, like tangibly, can I talk to them if things go wrong? Are we going to be able to work through those? And then B, more importantly, can I actually add value to that client? Right? Can I be the provider to fix their problems? Because in 95% of cases, we're paid in relationship to the size of the problem that we fix.
Yeah.
Right? And to be honest, the client doesn't actually necessarily care about the nuts and bolts of how you fix it. In 95% of cases that I've found, they don't. They're not interested in what camera am I going to use, what lens am I going to use, what tripod are we going to use, what microphone are we talking into, etc. They just want to know, I've got this thing, I've got this problem, I've got this objective. Can you help me get closer to that? Or can you help me get to it?
Yeah.
I mean, going back to basics then, with branding, how do you build a brand? Does it have to be around you?
What, as an individual?
Yeah, so when you're looking to build a business, let's say I was starting again.
Okay.
How would I build a brand?
Okay. Well, we do use a framework generally to establish the core values and positioning and all the rest of it. It's one of those things where, what do you want to do with the business? That's where we've got to start, really. What do you want to do with the business? Where do you want it to go? Do you want it just to be you? Because that's the key thing. If it's just going to be,
is that looking tangibly at, like, do you want to exit? Do you want to sell? Like, etc.
Are you going to have staff? All that sort of thing. Where do you want to be in 5 years' time? Where do you want to be in 10 years' time? Because if you're looking to build an empire or an agency or something like that where you've got staff, there's no point building a personal brand. Well, there is a point, but do you know what I mean? The business cannot be your personal brand, because going forward, that's not going to work. You've got to build a business brand. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah.
Because your staff are going to have to come under that brand. So
do you think people worry about scalability? Because what you talk about there is scalability. Do you think people worry about scalability too much? Because I would argue, like, depending on how you look at it, your personal brand is either infinitely scalable or not scalable in any way, depending on your mindset around it. So the one thing I'll never be able to outsource is me sat here in front of you today, because I need to be involved in the content.
Sure.
right?
Sure.
So in that respect, it's not scalable. But the more content I have, it's infinitely scalable.
It is, but what I'm saying is, it's how you then put that out. Do you put it out as you, or do you put it out as the business? Do you have a business name like I do, separate to the to my own brand, like me? You know, because if you are going to have staff, you cannot just rely on your personal brand. I mean, I remember years ago I went to an interview with somebody whose attitude was very much, well, I'm the face of the brand. Which was fine, but it just meant that he couldn't have a sales guy go out on his behalf because that wasn't the face of the brand.
Do you think that can transition though? Do you think like when a business starts, it's very founder led, let's say?
Yeah.
Right. So in my case, it's 100% founder led. Right. When you have a discovery call, you're talking to me. I show up on set. You're talking to me. You're working with me. When we do the strategy meeting, it's me. When you're doing the post editing, it's me. But if I choose to, right? One of the main visions that I had was let's scale it. I think they can work simultaneously.
It depends where in the growth process you actually come in with this, really, doesn't it? I mean, yes, if it's at the very start of a business, but what I'm saying is those are the questions that we ask for going forward, because if you are going to stay as a freelancer or as a solopreneur, whatever, then build your personal brand, because that's probably got more equity long term than your business. But
do you think
Do
you think clients and consumers are more open to connecting with people's personal brands than company brands then? Because I've found personally, looking at like the corporate side of the world, that even corporates are now like driving out saying who can we put maybe in the C-suite, or like who can we put out that is the personal brand for the corporation. So I think it's because I remember listening to a couple of years, about 2 years ago now, and it's kind of transitioned as well into 25 as well, where corporate trust is at an all-time low. I don't know if that's still true now, but it definitely was a couple of years ago. And I think part of the reason is because they stopped being personal. Yeah. They stopped having this. You stopped knowing the salespeople. You stopped knowing the business owner. Yeah. You stopped knowing the person that was behind it. And it became very, and that was kind of the transition into AI as well, because it became very just about profit and about ROI and about, like how can we leverage this and how can we be as efficient as humanly possible. And humans aren't efficient by proxy. We're not robots, right? No. But I guess to phrase it into a question, I mean, do you think that looking at the larger scale, or maybe with the corporate world, because like our unique selling proposition to smaller business owners is we can be personal, we can be me, right? Because that's what we sell. That's we're not scalable by proxy, by deliberate. Do you think corporates should be looking at personalizing their business brands?
What happens when the person leaves? If it's a person, if they've moved company, then what? What is that person putting out? Are they putting out stuff that's on brand with the company's policies, or are they putting out stuff that's completely random, and at odds with it?
It's difficult, isn't it?
Yes, a difficult one.
Yeah, I think there's pros and cons. I think there's risks like anything when it comes to that. But I think that maybe the medium-sized companies that maybe listen to this, or the larger companies that listen to this, I think you have to make that decision, and then you have to commit to it for a period of time. Yeah. And to an extent, you are potentially risking, and that's why I sort of lean towards C-suite, because they're less likely, they're more committed to the company that they're in because they're C-suite. But actually, I would say, okay, well, let me pivot the question differently. If you're an employee or someone who's entrepreneurial minded or starting out, then should you just focus on personal brand? Do you think?
I don't think you should ever just focus on personal brand. I mean,
or can you run them side by side?
Yeah.
Because people know I'm Colton from Brunton Media, but they'll probably know Colton more than they'll know Brunton Media.
Yeah, I think you should run the two. I mean, that's what I would do with various clients is run the two. So you have stuff that's a bit more key messaging, perhaps, that's going out on the company side, and then stuff that's a bit more personal on the on the individual side. and then the two, there's no reason why the two can't work together. But I mean, I think going back to what you were saying about sort of staff and that, you've only got to look at what's happened with the BBC recently, where you've got employees that are putting out stuff that the BBC haven't agreed with. So, you know, that can become part of your brand strategy, that because staff do need to know where the rules and regulations kind of are with it. So, you know, that can be included in your brand strategy as to how your staff behave when it comes to things like social media, as well as, you know, how they behave with customers and how they look and behave on premises, etc., etc. So, yeah, the whole thing kind of ties up staff, because staff at the end of the day can be biggest advocates.
Yeah. No, I agree. I think that's quite a cautious line, though, from an employer point of view. Like, as someone who's been employed, where I won't say their name, but I was employed, and the social media policy was basically, you can't, which I get and I'm completely cool with, you can't name us in any way, you can't talk about us, etc., which I get, but that's kind of the line I would draw, because I think the issue can come is when you're saying to someone who works for you part-time or works for you full-time, you're then saying, you can't post on social media full stop, right? I think that's when the concern is for a lot of people, because I think they would be like, well, from like a civil to liberty point of view, it's like, well, no, you can't control that. But not even there. It's actually like, you're now bleeding into my personal life, and like, you're stopping me from developing like a potential side hustle or like a business on the side, etc. And I think, from my view at least, a employer needs to be quite cautious with how they, like, I get it from a PR point of view, I get it, I do. But you need to be quite cautious in how you execute that, in my view, because you need to make sure that where the boundary lines are. Like, it's completely cool if you work for, like, let's just say Company X, that I shouldn't be writing as an employee of Company X. Oh, well, Company X is blah, 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 blah.
Yeah,
sure.
That's the danger,
Right? But if I've got an opinion, or I want to talk about something that's completely irrelated of Company X, why shouldn't I be able to put that on social? And that's why I think the kind of the to and fro, and having the and treating people like adults, right? And having the adult conversation. And it's not about like, you must follow your contract necessarily all the time. It's actually, people are going to make mistakes, right? And that's kind of leading into my next question, which is going to be like, we can have the brand strategy to the T, but what if I want to do something that's not on that? When it comes to marketing and output, do you think I shouldn't?
Brand strategy is really guidelines more than rules and regulations. So,
you know, should I post about my dog, for example?
Depends whether it has any relevance, I suppose.
Or
whether it's a nice dog.
Or, you know, I've referenced when I'm not in a relationship in content before. Now I'm in a relationship, I've referenced that dynamic, right?
Yeah.
But my partner's not wanted to be as public as me, so I don't use her name. Right, it's got nothing to do with the fact that like she's not cool with being on it. It's just respect out of her, and saying, well, okay, well, she's not as a public person as me, and that's cool. But I can still talk about the dichotomy between how I balance a business and I balance a relationship, and the how my thoughts have changed across time. But that isn't specifically business related. It's not like, what's the ROI on that? You know, if you're just going back to the ROI thing again, it's like, well, what's the ROI on that conversation?
I mean, those are probably the posts that will get the most, traction anyway. So, I think it's just about being sensible with it. I mean, you know, I know plenty of clients that their staff do post something we put out, or they'll reference something that's happened that they've done at work or whatever, and that's just them showing their skill set as much as anything, or you know, success of something. So I think it's one of those things that decisions need to be made. As with any aspect of branding, it's about making some decisions and setting down some guidelines. And what companies do is up to them. But,
I think to an extent it is about looking at risk and reducing risk in some ways, but also having the understanding and compassion that by putting a person in a box for the wrong person, that might mean you push them away from working for you, or etc. And you may want their talent because they're really good at X or Y, for example.
Yeah.
Do you think AI is going to change that? Do you think AI, because when we initially connected, you were talking quite a bit about AI. I think possibly wrongly in my thought process, but I think we're on similar sides in some respects, but also in different sides in other respects. So I'm curious a bit where this bit of the conversation can go, but do you, like, because the trend was AI is going to take our job. The trend has now sort of evolved into someone who utilizes AI is going to take my job. What do you think?
I think that's probably right, that people that understand AI are likely to take the jobs. Yeah. I think going forward it's going to be more difficult for the people coming into the marketplace if they haven't, or people that just will not point blank refuse to learn these things, because at the end of the day it's just a tool. Yeah. It's just a tool. So, you know, if I didn't know how to use Illustrator or Photoshop or something, I'd be, you know, I wouldn't get the jobs, sort of thing. And it's the same with AI. AI is just a tool that speeds things up, as far as I'm concerned.
Do you think there's a lot of scaremongering around it? Do you think people are very...
I think there's a lot of hype.
Okay.
I think going forward we could... I've got a client that's in the sector, and he's convinced that they're going down the wrong route completely, with building on knowledge graphs rather than mathematics. And so it will be interesting to see over the next few years just exactly where it does go. Because if it's learning from itself and it's making mistakes along the way...
Well, that compounds on mistakes,
yeah. And the worry is if that then gets used for things like medicine and stuff, where's that going to end up? So yes, it's an interesting one, and I've embraced it because for me it's like having an intern that I can just get to do a lot of grunt work and then go through and check everything, and it's been an extra pair of hands. So
I mean, you know, we've discussed at length how I utilize it, how I'm utilizing it, and etc. But I do feel concerned for 16, 17, 18, 20 who are wanting to skill up.
Yeah.
Because the entry-level jobs will be done by a robot, whether that's AI, whether that's a physical robot that's being run by an AI, or whether that's a self-service checkout that has AI features built into it, etc. Like, we can machine learn it, all these they're kind of buzzwordy. They're actually ways of describing the inside tech. Yeah. In reality, it's technology taking and making stuff more efficient. That's actually what we're talking about. The concern, in some ways, but then the other side of it is like actually the opportunity. Because like if you're 18, 19, 20 and you become really good and really efficient with utilizing AI tools, then you'll be able to jump ranks that like you wouldn't be able to. So I think there's, I'm curious to see where it's going to be. Like you, I'm very curious to see where it's going to be in the next couple of years. I wouldn't say to anyone listening as well, don't utilize it for everything. Yeah. The analogy I've started using now is use it to sharpen your knife. Yeah. And then still use the knife yourself. Yeah. In the same way you wouldn't use a hammer to put up a set of shelves. Yeah. You use a screwdriver.
You need to know how to do the process that you're getting it to do.
But also there's a cognitive side of it as well, which has been discussed a bit, but not as much. If you're using AI to do your thinking for you, you'll be ceased to be able to think.
Yeah, exactly.
Which for me isn't too much of an issue because I use it to do the stuff I already know how to do.
Exactly.
And then I can then think about the larger scope stuff.
Yeah.
So my brain, and I'm also someone who's now forcing myself to read a physical book, right, as well, because I'm aware of the cognitive stuff that I'm now not doing because I'm utilizing technology. Yeah. So I'm trying to balance it deliberately.
Yeah.
But I guess the question is like, is there like, when you look at branding, when you look at what branding feels like, looks like, sounds like, is AI potentially going to change that, adapt that, like potentially ruin it, potentially destroy it? Because some people just use it. Some people are just typing into ChatGPT, write me a social media post, enter.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. But then, who are they actually talking to? What are they trying to say? Those are the things that you need to understand before you would then use it for writing social media posts and that. I mean, it's a shame that they are focusing on the creative side of things rather than, what we really need, which is care workers and, bots that can look after elderly in their own homes and stuff as a, support and a companion and, a safety line and all the rest of it. But we're not anywhere near that because that involves a whole plethora of abilities that AI just hasn't got and is way
You need
off
to be able to
of.
empathise, etc., etc.
Yeah. So it's just a shame that they just seem to be focusing on the creative sides. But I mean, it's also coming in for things like law and stuff like that as well. So, you know, I mean, are we all going to be out of jobs? Are we all going to, you know?
Well, if you go down the Terminator Doomsday books, then yes, right? But and then we're looking at completely universal income and that kind of entire point, and no one works, etc. But I actually think the real reality will be what happened with technology, has always happened with technology, which is the jobs we did won't be as important or as done by us anymore. They'll be done by a computer, technology, or AI, or both. And then we will do strategic thinking, we will do creation, we will do that. And that's why I'm focusing solely on strategic thinking now. That's the only things I'm thinking about. That's the only things I'm creating for. That's the only things, because everything else will get commoditized. Cameras will have AI chips inside them that will be able to, like, we're already seeing it. Like, the cameras that are coming out, they can AI track my face better than a focus bullet can, arguably, right? Now, if you go to a purist in Hollywood, they're going to say, no, a human's better because it has mistakes and etc. But the reality is going to be solo setup, solo shoots like today. I need cameras that can work without me having to look at them. Right? So I can focus on talking to you. That will be where the game changers are. Because you'll have technology enhancing what I can then do on my own, which removes my costs. And I've been thinking about this a lot. It's like, well, actually, businesses have done this always. They've tried to find ways to pay people less or outsource it to other countries, and they've always looked to reduce costs as part of being a business. But it did also open up a question, which is like the counter opposite to AI, which is what role does emotional intelligence play in our branding or in business? Which is the other side of it, which has to be humanized. Do you lean into emotional intelligence? Is it a situation where, because I've always been very fortunate where I was brought up to understand emotional intelligence and be very emotionally in tune, so to speak. I could go down the road of like men are known to be a masculine, stoic thing, but I've noticed actually the people who are, quote, winning when it comes to social and what they're doing can lead with emotional intelligence, meaning they can lean into either the feminine energy of being empathetic and understanding and that kind of thing for periods of time, and then also then transition and shift into the go-getter, stoic, I've got shit to do, fuck my feelings, it doesn't matter, I'll deal with it later kind of approach. And I think actually the people who don't sit on their morals and go, I'm a stoic man or I'm a stoic woman, but then also don't lean into the I'm a victim, the world's really difficult, and actually can balance between the two and bounce between the two and lean between the two, will be adaptability. Will be in a position where they are more likely to win. Because they won't just be, in the same analogy, smacking a head repeatedly against the wall going, well, the wall's not breaking down.
But it's a case of understanding your client in that situation, really. I mean, if you know that your client is a female of a certain age and likes, you know, certain rom-coms and all the rest of it, you're going to have a more feminine approach when you communicate with her. Whereas the same approach isn't going to be applicable for a roughy-toughy man, is it? That's into outdoor sports or something. You know, you've got to address it in the language that you use, the imagery that you use, and it may not be for a whole company. It may just be for a particular set of products or something for that company that you lean into those things. But then you would have an overall brand for the organisation as well. Which is, you know, I don't know, we produce the strongest, longest, whatever toilet paper or whatever, whatever the item is, you know. So yeah, I think.
But looking into personal branding, is it actually about just being in tune to what you're feeling at the time and or what's authentic? I hate using the word authentic all the time, but authentic to you.
Yeah, I think you've got to be authentic to you.
Because there's times when I'm really busy and I'm really like, where I've got a lot of shit to do, and I would be perceived as someone who's quite stoic in that respect. Yeah. And it's not that I'm not in tune with my emotions, it's that I know to get the X amount of things done that I need to get done, I need to utilise stoicism.
But everything you would be putting out at that time would still have your tone of voice and everything, even though it might be a little bit sharpened to normal. There would still be the essence of you within that. I mean, I'm very introvert, so doing stuff like this is terrifying. But and I know that in some instances that can kind of come across as a little bit aloof. And it's not. It's just that I tend to stop and think about everything. If I go into a networking group or something, I'm kind of there assessing the room and everything. And it's not that I'm sort of being snobby or anything like that. I'm just processing what's going on. So, and I'm quite open when it comes to social media stuff. I mean, I don't talk about family and things like that particularly on there, but I will hint at things just because but yeah.
Do you think it's also about kind of the chapter that you're in? I've been, and again, it's kind of like, I hate using the word authentic, but it's being authentic to you because, like, for example, I've always been someone who talks about my emotions quite openly. I've been very, like, heart on my sleeve kind of thing. Like, when I'm going through shit, I'll be very open about going through shit. When things are going really well, I'll be talking about it really well, right? Like, when I'm really excited, I'm very animated and etc. But, like, I also don't overthink it. Right, I think so many people, they sit there and go, I shouldn't write that post because it would be perceived this way by a person I don't like. Or what if XYZ person sees it and then they think about things? Or what if they choose not to work with me because they see something? And I think actually, in the nicest way possible, in the grand scheme of things, it doesn't actually matter that much. The lifespan of social media posts are very small. So it doesn't really matter that much.
But if you set yourself boundaries in the first place...
Yeah.
We do all have boundaries. I mean, I don't like having my face on social media. I've never been particularly photogenic, unlike my sister. But it's just one of those things that I don't tend to do. I've always been behind the camera in front of it.
Is that an approach thing, or is that if you're happy to share a self-love, self-esteem thing? Do you think?
It's just me hiding, I think.
But it's like what I mean by that is like, because I coach people on this all the time. Is that a confidence thing, as in you haven't done enough reps in front of the camera to be confident on camera?
Quite possibly, but I mean, yeah.
And if so, more props to you to doing the show, because that shows that you're pushing yourself outside your comfort zone, which not a lot of people would choose to do.
Which is what I am doing this year. Yeah, I'm forcing myself to be more visible this year as a person. Because I see that there are other designers out there that haven't got my capabilities and that. And that's not me being arrogant. That's just me being sort of, open and honest. That there are, I know that I'm good at what I do.
Yeah.
So I have got to push myself out there because I can help more people if I do.
But it's also, you're kind of leading with your best foot forward and you're helping your client more so, if that makes sense. Because... actually, by you putting yourself out there more, you're the best solution for them. And by you doing that more, you're doing them a favour by ensuring that they can see you.
Yeah.
And not being, quote unquote, it's not to diss anyone else. It's just we might synergise better.
Yeah.
Right? It's not like tangibly you're better. Because this is the thing that people don't understand about value. I think this misconception sometimes. It's like, Colin, you post 14 times a day. I'm like, okay, don't watch it if you don't want to.
Yeah.
I'm putting out stuff that will be perceived valuable by a certain set of people.
Yeah.
Happy days.
Yeah.
If you don't think it's valuable, there's plenty of other content you can watch that has nothing to do with me.
Yeah.
Right? And that's why, especially in an interest-based graph rather than a social-based graph, to go a bit technical, that's why just posting for the sake of posting, not just for the sake of posting, but like get out of your own head and just do it, will always win for you. Because your output will then be your input in 3 months.
Yeah.
6 months, 12 months.
Yeah.
Depending on what as long as you lead with value.
Yeah.
It's not about me going, I sell video. No, it's this is what I found works.
Yeah.
Try it. Let me know. What do you think works? What do you not think works? And I think sometimes we get so hemmed up in what I'm going to put a post out, and what is it going to be perceived by my friends, by my family, by my sister, by my brother, by the person I went to school with, by my old crush, so on. And that stops us in our tracks. You have rebranded semi-recently?
Yes. I changed the company name this year.
Why was that?
Because I did a rebrand of the brand strategy last year. So I put myself through my own process. So I knew what the brand strategy was, and the final piece really was the actual name, because these are all pieces that come together to form a brand. So what I realised was that although having done a lot of SEO stuff on the website and things like that, it still wasn't making a lot of difference as far as visibility was concerned. And the reason for that was because the name, which was The Art of Communication, which I've had since 2008 and was great in 2008, has become a phrase that's been used by so many people that you just can't get any traction. So I had been thinking about it for about 2-3 years, but hadn't really settled on anything that I felt was quite right. And in the end, I just thought, I've got to do something, and it makes sense just to change it to Art of Comms Creative, because same URL, same emails, all the rest of it. It's just a step forward. So and everything else about the brand was already in place. And that's something that I've done with other clients as well, where they've had their business for 2-3 years or a bit more, and they've found that they wanted to have a rebrand, and we've looked at the name as part of that, because they just weren't working. I mean, some of them were long names and all the rest of it. So, and the other thing with rebranding like that is well, once you've got your brand strategy in place, it is possible to pivot with everything else remaining the same. So it could be that you change a name, you change a product or something like that, but if you've got all the rest of it in place, that's just one element that you need to then alter. And I've had that with clients before, where I've had clients that I worked with before COVID that have had to make significant changes since, but because the strategy and everything was already in place, it just meant making some small changes and the rest of it stayed the same. So it's not wasted ever.
I think sometimes we we underestimate the seasons we're in, and I think it's that as long as that branding, comms, tagline, colours, typography, camera, network, etc., served that season, then it doesn't matter if you completely change it. As long as it's then in line with what you then want to do. And the keys and the reason why I didn't mention the values there is because the values are the bit that need to stay the same, in my view.
I think it can be very difficult if you do change drastically. I mean, we've only got to look at a certain car advert that changed recently and bombed.
But I would argue they changed their target demographic there.
Yes, and that was half
which
the
was the issue.
Yeah.
Right? You could have reworded and redesigned the logo 1,000 times over, and as long as you were still talking to those same people, who cares?
Yeah. So it can be very dangerous doing that. I think you've just got to.
But that's why I think you need to be authentic when you start about your values, meaning the business. You need to install the values that you have into the business, whether it's a business brand or your personal brand or both. And then you need to be very clear on your target demographic. They can slightly tweak and change in respect to like the ideology and like the age and so on, and like maybe the income level, because especially as you scale and you're looking to make more money, the target that you had when you were looking for really small micro businesses won't be the same as when you're looking to work with medium to large, right?
Yeah.
Just in income.
Yeah.
But the problem that Jaguar had was they went, we have a certain set of people who we've talked to for 50, 60, 70, nearly 100 years.
Yeah.
Actually, no, man, we don't want to talk to you anymore.
Yeah, we're not interested in you.
Actually, we're going to go over here and talk to these people who actually didn't really like us to start with.
Yeah. And that's the problem. You don't necessarily have.
And then call it a rebrand.
Yeah. You don't necessarily have the influx of new clients coming in that are the rebranded clients, and you've alienated your existing customer base.
Yeah. And it's not about being like overly political or anything, in my view at least. It's actually about understanding who you serve.
Yeah.
And actually saying if you're going to make a transition, a pivot, whatever you want to call it, Are you slightly pivoting, or are you drastically pivoting? And if you are drastically pivoting, have you thought about the downside, and have you prepared financially to make sure the company can run for 2 years while you build the momentum on the other side? There's nothing wrong with that. You might have gone, actually, I don't align with that anymore. But instead of doing it in micro changes, what Jaguar did was, we're going to go over here. No, actually, no, we're going to go over here.
Yep.
So funny enough, it didn't work.
Yeah.
And it was then became a laughing stock on the internet, which I found quite interesting.
It was very interesting to watch. Yeah, very interesting.
And I was like, which comms manager got fired, right? Because you know a comms manager got fired somewhere.
They did,
right? And
the agency got fired.
And it's like, whoever came up with that idea is like, you could have done that in 2 pivots, not 1.
But you don't know what Jaguar was saying to them. So, I mean, it's all being blamed on the agency. But, I mean, at the end of the day,
but also did, and this could be anyone, not necessarily aimed at Jaguar, but did they want to lean into where they believed the future with political correctness was going?
Who knows?
You know, I've always been of the view that if you don't like what I say, don't listen to it. Yeah. Right? So maybe I'm anti-political correctness,
but that's what branding is about, though. It is about not just attracting people, but also putting some people off. Yeah. And
I think for me, I've always been, I have a 100% honesty policy that sometimes gets me in big trouble. All right, but sometimes with clients as well. But I think that's being more authentic to me, and I think that's actually really important because, like, if I make a mistake, I'll put my hands up and go, I'll make a mistake. Yeah. But also, if I think that the client's comms or the client's communication before the project was the problem, I'll say that this wasn't on the list. Yeah. I had it the other day. It's like, I did, but that wasn't on the deliverable list. So, funnily enough, it's not a deliverable. It's not to deliverable quality. Yeah. There's footage that exists of it, yes. But it's not to deliverable quality because we didn't agree that that was a deliverable before the project. And then I purely just focus on how can we do it better next time. I don't dwell on it. I just go, well, okay, there was a miscommunication. I don't even point the finger. I just say, well, there was clearly miscommunication there. But I think that's natural in business. And sometimes that might mean we don't work together. Okay, fine. That also might mean, actually, I think that strengthens your relationship with the client sometimes. It can go either way. Yeah. And I think, do you see that that's actually okay sometimes? Like mistakes happen in business, and like how does it say more about a person, I guess, in a question about how they deal with the problem and how they deal with the mistake rather than because mistakes are bound to happen, right?
Yeah, I think about a lot of it is about managing expectations. I remember years ago I did a logo for a company down in Portsmouth, and there were 2 partners involved, and one of them loved what I'd come up with, and the other one was completely no. He was almost stroppy about it. The guy that loved it, he came on and he said, "We've got a problem here." And so I just sort of said, you know what, let's have a meeting and we'll sit around the table and work out what's going on here. And I went down there, and funny enough, the guy who loved it scarpered. He left me with the other guy. But
love to meet you, bye.
But as it turned out, I mean, what we did is we sat down and I just sort of said to him, look, went through the various things, sort of like, what about the colours? Yeah, I'm fine with the colours. What about the fonts? Yeah, I'm fine with the fonts. So where's the problem?
So what's the issue then?
Actually, I promised someone who's an investor that we would use certain aspect in this logo, which we haven't done. And I'm kind of like, oh, okay, we can sort that. Do you know what I mean? It's kind of like, let's just get it resolved, and then we can move on because, but I could have just sort of said, what's going on here? That's not right. I'm a designer, I know best and all the rest of it. But no, that's actually work.
Do you think
together.
Do you think there's a level of ego there? Like, as in, you have self-worth rather than you have an ego?
Yeah, I don't bring... There's no place for an ego in design, especially when it comes to branding.
I was saying business, right? You need self-worth in business. I need to know what I'm worth. I need to know that I'm valued, I need to love myself, etc. Yes. Yeah. But I not sit on my high horse and go, I'm an ego,
No. I mean, one of the things I don't have is a particular house style.
Okay.
And I was talking to a client a few years ago, and I said to her, so what what made you choose me as opposed to other designers you've been looking at? And she said, because I looked on your website and there was no logo on there that I didn't like. And she said, the other thing was every logo was different and it was all different styles and stuff. And she said, and bearing in mind this is just coming from me, it's not, no other staff or anything. She was kind of like, and I realised that you would actually listen to what I wanted, and I wouldn't be pigeonholed into what your house style.
Yeah.
And I thought that's actually quite a wise thing to sort of like to realise, because actually there are people out there that will do house, a particular style, and if you want that style, go to them. Yeah. But that's what you're going to get, is what she was saying. So I thought that was quite intelligent.
Do you think it's like, I see this in marketing quite a bit, where it's like, this is how we market a business, and I've always been listening to the client and listening to what they want to do, and then try to amplify that.
Yeah.
But also, I'll also say in the next breath, I'll go, well, I know why you're coming from, but that's not going to work, and here's why.
Yeah.
But I also come with a solution. I don't just go like, that's not going to work, bye. But I think for me, that takes a level of conviction, because also I'm putting my neck on the line, because if that thing that I've just said doesn't work, I look like a right twat. Right? Because I said your idea is not going to work, but my idea also didn't work. So do you think it takes a level, I guess to phrase it into a question, like, A, is conviction important? B, do you think having that level of conviction comes with experience and time? And then developing those instinctual, what works, and looking at maybe market reaction and maybe it's specifically in branding. It's like, why should we use a color here, and using color psychology, etc. Those things that maybe a client wouldn't think about.
Yeah, I think a lot of it does come from experience and having seen how things have gone in the past, and just having a real in-depth knowledge of how these things work makes a difference to the outcome. But it's always a partnership between a client. It's never just me doing something. It's always a case of, right, I'm thinking through things, whether if it's a print sort of item, the technical specs and all the rest of it that we need, and what's the call to action, and what's the marketing message, who's the target audience, all those sorts of things. What do we really want to get across here? But yeah, it's very much a joint partnership. There was another client that I worked for once, and I remember I wasn't working for the boss, I was working for a managing director, and I had a meeting with this particular lady, and the boss happened to come into the room, and I was a little bit worried, because I thought at the time, it's all very well working with the managing director, but if the boss then says, I don't like what you've done, where do we go from there? And he came into the room, and I just sort of like grabbed him and sort of said, project seems to be working, going through pretty well, sort of thing. Are you happy with the logo and the design work that we've done? And do you like it, sort of thing? And he said, don't matter whether I like it. He said, it's whether my clients like it. And I thought, bingo, yeah. So, all went through easily and that. But, it's just a case of working together to get the end results that we're looking for. So understanding the results at the start, what we're trying to achieve with this.
What's the job? What's the ROI? Going back to the ROI side, and I think that's interesting, because I think it's the same thing. And when you do anything, I think I had an ideal that was, I want the podcast to be like this. I want my business to be like this. I want what I do with content to be like this. But if the market reaction is, no one gives a shit, got to change it.
But a lot of people don't start off like that. I certainly didn't. I didn't know what I wanted my business to be at the very start. It was basically started because I needed to work for myself, because I needed to work around childcare. And then as things have kind of progressed over the years, it's now actually, what do I want this business to look like? What kind of clients do I want to work with? What kind of hours do I want to do, and all the rest of it? That all then gets a bit more solidified. But it's about helping clients really on their journey. That was one of the things that came out of me doing my own rebrand and my brand strategy was, the fact that I'm a people pleaser. I like to help people. And one of the things that I realised was that I can't help a lot of people on my own. But what I can do is I can enable a few people that can then go on to help other people.
Yeah.
So it fans out as a as a sort of structure.
Well, it has a knock-on effect. And
Yeah.
I mean, the next question I was going to ask you is specifically about marketing. Do you think that people need to lean into more ideal action, as in like executing regardless of the outcome or regardless of it's not perfect, to make the ball start rolling, rather than I'm going to sit on all my ideas and I'm going to execute when it's perfect?
I think there's got to be a level of perfection there. I mean, I don't mean perfect, but I mean, there's
You have to hit a
level
certain standard, of course.
And,
Yeah,
all the
of
rest
course.
of it. There's no point putting out just rubbish for the sake of.
Well, there's no
putting
posting for the sake
something
of
out.
posting, right?
Yeah.
Oh, look, I posted today.
Yeah. But if you have intention behind it, then it's better to put something out than wait for it to be.
Because when it's
spot on.
perfect,
Well, exactly.
right? Like for me, imperfect action consistently will always outbeat waiting for perfection. Because if you're growing,
Yeah.
personally growing or
Yeah.
business growing, your definition of the word perfection
Yeah.
will be different, right?
And what's perfect today may not be perfect tomorrow with all the changes that we've got going on around us.
And also, it may not align. Like I've been in a very fortunate position where the business has taken me on multiple journeys, that some of which are very lesson heavy, other of which are like filled with joy and filled with happiness, right? But I'm still grateful for every single one of those. And I've actually found that what I want from the business has completely changed in the now nearly 9 years I've run it. When I started, and I was naive, you could argue I was naive, I was, but I was not more naive than I am now. I was like, I'm going to grow the largest production company or the largest marketing agency in the world, right? It's going to be huge. It's going to be this. And then until you actually start having the office, having the staff, having the costs, having the stress, I was like, fucking hell, no, never mind.
Yeah.
But
what
now
is success?
but I've now realigned it to be actually, okay, maybe one day, sure. But I've now stretched my time window to be, I want to do this for 40 years. I want to still be able to do this in 40 years. And then see where we are. It's not about necessarily that. And I think there is a point in that. And the goal I've always had, and the reason why I still sort of lean on that goal, is because if you set an extraordinarily large goal, you're constantly trying to chase the stick. Or the carrot on the end of the stick. You'll never be content with the results that you create, which means you're constantly looking to grow and develop, which I think will be a better place than, oh, well, I did it. If I look at just doing 20 episodes of this podcast, I've done episode 20.
Yeah,
Done.
now what?
I'm done.
Yeah.
I can stop now.
Yeah. But